Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei was killed by Raynare hired by Rias and went evil? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Rajaravin for writing that awesome fanfic and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. After the defeat and death of Trihiksa, Issei Haidu, the once pillar of the Alliance and the hero of the underworld, managed to defeat Trihiksa, as well as killing Rizavum Live and Lucifer, the megalomaniac responsible for the near destruction of the planet, for his own selfish goal of conquering the worlds. Eventually our hero fell into a coma and woke up after 2 weeks due to the usage of a form known as Diabolos Dragon. Diabolos Dragon, a form powerful enough to not only keep up with Trihiksa, but also to overwhelm Rizavum with his sacred gear canceller. Issei used that form along with Asia, who had just unlocked her balance breaker, used Fafnir to defeat the threat known as the Cows Brigade, once and for all. Even though our hero was exhausted, he managed to wake up to see Asia still in comatose state. Thankfully she only had minor injuries, as well as was in a much better condition. At the Citri hospital, Issei. Ugh, where am I? Greg. At the hospital, partner. Issei. Wait, what? He then sees around that he is in a room with several machines attached to him. Next to him was a blonde girl sleeping peacefully. This was Asia Argento, the heroine who had saved everyone along with Issei Haidu. Issei smiled at his adopted sister, knowing that she was fine. He then saw another woman sleeping next to Issei. Issei recognized this woman as his mother, Miki Haidu. Issei. Hey mom, wake up. Miki. 5 more minutes easy. Wait, am I new to see? Issei. Hey mom, ugh. Miki. My baby boy finally woke up after 2 weeks of endless sleep. You finally open your eyes. I hope you were not dreaming something perverted. Issei. Nah mom, I am fine. Miki. Goru, come here fast now. An old man then proceeds to enter the room. Goru. Miki, what happened? Issei. Issei. Hey dad. Goru also started to cry when he saw his son open his eyes after a while. The Haidu patriarch knew that his son had finally woken up after 2 weeks of staying in a coma. It was nothing than a joyful occasion for the both of them. Greg. Must be nice to have family coming to cheer you up after you wake up as the hero. Issei. Yeah, and speaking of family. Issei. Hey mom, dad, where is Rias and the other girls as well as the faction leaders? Goru. Well son, they visited you for the first half of the first week, after which even they decided to stop visiting you. As for the faction leaders, they were busy with their work, since defeating the beast did have a catastrophic effect on the factions in general, resulting in the death of billions and massive damage on a collateral scale. And considering Rias, they must have college work, since they have been constantly telling us that they have assignments piled up, as well as an endless amount of practicals and homework to deal with, not to mention their work on their own territories. Udoka Terada is a pawn for Rias Gremory. You worked very well and hard for Rias in her peerage, even became a mid-class devil. But then, he came. Issei came and ruined. Issei. So aside from you guys no one else visited? Miki. Ah yes, Azazel sensei and a white-haired boy named Vali visited along with his team. A black-haired girl also substituted in taking care of you while you were asleep, along with a blonde girl helping her taking care of Asia. Well, the boys just looked at the girls doing their job. Greg. Man, how ironic that your rival showed up and not your team to the hospital. Issei. Shut it, you overgrown lizard. Issei. Well, I am going to visit them to give them a surprise. This might lead them to reduce their stress on their college work. Miki. Yeah, I guess you can help them in that way. Goru. Yes son, my guess is you should focus on your studies and as well as help your king to prepare for her studies in the college. Issei. Well then, I will see you too, call me if Asia wakes up. Issei then waves goodbye to his parents. He then proceeds to catch a cab back to the Haidu residence. At the hospital. Goru. We should have told him what the girls were actually doing. I don't think keeping the truth from him is a good idea. Miki. No, I just got my boy back and I am not going to let him suffer because of those unloyal bastards. Goru. I honestly can't believe we once saw them as our daughters. Issei would be heartbroken if he finds out what they did to them. At the Haidu residence, Issei then proceeds to go home. Meanwhile he was having a conversation with his dragon. Greg. So how is waking up from a weak coma doing to your health? Issei. I am surprised that my body has not been weakened down like all those stories I have heard when people go into a comatose state. Greg. That's the flesh of the strongest dragon doing work for ya, partner. Issei. Honestly, I am just surprised at how far I have come. Once I was weak enough to get flicked for a distance for a long time by a weak-ass devil and now look, I managed to take down a freaking super devil. Greg. Oh, how right you are, now you are officially the strongest dragon emperor. Issei. Ah, it seems we have reached the house. The cab then proceeds to stop at the house. Issei, the cab driver, is shocked that his customer lived at such a massive residence. Cab driver. That would be yen, sir. Issei. Oh, here you go. After giving the money to the cab driver, Issei then decided to head towards the house. While entering, he could sense more than just the girl's presence inside the house. There were more than that. Greg. Partner, I have a bad feeling about this. Issei. Maybe it is just that they are having to deal with other college students who come here. Given that Rias and Kendo are smart, they would be dealing with their doubts or something. Greg. I just hope you are right. They then proceed to go inside the house where they are hearing moans of some familiar voices. The brunette is shocked to say the least. Why the hell are there moaning noises inside his house? The duo decided to head inside. Drake was feeling even worse now, given that his suspicions were starting to come true, as much as he did not want them to. Honestly, he wanted to assume that this was all just a bad nightmare he would wake up from. He preferred being called the Op-Eye Dragon, rather than going through this betrayal from someone familiar. Drake. Partner, stop. However, it was too late. Issei went inside, and that's when he received the biggest shock of his life. He could see Rias Gremory, the woman he loved and cherished with all his heart, was fucking an unnamed man, along with Akeno Himejima, the one who Issei helped reconnect with her father, and who had once hated Baraquiel with all of her being. They were not only enjoying the session done with that unnamed man, but also decided to add salt to the wounds by constantly insulting him behind his back. Not to mention a very big yet well-hidden secret to keep a dragon on leash had come out during this situation. Man. Oh, how does it feel? Rias. It feels so good, Raijin, you are a much better boyfriend material compared to that Issei. Akeno. He is right, Issei is such a fool to think that you would ever love a fool like him. Crack. Man. I seriously cannot believe that you would go to such lengths to keep up a false charade of relationship with him just to keep him under a leash. Rias. Yeah, at least he has one thing in common. Both him and Ani-sama, Surziches, have one thing in common. They are both fools. Fools under my threads. Fools that can be easily manipulated when the time is right and discarded without a second thought. I mean, he calling me Ryutan annoys me to the very core. Crack. Akeno. Surziches is a fool. He believes that you and Issei are in a perfect relationship, and when the time is right to discard that fool Issei, we can easily mindwhip him, and he would not even come to know what hit him, since he trusts you so much. Crack. Drake was shocked and furious at the girl's statements. He saw them as nothing but a bunch of psychopaths, people who can't even feel emotions and manipulate others for their own benefits. If the sacred gear was not obstructing him, he would have torn them to shreds. Little sister of Lucifer be damned. He would turn the devils into an extinct race if it means to take down this psychopathic pathogen of the devils, who is using her brother's status and naivety to her own advantage. Drake wanted to get Issei out of there, as staying there would only hurt him more, given that he has began to suffer from an infamous disease known as Dragon's Fall. He didn't understand if they did not like Issei, why could they not have been truthful to him to begin with? This answer was also answered. Rias. Ugh, his perversion is the worst trait about him. All he sees are boobs and bodies in a woman. The only reason I am even tolerating him is because of my damn big brother and parents, otherwise I would have never taken him into my peerage and kicked him out after dealing with Riser. Akeno. Yeah, he just simps for you so much that he could not even see that you never loved him and only toyed with him. Even Asia and Kiba were fools that only could see a perfect relation you two, and even supported you when you pretended to be hurt when he called you president instead of Rias. Not to mention Gaster can be whipped back to shape if he dares go against you, reducing him back to his timid state. Raijin. And the best part about that is that even now they are not gonna realize your true colors. Rias. You got that right, my dear. Akeno. Oh Rias, I might steal him if this keeps going on. Rias. You will not, Akeno. Crack. But that both the girls start fighting for him, Raijin tries to calm the girls who are currently fighting for him, and then decides what he needs to do next. He might send someone to assassinate the sleeping Red Dragon Emperor, along with his adopted sister and his parents, to make sure he dies on the inside. Meanwhile, Issei just sneaks out the betrayal of the girls he had once loved with all his heart, had betrayed and discarded him without a second thought. He started to walk very weakly and started to realize whether all his friends were manipulating him just to get his powers. Greg. Partner. Issei then decided to wonder whether the date with Raynare and her killing was all part of Ria's plan to get him to be eternally loyal to her. He started to wonder whether even Kaneko, Ravel and the other girls were loyal to him, or whether they found more boyfriends or not. Greg. Partner. Issei continued to wonder whether that even the faction leaders were responsible for the betrayal towards him, whether they only saw him as the Red Dragon Emperor and not Issei Haidu. Greg. Partner. Issei then suddenly snapped to reality and came out of his trance. He realized on how wrong he was thinking. The faction leaders would never betray him, no matter if he was the Red Dragon Emperor or not, especially Surziches and Azazel. Greg. Partner, thank office you are back to your senses, do not think about those whores, they do not deserve someone like you, the faction leaders still care for you. Issei. You are right, Dreg. They then both realized that they were at the park, the place where it all began, the place where Raynare had killed him, and Rias had revived him as a devil servant of hers. Everything he had gone through with her was a lie, such deception from Sony and he had cherished more than anyone else. Dreg. There are more people coming here, you might wanna hide. Issei. You are right, Dreg, I guess it would be best if you hide. They both then decided to hide behind the bushes, waiting for the people to come. That's when they decide to show up. The people that had shown up were Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina and Ravel, along with their new boyfriends. Irina. Hey guys, how is your life going on? Zenobia. It has been amazing, my boyfriend Kenta has been keeping me happy since a very long time, without him finding out. Speaking of how is the relationship with your boyfriends going on, girls? Ravel. It has been fine, honestly Tetsuya has been a much better boyfriend since a long time, and the best part about it is that he does not and will not even know about this for a long time. Kaneko. Not to mention Shinji has been keeping me much happy for a while now. Zenobia. I am surprised that Asia refused to have a new boyfriend and still be loyal to that damn good-for-nothing pervert. She would have been much happy if she would have been with us instead of that fool. She would still be awake rather than asleep. It is no wonder God excommunicated her until we found out that he had died. Crack. Irina. Yeah, the best part is that Issei still thinks I am his childhood friend and his lover, but little does he know that I have a new boyfriend and he keeps such a good care of me, even though we met like a few months ago. Kaneko. That's why you chose him, since he looks kinda like that shallow pervert. Irina blushed and got angry at the accusation Kaneko put on her. Irina. Flustered, that's not true, even though he looks like him, he is nothing like that good-for-nothing pervert. Crack crack. Kaneko. Yeah, whatever you say, Angel. Irina huffed and looked away. Kaneko. But seriously, what you saw in him, I only see him as a carbon copy of that pervert. Irina. Well, he is kind-hearted, helpful, a staunch believer in God as well as a wonderful man. Not to mention he is definitely not a pervert. Zenobia. To think I once wanted his children, but I found someone much better. Juan is not only good-looking, but also much better and stronger-looking than Issei. Irina. Rex is also quite helpful and supportive, despite knowing that I am in a relationship with Issei. Honestly, I cannot believe that I was once friends with that mere pervert. Rex. Hey Irina, aren't you saying too many hurtful things to someone who had given everything for your sake? Irina. Nah darling, he would not even come to know that I never liked that fool, nor I wanted to be his friend, I just tolerate him for Lord Michael, otherwise I would have left him a long time ago. Kaneko. He is nothing but a shallow pervert, an enemy of woman. Crack. Zenobia. Useless and worthless pervert. Irina. A worthless cum, he cannot even go to God now. All the boyfriends. A weakling and a worthless scumbag who only views women for their body parts and nothing else. Kaneko. Rias should have kept that fool dead instead of reincarnating him, he was, is and will always be a worthless pervert. Zenobia. Wait, so are you telling me that Rias created the situation for him to die? Kaneko. Yeah, how would you expect that? He would have fought for Rias. If he would have come to know that Rias killed him, we would have lost such a valuable piece, the Red Dragon Emperor, and he would never have fought for us if the truth came out. Ravel. That would explain why Issei wanted to free Rias from her engagement with Riser. Irina. Wow, you devils certainly keep up your bad name. Everyone had started laughing about that pervert and worthless piece of scum of a human being. The boyfriends even went on to make jokes and mock Issei for what he is without any consideration of their surroundings. They did not even know that Issei had heard everything from his two-faced friends and lovers and decided that it was pointless to stay around these scumbags for long enough. He knew that there was nothing he could do for them, since they have chosen their boyfriends a long time ago. He decided to renounce his former lovers once and for all. Braid could only watch the scene in horror and disappointment at the actions of the former lovers. He tried to control his anger for Issei's sake, since he did not want to go a route he once had where he would relentlessly slaughter them for good, but he did not want to be a genocidal maniac. Drake would love to torture them, especially the Angel, given that she was his partner's childhood friend and lover, since she betrayed him the most. That's when another voice had come. This time it was a friendly one. Hey, Issei-kun. Issei. Kiba. Issei saw Kiba, the once kind-hearted knight, now crying for a betrayal he never thought he could see coming. He never even imagined that Rias of all people would betray Issei like this. Issei. Kiba, did you know that Rias orchestrated my death? Kiba. No. Issei. Don't lie to me, Kiba, did you know? Kiba. I didn't sniff, now I don't even know anything anymore. I am now thinking that did Rias triggered the Holy Sword Project's failure on purpose and Sniff killed all my comrades. Issei had calmed down, he knew that the Holy Sword project will always be a sensitive topic for him, now he is even questioning what is true. He felt pity, helplessness that he could not be there for his friend who fought with him for so long. He knew that Rias had targeted them for their sacred gears and knew that she was responsible for everything. When all of a sudden. Issei. Cough. Issei started coughing up blood, this alerted both Drake and Kiba who were present with him at the moment. Kiba. Issei, what happened? Drake. I was afraid of this. Kiba. Drake, what happened, what's going on with my brother? Drake. He is suffering from a disease known as Dragon's Fall. Both. What is that? Drake. It is an infamous disease, which is known for happening when a dragon's mate or in Issei's case mates betrays him, resulting in almost guaranteed death within a few months of its initial symptoms. Kiba now dreaded the possibility of losing his friends, he is willing to do anything to save his friend from death's door, lucky for him Drake had a solution. Drake. There are only two ways now, Issei can be saved. Issei. Cough, what is that Drake? Drake. Issei must forget his cheating mates. He must find another girl to mark as his mate. Both now knew this was an impossible feat given that the girls were with their boyfriends, except Rias and Asia, with the former being in Asgard while the latter is in a comatose state. They needed to quickly think on what their next plan is or Issei might die. Kiba. Issei, hang in there, I will get someone that will help you with this problem. Drake. Oh no. Kiba. What happened Drake? Drake. Things have gotten much worse for Issei, the evil pieces are now acting as a catalyst for the Dragon's Fall disease, now instead of taking several months to kill a dragon, for Issei it would now be only a few hours. Issei. How did that happen so fast? Drake. You need to remove your pieces fast, they are the reason the Dragon's Fall is happening at such an accelerated rate. Kiba. But Issei will die if such a thing happens. Issei. I am dying either way Kiba, so Drake remove the pieces, I must purge them from my body, it feels like my own pieces are trying to eat me alive, just like Rias ate my emotions and destroyed them. Kiba. Hold on, I will call Azazel, he might be able to help with the purging procedure. At the Grigori headquarters, PM. Azazel. Geez, this paperwork does not stop, I wanted to celebrate Issei waking up, but this seems as bad as college kids' assignments, man there is no amount of stopping when it comes to paperwork. Asriel. I know, but keep your spirits up, you gotta be ready when the celebration happens of Issei getting up. Azazel. Shut up Asriel, at least you do not have as much paperwork as much as I have. Asriel chuckled and left after completing his own paperwork, Azazel then saw that he still had a lot to complete. Phone. Fucking ring ring ring. Azazel. Why is my phone ringing now? Azazel. Hello? Kiba. Azazel sensei, it is an emergency. Azazel. Worried, what happened Kiba? Kiba. Stuttering, it is Issei. Azazel. I will be right there, Asriel. Asriel. What happened Azazel? Azazel. Something happened to Issei. Asriel. What? I am also coming. Azazel. Well, let's go. Azazel and Asriel then both leave the place and head towards the coordinates Kiba sent them. Azazel. Shocked, what the hell happened here? The fallen duo were both shocked at what they were seeing Issei lying on the ground coughing up blood, Azazel immediately figured out that he was suffering from Dragon's Fall, he knew how deadly that disease was, since he had once cured a she-dragon of such an illness, ever since that day the dragon hated her former mate. Asriel was unaware on why the Red Dragon Emperor suffered, Azazel then informed that he was suffering from Dragon's Fall. He dreaded the reason on how such a thing could have happened to him, little is he aware on how such a thing could have happened. Azazel. I should have known this should have happened, after all the girls did cheat on him. Asriel. What are you talking about Azazel? Azazel. Well Kiba, could you fill him in on the recent stuff? Kiba. Sure sensei, I will do that. Kiba then fills Asriel on what happens next, to say he was disappointed was an understatement, he started to believe that he failed his only daughter, he knew that he failed Shuri in raising his daughter into a proper woman, if only he had appeared earlier, he would have prevented his wife's demise, thus making Kendo into a kind-hearted lady, but the Kendo he saw might be a devil in her flesh. Asriel could only do one thing, he approached the now laying Issei Haidu. Asriel. Sniff son, I am sorry for my daughter's action, I was not able to raise her well into a better person. Asriel had his head bowed, Azazel felt bad for his friend lowering his head in shame, given that he was the one to send Asriel on a mission, thus leaving his family unguarded. But what Issei said to him shocked the duo even more. Issei. Please do not cough, lower your head Asriel-san. You are not responsible for this. Asriel. But as an elder it is my job to apologize for my daughter's actions. Issei. No sir, please it is not your fault. But know this, I will never help nor love your daughter or her king's peerage ever again. Asriel. I totally understand that, son. Azazel, is there a way to help him? Azazel. He needs to mark someone as his mate immediately. I am figuring out a way to remove his evil pieces. Issei. But what about Serzich's? Azazel. He will understand, son, although his heart might break even more hearing about his sister's actions. I will call your parents, Issei. They need to see your condition. Volley team would also come without hesitation once they see you in this state. But that Azazel calls his parents and the Volley team, they appear towards the location in a heartbeat. Volley. Azazel, what happened? Haidu. Kuroka. Issei. Who did this to you? The Fae. It is Dragon's Fall, one of the most infamous dragon-related diseases. The Fae dreaded when she said that. She knew that Issei does not have much time left. She further realized that Issei is at an advanced stage of the Dragon's Fall. She did initially know the cause of the disease, but then she noticed lumps on Issei's chest and came to the conclusion that the evil pieces were accelerating the Dragon's Fall at a rapid pace. She knew that if the pieces were not purged, then Issei would die a horrible death. She knew that they had to be removed before it is too late. Arthur. What is the Fae? The Fae. It is one of the most infamous disease which takes place in dragons or wielders of dragon-related sacred gears. This is one of the most unique diseases that does not happen due to a pathogen or even a virus or even a magical curse. It takes place when the mate of a dragon betrays the said dragon. The initial stages of Dragon's Fall would take place when the betrayal begins with the cracking of the heart. But the later stages being coughing up blood as well as finally the body weakening to the point of near paralysis followed by death. Kuroka. No, it can't be, Shirin. Why? Kuroka understood what Lefay said about the disease. She knew that Rias Gremory and her peerage had betrayed him. This meant that even her sister had betrayed him and mated with another man. If she wanted to, she would love to tear her sister's boyfriend apart, but kept her cool, especially if Issei was around. He would not want her to do such an heinous action. He may never forgive her. Kuroka wept at her lover's bad condition, as well as her sister's action towards her lover. She realized that she should have taken her sister with her, so at the very least, she would turn out to be a better person. Kuroka. Issei, I am so sorry for what she did to you. I couldn't help you when you needed me the most. I wasn't there for you. I am sorry for what my sister did to you. Issei. Please do not cry or cough. Apologize Kuroka for her actions. Cough. She is old enough to make her own decisions. Cough. But know this, I will never love or forgive your sister for what she did. Cough. But worry not, I will not hurt her or trouble her ever again. Cough. Kuroka felt slightly better that Issei does not completely hate her to the point of killing her or even hurting her master and her peerage. She was happy that the old Issei she fell in love with is still in there. But felt helpless seeing him in such a state. She would do anything if it meant that her lover is still alive. Mickey. My baby boy. Sniff. This is why I didn't want to tell you about them. Ollie. But Ms. Haidu, why didn't you tell your son the truth? Mickey. Because we just got him. Those girls no bitches had cheated on him, even while he was awake and when he woke up from his coma. I didn't tell him because I did not want to lose him and I felt like hiding this from him would keep him safe. Boru. We thought that by keeping the truth from you would be better than informing you on what they did, since you had just woken up and you might not believe us given that you loved those girls with your heart despite your perversion. You still were loyal to them and they broke your trust by cheating behind your back. Issei. Mom, Dad, don't blame yourself. You did what you thought was right. You knew that I would have been heartbroken if I would have heard the truth, and either way my condition would have been the same either way. Albion, from Volley's divine dividing. There is only one way for this to work. Someone will have to the mating ritual with Issei in order to save him. Kuroka. I am ready to do it. Everyone looked at Kuroka in shock. They knew that she loved Issei unconditionally, but they weren't expecting her to be ready with the mating procedure. Mickey. Sweetie, are you sure about this? Kuroka. Yes, I am Ms. Haidu. Issei means the world to me. Even if my sister betrayed him, I would never do so. That's when another portal opened. This time Rias along with Gaster and a now awakened Asia had came out. They both were in shock and distressed by the fact that their lover big brother was on the ground, coughing up blood. They were helpless to see him in such a condition. The man that had once given the nun a family, helped the vampire get out of their fears, and the one that protected the Valkyrie from getting married to someone she did not like was helpless dying on the floor. Asia. Issei. Asia rushed to see Issei, crying. The blonde nun had tears in her eyes, seeing the man who had given her everything was helpless. Gaster also rushed to his big brother figure alongside Asia. Both knew that he needed help. Asia tried using twilight healing to heal him up, but it was of no use. Rias, the calmer of the trio, had inquired by Azazel, who pretty much had told him everything from the beginning. The trio was furious and disappointed. No one had ever seen a nun this angry at the actions of Rias Gremory, the older sister figure she used to look up to. She wanted to summon Fafnir, who was all too eager to tear down the orc girls for betraying a fellow dragon. But Gaster calmed her down. He convinced her that Issei wouldn't want to do such a thing. Rias on the other hand kept a level-headed expression, but everyone who was around her knew she was pissed beyond pissed at her king and her Purge's actions. But she did want to kill them, she wanted to make them suffer. Kiba and Gaster hated themselves for being so helpless and useless when their friend needed them the most. They would have loved to torture their king, no former kings Purge themselves, without killing them for putting their brother through such pain. Arthur and Vali were fuming as even they wanted to teach Rias Gremory a lesson, while Bhikkhu was consoling Kuroka, who had just came to know of her sister's sociopathic nature and her betrayal towards Issei. Lefay on the other hand was helping Azazel, who was trying to figure out a way to remove Issei's pawn pieces to at least slow down Issei's dragon fall. While Fenrir sat beside Issei in his final moments. That's when a portal had opened which slowed down time for everyone except Issei and Drag, two figures had shown up. Hey there, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei stood on his guard, he knew who this creature was, the beast of Apocalypse Trihixa, he had his boosted gear ready. Trihixa. Relax, I am not your enemy, at least not in your final moments. Issei. What do you want, beast? Trihixa. To help you, you see I never wanted to be the beast that everyone fears today, God made those seals to prevent someone from using my power to create havoc, since I was as strong as Great Red, he decided to lock me up, the old man feared and hated me just like he hated dragons. Dreg. As much as I hate him, he is right, God did once fear us. Trihixa. Honestly I know seeing me talk like this was always weird, but know this, I was once a dragon. Issei. So why are you helping me, after all I am the one that had killed you? Trihixa. Well, since you freed me from that bastard Rizavim's control, I decided to repay you a favor, I will let you use my power, with that you can get rid of the evil pieces. Issei. How can I trust you, what if you steal my body? Trihixa. I am not a body snatcher or exorcisor to do that, why would I need your body? Issei. Good question. Trihixa. So are you in or not? Issei. I am dying anyway, I got nothing to lose. But that the procedure begins, it was a painful process that made the light spear Raynare threw at him all those months ago feel like cakewalk, eventually the pain died down, and all the pieces were successfully purged from his body. Issei felt free that his body had removed the evil pieces that were plaguing inside him for hours. That's when another entity decided to show up, sensing a very rare soul trait inside of the brunette. Greetings, Issei Haidu. Greetings, Issei Haidu. Issei. Who are you? Where are my manners? My name is Chara Dreamer, so how did you land up in a situation with the beast of Apocalypse? Trihixa. You have no right to receive an answer, human, so just leave. Chara. I was not talking to you, you beast, do not provoke me or else. Issei. Both of you knock it off, and Chara cut it with your scary face. Chara. Sigh okay. Issei. So how did you know my name, Chara? Chara. I work in mysterious ways, Ice, may I call you that? Issei. You may, we are not enemies after all. Chara. So I am here because you have a very rare soul trait, the soul of determination. This soul trait is the most rarest among all the soul traits, since only one is born every 100 years, these souls are nearly impossible to come across and are extremely powerful when kept in the wrong hands. A soul trait like this can withstand hits that would normally kill anyone, but the person will not only remember how they die, but they would also feel the pain of the injury, but their wounds will not be seen or be found, even when the damage is internal, but they will still remember the wounds that had taken place in a different timeline before rewinding time to a fixed point. Additionally, there are 7 soul traits. Bravery, orange. Patience, light blue. Integrity, dark blue. Kindness, green. Perseverance, violet. Justice, yellow. Determination, red. Chara then points to the soul inside of Issei's body, a red soul could be seen, that was in the shape of a heart, it shined red in the void. Chara then proceeded to show their own soul, which was the same color as Issei. Chara. As you see, we have the same soul trait, Ice, red, which means determination. Both we have the power that can alter timelines and perform what's called a reset, which goes back in time, resulting in the user only remembering the situation which never happened. Then there is something called a true reset, which completely erases the timeline and starts at a focal point. In your case, the focal point is the day when you met the fallen angel. Issei. Then what do the soul traits the supernatural beings have? Chara. White, monster souls and supernatural souls are the same, except hybrids, who have the soul trait which is inherited from the human parent. For example, the blonde girl points at Asia has the soul of kindness, hence her soul is green. The fallen angel Azazel has a soul color of white, implying he is a supernatural. In a way, God created a failsafe for those unlucky enough to not get a sacred gear. That's why people see humanity as the most dangerous when it comes to potential, that's why the supernatural are recruiting them to join their ranks. So considering the power of the soul, what will you do with the now combined power of determination and the beast Trihixa? Issei. My goal is unchanged, Chara. I will always protect the weak from the strong, however this time I will not help the people that has betrayed me. I will not take revenge towards the people that betrayed me, but I will not protect them. Chara. May I know why did you say such a thing? Issei then explains everything to Chara from his reincarnation into a devil, till the betrayal he found out from the orc. To say Chara was livid would be an understatement. They wanted to kill the orc apart, but that would not make them any different from that monster who completed a genocide run. After all, once you start killing you will not stop until the end. They also remembered that they had made a promise to a certain skeleton that they would never kill anyone ever again. They showed up to prevent Issei from murdering all devils, but they were happy that Issei will not hunt down anyone in the new timeline. After all, sins will only crawl on your back in one timeline. Chara. I am glad. I can see why everyone loves you so much despite your perversion. You really are a rare soul, no pun intended. You still see good in others despite their actions towards you. The people that are with you were your former enemies after all, yet they are still eternally loyal toward you. Now let's not keep them waiting. The time barrier dispels and everyone is shocked to see the pawn pieces on the floor. They begin to ask questions, to which Issei said that an apocalypse beast gave him a favor, which was that he managed to successfully remove all the pawn pieces. Azazel. But how? Father always told us that Trahixa was mindless. Issei. That was a lie, sensei. He told me that God was afraid of Trahixa since he was powerful than God himself. Azazel. To think this kid managed to win Trahixa's favor. Rias, you have really screwed up big time. Azazel. So what are you gonna do now, kiddo? Issei. I am gonna reset this timeline. Azazel and Baraquiel were shocked about the words Issei had said. They knew that only a being with a soul of determination is capable of such a feat. They then noticed his red soul. They knew that he can perform a true reset. True to their thoughts, a reset button appeared on his left hand. Mickey. Issei, what are you talking about? Azazel. Only a soul of determination can reset the timeline. Given the stuff Issei has gone through and not desiring vengeance, I am not surprised that he will be doing that. Azazel then explains how the soul works. They were surprised to say the least that Issei had achieved such a strong power. They felt that it would be best if this timeline stays as nothing but a nightmare. I do not own Glitch Tailor the image, everything belongs to Camilla Cuevas. Replace Sans with Issei. Baraquiel. Son, are you sure about this? Issei. Yeah, but this time I will not help them, especially in the new timeline. Everyone present knew that Issei made up his mind of resetting the timeline, even though they would remember the timeline as a dream. Everyone except his parents, Azazel and Baraquiel. Will we ever see you again, Issei? Issei. Yeah, I am sure of it. Everyone. Bye, Issei. Issei. Bye guys, see you in the next timeline. Issei is currently sleeping on his bed, his old bed before everything began, before he was used as a tool. Issei felt like he had truly came home, not the home that became when Rias and the female members of her peerage had came to stay with him. As of now he is the only teenager living in his house. Issei. Yawning, good morning guys. Breg and Trahixa. Good morning to you too, Issei. Issei. So looks like the reset worked, huh? I am back at my old room, my old house, so we are really at the beginning of the timeline. Breg. Yeah, it did. Judging by the looks it seems like your old house, before Surzich's remodeled it into a celebrity house. Issei. To be quite honest, I never liked my model house, it always seemed too big for my liking, I always preferred a small space. Issei then looked out to see that his house was indeed like his old house. It felt nostalgic, like he always wanted to feel such a thing, but never could because of the girls always taking over his bed. Despite this, he still let them do what they wanted until they decide to throw and discard him away like a tool without any remorse, guilt or consideration for his feelings. He decided that this new timeline would be a new start, a fresh one where there is no one who will use or toy with him. He would never let anyone toy with him ever again. Issei. Hey Drag, I would like to perform some changes to my behavior. Dreg. What is that, partner? Issei. I am getting rid of my perversion. Dreg. You what, em? Issei. You heard me correct, I have decided that my perversion was the reason I let those girls manipulate me and use me, never will that happen again. Dreg was on cloud 9 when he heard that. No longer will he ever have to hear op-eye ever in his life again. He will no longer be the op-eye dragon ever again, and will never take medications for his trauma ever again. Trahixa chuckled at his roommate's antics. Although he never knew what op-eye dragon was for Dreg, he could only assume that it was a bad thing, judging by the fact that he desperately wanted to forget that. That's when a call came downstairs. It was from his mother. It was a regular school day after all. His mother had called him to breakfast. She was preparing the table for her husband and her son. Mickey. Issei, honey, breakfast is ready, you may come down. Issei. Coming, mom. Issei immediately came downstairs getting ready for his school since he was surprisingly early to head towards his school. His mother was shocked that he had gotten ready so early, otherwise she had to wake him up always. Issei. Morning mom. Mickey. Morning sweetie. Boru. So someone decided to wake up early, so what is the reason a new girlfriend? Issei flinched at his father's sarcastic comment. Mickey playfully hit his head. Goru calmed down and then decided to not tease Issei any further. Issei chuckled at his parents' antics. Oh, how he missed such antics. Issei. Not really dad, just have decided to change my behavior a little bit. Boru. And what would that be son? Issei. I have decided to cut down my perversion. Mickey and Goru did a mother of all spit takes. They were looking at Issei like did the world end or something. They knew something happened. Something drastic must have happened for this change to have happened. They assumed the reasoning to be the incidents that happened in the previous timeline, as much as they wanted it to be false. They knew that this happened in a previous timeline, the betrayal of all the girls, as well as their infidelity towards him. Mickey. Han, is it because of those girls? Issei. Yes mom, I made a promise to myself in a previous timeline that I will not be manipulated ever again due to my lust, plus I did kinda hurt you with my perverted antics. Boru. Son, we are so proud that you are trying to change yourself, that you decided to make yourself better and not go down a dark part because some women decided to not be loyal to you. I am glad that you decided to change yourself to be a better person. Despite the world constantly trying to push you down, you stay determined, you do not falter, and you definitely do not give up. Issei. Thanks dad proceeds to look at his watch. Oh shit, I am getting late, bye mom, bye dad. Mickey and Goru. Bye son. Issei then gets on his bike and heads towards school, ready for a start of his new life. Mickey. So he decided to give up on his perverted nature. Boru. I just wished it was due to a better reason. Mickey. Yeah I think so too. With Issei. Issei was riding on his bike and heading toward school. A new life had just begun for the boy who had gone through so much in a span of a few months, all because of a date gone wrong. However, this time he would be careful to not be manipulated so easily. While heading to school, he was reminiscing the previous timeline on how he was fooled so easily by the girls into loving them, but in reality they were only using them for their own benefit. During these thoughts he had parked the bike near the parking area present at the school. Issei then enters the classroom where he proceeds to head towards two people, a bald teenager as well as a spectacled teenager. Both were reading magazines. Issei sighed, knowing that even in different timelines, some things will never change, especially not with these. Issei started to get tempted to read those magazines, but managed to control his desire, since it was that desire which had gotten him killed multiple times directly or indirectly. He says hi to both of his friends Mitsuda and Motohama. Issei. Hi guys. Mitsuda and Motohama. Yo Issei, what's up? Issei. Nothing much. Mitsuda. Say, do you want to peek on the Kendo club changing today? Issei. Nah fam, I am cool thanks. The perverted duo were shocked by Issei refusing to peek with them. What is even more shocking that Issei, the most perverted of the perverted trio, refusing to peek towards women. It got the whole school riled up, riled enough to ask Issei endless amount of questions. Two of the Kendo captains took particular notice. They initially despised Issei, given that he used to mostly peek on them when they were changing, not to mention that Issei got away most of the time peeking on them, hence they decided to focus on him even more, not even giving a chance to explain, and when he was caught, they used to beat him mercilessly, so much that he had a hard time moving for a few minutes. But when they heard Issei refusing to peek at Issei, the captains Murayama and Caddis knew that something was wrong. Murayama was hopeful that Issei would change, while Caddis was skeptical that he would change for the better. Kaori Murayama was a girl of the same class as Issei was. She wore two braids and had shoulder-length brown hair and green eyes. She initially had a crush on Issei, but thanks to his perverted nature, the existence of that crush was unknown. While Yui Caddis was also a girl of the same class as Issei was, she had open pink hair of shoulder length. Unlike Murayama, however, she hated Issei for his perversion, given that she was nearly assaulted once before. So she kept herself and her friend Murayama away from him, since she was like a sister to her. Murayama. Hey, did you hear? Caddis. What? Murayama. Haidu has refused to peek on the women today. Caddis. You serious, Kaori? Murayama. Yeah Yui, he even refused to join his friends in peeking on us today. Maybe he is trying to change for the better. Caddis. I highly doubt it. Murayama. Why? Caddis. Because he might not peek on us today. He may not peek on us tomorrow, but after a while he would continue his old ways once again. Murayama. I don't think he would resist peeking unless something bad had happened such that he would be forced to change his ways. If he does change, then the perverted trio might change for good, and if possible it might even go away. Caddis. I'ma have to stop you there, Kaori. Murayama. Why? Don't you want them to change their ways? Hadis. I do, but I highly doubt they will. Even if I believe Issei may change, I highly doubt the other two might, given that they are the ones that dragged your crush into being a pervert. Just look at them, points to Mitsuda and Motohama, convincing Issei to peek on women. After all, they were the ones to change him into a pervert once again. Murayama blushed at the accusation of her having a crush on Issei, but was saddened as she remembered that the perverted duo converted Issei into one of them, making him most perverted amongst the trio. Hadis. As much as I want them to change, I highly doubt they will. Murayama. I believe you are being pessimistic, but you are not wrong, let's go. But that both Murayama and Hadis leave and head towards the Kendo club. Meanwhile, Issei's friends keep pestering him to peek with them. Issei having enough snaps at them. Issei. For the last fucking time, I will not peek at the girls, so stop annoying me and peek at them yourself, goddammit. What language do you fools not understand that I will not peek at the girls? Issei out of anger released a ton of aura, causing the perverted duo to feel fear unlike nothing other, causing the duo to get knocked out immediately. The students that had witnessed this immediately ran, in order to control their laughter against Issei, who had just showed that he will most likely never peek at women ever again. Those present also witnessed that he was most likely done with his perverted antics. Both Kaori and Murayama were in shock at Issei, lashing out on the perverted duo. His friends, they assumed that they might be wrong about Issei being a pervert anymore. At the Occult Research Club, Rias was taking a bath. While taking a bath, she was reminiscing all the stuff that had happened while she was away. Kiba was suddenly being distant, and all of a sudden she had gotten a message from Graphia that her engagement to Riser Phoenix was preponed to a lesser date. It was not helping that Kiba was no longer interested in any orc activities. And the others were as strong as they were beforehand. That was when she heard a sudden spike in energy, a sudden burst, something only a dragon god would have. That was when another woman joined in. Her name was Akeno, the vice president of the orc had joined in. She was a black-haired beautiful Japanese lady with a body figure men would kill to obtain. When she entered, she was completely disheveled and in a panic state. She may be a sadomasochist, but this was even too much for her. The aura put her into a completely panicked state. Akeno. Rias, what the hell happened here? Why is there an aura akin to a dragon present? Rias. I do not know that because even I had sensed it just now. Kendo and Rias then noticed Kiba in a calm state of mind. They knew that his night piece was unable to sense his aura, but he had another reason to be calm, since he had kept his memories of the previous timeline. He was utterly disgusted and ashamed of being part of such a shameful peerage. Even Gaster the vampire, who was locked inside the door in the school, wanted to just run away. He did not mind being a stray if it meant to stay away from them. But Kiba convinced them that this would mutate his pieces to the point where he would be an actual monster, which is something Issei would have never wanted him to become. Seeing Kiba so calm, Akeno decided to ask him a question. Akeno. Kiba, why are you so calm? Kiba. Oh, nothing much, Akeno, just watching the scenery. It is a beautiful day outside, birds are singing, flowers are blooming. Rias. Can you please check on the aura? Kiba. Yes, President. Kiba then left the orc building to find out the cause of the aura. While leaving, he was reminiscing his memories of his reincarnation, as well as his previous timeline on how if only the girls were loyal to him, none of this would have happened. Issei would have still been loyal to them, and an all-out peace alliance would have happened, but they couldn't even be truthful to him. While he was eternally grateful to the Grimoires, especially Surziches and Sauji, Knight of Surziches, for training him. He hated Rias for still being the spoiled princess always has been. Kiba. Wow, Issei, you certainly know how to make an entrance, eh? Kiba mentally laughed, knowing that only Issei is the dragon god here at the moment. He is not gonna spill the beans, especially to Rias of all people. She does not deserve this, deserve a man as loyal as Issei, but at the same time he will still repay the Grimoires for saving him by being loyal to them. If Surziches or any of the family members were to ask to trade his peace, he would gladly accept the offer if it meant to stay away from Rias. Back at the Occult Research Club room, Kendo and Rias were constantly panicking, unable to figure out the situation going on in the school. Kendo considered calling her brother to help deal with this mess, but Rias didn't allow it, since her pride would have been hurt. Meanwhile, while the duo was panicking, Kaneko was nowhere to be found, given that she had purchased sweets to satiate her endless hunger for sweets. That's when three members came into the orc building to discuss the situation going on with the orc. Considering both Kiba and Kaneko were missing, they decided to go straight to the point. That's when three members came into the orc building to discuss the situation going on with the orc. Considering both Kiba and Kaneko were missing, they decided to go straight to the point. Rias, what the hell happened here? Rias. I don't know, Sona. All of a sudden a power spike came up and it was much stronger than us, like a stronger entity had just resided in Kuo and is much stronger than both of us combined. Then we must fight together, considering that together we might stand a chance against this entity. Sona. I doubt that would work, Saji. This entity of Rias is saying is much stronger than both of us, although I highly doubt that he would try to attack us. I have a feeling that going after him is a suicide mission, since I have a feeling that he would not hesitate to kill us. Then I would suggest to call your sister president. Sona. Please note Tsubaki, the last thing I want is her antics destroying the whole town and some people who were foolish enough to get caught up in the blast. Saji. Then what we should do then? Sona. Let's not call anyone and stay quiet. If we do not bother the being, we will not be in trouble or suffer its wrath. Saji. I feel like it is a good idea then. Sona and Tsubaki then looked at Saji as if he grew a second head. They knew that he usually is forced to listen to his commands. Sona. You listen to me, Saji, for the first time. Saji. I am reckless but not stupid. I know how to bail from the issue when it is too much for me to handle. Sona. Smiling, very well then I will take my leave. Rias, don't you dare provoke them. We do not know what they are capable of, and your desperation to get rid of the marriage might result in a bad reputation with the devils. Rias. Alright then, Sona, see ya. The trio then leave the Occult Research Club building to attend to other matters. The Kendo. Rias, you are not thinking about bringing them to your side, right? Rias. You read my mind, Kendo. He might be the key to get rid of the marriage contract the elders put on me. Kaneko. Very well then I will find him. They both looked to see a white-haired girl approach them. They knew that she could trail him without being noticed by him, so they let her find him. Rias. Then I will let you look for him, since you are the most adept at searching for auras like this. Scene break. Guo Academy, PM. Issei could be seen walking through the fields near the Kendo house when he could see his friends peeking at the girls. Sighing, he decided to expose them for good. Maybe this might at least let the girls have a little bit of faith in him. Drag. That might be a good idea. Issei. I dunno, Drag. I lost my cool nearly giving away my location to them. I don't want to be a part of their peerage ever again. Drag. You will not lose your temper easily. I know you, partner. Besides, those two did annoy the heck out of you. Issei. Alright then. That's when he knocked on the door of the Kendo club. A voice came from the inside. Humming. Murayama. How may I help you, Haidu? Issei. Hey, relax, I am here to tell you something. Hades. And what would that be, pervert? Issei. Well, there are two people peeking at you just as we speak, so you might want to check it out. Murayama. Why should we trust you? I mean, you are kinda ratting out your friends. Issei. They only use me as a scapegoat when it comes to these things, and besides, I do not always peek at you. I even stopped peeking when I refused to peek with them. Murayama. Sarcasm. Well, you certainly told the whole world about that. Issei. Sweat drops. Yeah, so are you gonna deal with them or let them peek at you guys changing? Murayama. Nope, let's go, Hades, to teach those boys a lesson. Hades. Yeah, points to Issei. You might have saved yourself, but you aren't out of the woods yet. Issei. Yeah, I know, but I promise you I will change. Hades blushed at his declaration to be a better person, then she snapped out of it to deal punishment to the perverts. Murayama and Hades then proceeded to bring the rest of the girls to the peeking spot where they usually used to peek at them. Murayama. Hello there. The boys then look at horror as the girls had shinace in their hands, ready to beat up the boys for peeking at them. They decided to hightail it out of there, but with the girls surrounding them, they were surrounded, unable to escape. All the girls present. You will pay for peeking at us, you damn perverts. Vitsuda and Motohama. No. The girls then proceeded to beat up the boys to teach them a lesson. Several bruises and injuries can be found on their bodies. Issei could not control his laughter and subconsciously headed towards the orc building. He then saw her, the reason for her resetting this timeline. Issei then glared at her with an intensity that would have torn her apart. If looks could hurt, then Rias would have been killed over and over again. Rias then went inside to avoid his gaze. Rias. A Kendo, who was that? The Kendo. Issei Haidu, Class A, the leader of the perverted trio. Rumors have it that he refused to peek at the girls. He decided to change for the better. Rias. Must be nice, I do sense a sacred gear in him. Kaneko. I found him, the one who released the aura beforehand. It was that pervert Issei. Rias. Figures, Kaneko, I want you tail him. He is the key for my marriage. I must have him as my team member before it is too late, before he gets killed by them. Kiba. President, I feel like it is a bad idea to provoke him. We did confirm that he is stronger than you. Rias. Do not worry, Kiba, I know what I am doing. Kiba. Well, I hope I know what you do is gonna be good for you. I just hope Issei teaches you a good lesson to not get on his bad side, cause what you are doing is suicide, and I am not gonna follow through with this plan. At the Kuo gates, PM. Issei was wandering around. Well, he was heading home. That's when he heard a voice he would never hear, her voice. Are you Issei Haidu? Issei. It is her, alright, the one who kick-started my suffering. Greg. I sense the same fallen angel aura from her, the one who killed you in the previous timeline. Issei. I will just play along with her for now, if she does not kill me like last time, I may spare her, since I did fell for her once. Issei. So who are you and what do you want? My name is Yuma Amano, I am a student of a nearby college, I have been watching you for a while and seeing how you have stopped being perverted. Issei. So? Yuma. I would like to go out with you, cause I really like you. Issei. Breg. Partner, she is not lying. Issei. Wait what? Trihiksa. I can sense a liar when I see one, so either she is a liar who can even surpass the greatest lie detector of all time, or she genuinely loves you for being a kind person. Issei. Wow, things are really different this time around, I will take your advice, but if she attacks me, I will not hesitate to strike her down. Breg. I don't think she would hurt you, as Trihiksa said she genuinely loves you. Issei. Alright then, I trust you too, cause I don't think I can take another heartbreak. Breg and Trihiksa. We know Ice, we know. Issei. Alright then, Saturday, PM. Yuma. Thank you so much. Issei then heads home, while heading home he senses a devil's aura, he knows that Is was Kaneko, but pretends that she does not exist. Kaneko then calls Rias to inform her about the situation. Rias. So he accepted her offer for date. Kaneko. Yes President. Rias. Alright then, when the fallen kills him, I will save him and let him join my peerage, keep an eye on him for the date. Kaneko. Very well President. Kiba. I hope you know what you are doing Issei. Scene break. At the mall, Saturday, AM. Issei can be seen in casual dressing waiting for his date to begin, he could be seen in a casual clothing, that's when a lady dressed in a vampire-like costume approaches him and gives him a paper, which had the familiar Grimoire crest on it, he decides to trash it after the woman goes out of sight. Issei. So everything is going so far with limited changes. Greg. It seemed same to me so far, no changes at all. Their train of thought was broken with the appearance of Yuma in her casual clothing, ready to begin her date. They decide to go to a food mall first, where they had their food. While consuming their food, Issei noticed Kaneko's presence. He was getting annoyed with her tailing him around, but he had to pretend that he was a normal kid enjoying his date with his fallen angel girlfriend. Meanwhile, he did not notice that he was eating a full burger with his mouth open, causing him to choke. Yuma showed genuine concern towards him and gave him her handkerchief. They then finished their meal, and both had split the meal money between the two of them. They then head towards a nearby arcade. Yuma then noticed a Pikachu plush when she pointed that to Issei. Issei only sighed and decided to win the plush for her. Thankfully, due to his skill with arcade games, he was able to nab the plush she wanted and he gave it to her. She thanked Issei with all her heart, the latter becoming embarrassed to be thanked for his skill. They then left from the arcade and then decided to head towards a clothes shop. Yuma pretty much forced Issei to wear all the clothing she chose for him, like a mother deciding what clothes to wear. She then decided to buy all the clothes she had chosen for him. Despite Issei being overwhelmed by clothes, he convinced Yuma to only buy 2 sets of clothing. Much to Yuma's sadness, he then decided to buy her a floral bracelet, just like he did in the previous timeline. They then head towards the park, where Issei had died in the previous timeline. They decided to stop for a while. That's when Yuma said something. Issei dreaded that things might go the same like in the previous timeline. But Yuma said something else entirely. Yuma. Follow me, Issei. Issei. Where? Yuma. My apartment. Issei did the mother of spit takes. Yuma was confused at this reaction of Issei. Yuma. Issei, is something wrong? Issei compassed himself and responded. Issei. Nothing, I think I know where this is going. Both the dragons chuckled and cheered for Issei, given that they also understood what was gonna happen next. Issei then visited her apartment, which was quite spacious for 2 people. That's when Yuma decided to undress herself. Yuma, embarrassed. Are you not gonna undress yourself? Issei suddenly went blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He went to ask both the dragons for help, but both of them gave their best wishes to them. They told him to enjoy this moment, since he was unable to get that in the previous timeline. Yuma. Hello Earth to Issei. Greg. Don't keep her waiting, partner. Issei, embarrassed, shut up you overgrown lizard. Issei. Yeah, I am there. Yuma. So are we gonna do this? Issei sighed given that she has made her choice. She wanted her first time with a man who has treated her with nothing but kindness. Issei on the other hand, was not expecting to lose his virginity of all things. He then decided to might as well enjoy the moment while it lasts, since her feelings were genuine for him this time. Two lovers can be seen sleeping on the bed, Issei and Yuma who had went on a date, this time gone right were having the time of their life. Issei lost his virginity right from the get-go, something he was not expecting. Yuma even managed to let out her wings by accident while she was sleeping, something Issei only noticed and chuckled at the carelessness of the fallen angel. Even the dragons were happy that Issei had received happiness after a long time. Earlier he had managed to convince his parents that he was staying at a friend's house for a while and assured them that it was neither Mitsuda or Motohama. Issei. Never did I think she would kill my virginity. Greg. Partner, I do not think that it is a bad thing, considering despite being surrounded by women in the previous timeline, you were still a virgin. Trihiksa. Wait, you were still a virgin back then, that was kinda surprising, I would have jumped the gun if such a thing would have happened. Issei. I did not want to take advantage of them, but not mating with them was the right choice. Yuma decided to wake up when she saw Issei being awake, then she knew that they had a pleasurable night and she enjoyed every single moment of it. That's when she noticed her two black wings were out. Yuma, stuttering. Thias's cosplay. The three of them sweat dropped at this, implying that she was a bad liar as well. Yuma started to get afraid seeing Issei in an unaffected expression. Yuma. Judging by your look, you knew that the supernatural exists, so are you a part of any devil's peerage, is this why you wanted to get close? Yuma started crying, Issei consoled her. Issei. Yes, I do know that you are a fallen angel, but I am not a part of any of the devil's peerage, in fact you could even say I have a grudge against them, but I know despite being a fallen angel, you have a heart of gold. Yuma stopped crying and responded. Yuma. So you do not care that I am a fallen angel? Issei. Yuma, I do not give a flying fuck whether you are a human, angel or even a fallen one, I learned not to discriminate against blood a long time ago, so I love you for who you are and not your blood. Yuma cried tears of joy when she heard that she wanted someone to love her for who she was, ever since God died, and when she fell joining Azazel, nobody looked towards her, given that she was a low-class fallen angel. When Azazel sent her to look after Issei Haidu, she willingly watched over him and fell in love with him in first sight, although she was not a big fan of his perversion, she knew that aside from his perversion, he had a good heart. But she truly fell in love with him now when she heard those words. Initially she only had a crush on him, even during the date it was a mere infatuation, but she fell for him today and will follow him to the ends of the earth if it means to be with him. Yuma. Thank you Issei, thank you, I would love to officially be your girlfriend. Issei. Well I would love to be your boyfriend. Yuma immediately embraced Issei, like he meant the world to her, like she would be unable to live without him, now they would be together for at least a long time. That's when Issei decided to ask Yuma something. Issei. How did you fool Yuma? Yuma flinched at the question. Issei. Maybe it was not a good idea to ask that to you. Yuma. No, you deserve to know Ice, may I call you that? Issei, with a genuine smile. My girlfriend does not need permission to call me by my pet name. Yuma. Alright, first and foremost my name is not Yuma Amano, it is Raynare, I am a fallen angel of Grigori in service of the Governor General Azazel. 2. Since you know about my existence then I can assume you are familiar with the Great War then. Issei nodded in confirmation. Raynare, A.N. I will call her by her actual name from now on. Great, makes my job much easier, so I will explain now how I fell. It was because I followed a former angel who fell and later became one of the founders of the fallen race. Well you could say blushes I had a crush on him, even when I was back as an angel. Issei. Was the man Azazel? Raynare blushed and nodded in confirmation. Issei made a mental note to talk to Azazel about this. Raynare. Although I am surprised that you accepted me without hesitation, usually fallen angels are hated more than devil, given that they did not have a choice in being born like that, well it is the choices of an angel that resulted in the existence of the fallen angel. Issei. Like I said, I do not hate you, I love you more than anyone else, besides I gotta head to school, I am still a school-going student. Issei then proceeded to head towards the door, but then forgot he could teleport to school anytime he wanted. He then opened to portal. Raynare was in awe when he opened such an advanced portal. Raynare. Ice, you know magic, then does that mean you lied about not being part of devils? Issei. Relax, I am not a part of any devil peerage and will never be a part of one. Raynare. It seems like you hate the devils. Issei. You could say that, well let's just say we had a history together and it wasn't pretty. Issei then remembered the previous timeline and how the girls betrayed and discarded him without hesitation. Raynare on seeing her lover in distress held his hand, she told him that she will always be there for him, no matter what. Issei calmed down in an instant, he was happy no joyful that he had someone in his life who will be there for him no matter what. Issei then decided to head toward school. On seeing him, a certain beauty was confused and angry on how did he come to school without any issues. Rias expected that Issei would die, so that she would have came in to reincarnate as his servant without any issues. She knew that this would let him be eternally loyal to him, no matter what she does to him. Little does she know that Issei had gotten wind of the plan early on, thanks to a certain friend informing him prior. Flashback. Issei was heading towards the area where he was supposed to have a date with Yuma, now Raynare. That was when he spotted a blonde knight. Issei recognized him as his friend who was with him till the end in the previous timeline. Kiba, the knight of the Grimoire, had appeared in front of him to inform about Ria's plan. On seeing him, Issei hugged and bro-fisted his friend. He then asked why he came here to visit him. Issei. So Kiba, what brings you here? Kiba. It is Rias. She plans on having you killed so that you would eternally be her slave without question. Issei. So that bitch has not changed her ways, even in this timeline. Kiba nodded silently, unable to help her protect his friend even now. Issei on seeing this kept an hand on him. Issei. Do not blame yourself, Kiba, you tried your best to prevent her from doing this, now everything is on her, I do not blame you. Kiba. Speaking of the situation, why did you accept her date proposal, given that she was the one who killed you in the previous timeline? Issei. Well, I did not always hate her. Remember the old timeline where I was afraid to confess to Rias because a part of me was still in love with her, not to mention neither me nor the dragons found any deceit in her words. Kiba widened when he heard Issei's words. He knew that Issei was at one point afraid of confessing his love to women, even to those that genuinely loved him like Asia and Rias. Kiba. So are you telling me that there are some changes in the timeline? Issei. Yes, it is possible given that Rias is very much different in this timeline, as unlike in the previous one, she is at least more honest in her motives. So I believe there are some changes in this timeline as well. Kiba. So what will you do if she tries to kill you and Asia this time as well? Issei. Then I will strike her down, although I don't think I will have the will to do so. Kiba. I wanted to tell you about Gaster, he misses you. Issei. Issei. I know, lem guess Rias locked him up under the pretext of not being able to control his powers. Kiba. Yeah, I have been keeping him company, I am the only reason he has not left and become a stray. Issei. Kiba. Yeah, after remembering everything he wanted to leave and become a stray, thankfully I was able to convince him to stay in the room without any issues. Issei. Oh, thanks the stars he did not run. Speaking of escaping, there is a way to get away from her. Kiba. How? Issei. Try aiming to be a high-class devil just like me and Tannen-sensei did in the previous timeline, you would be free from her control, and try to get Gaster in your peerage. Kiba. Alright then, this would work after all. I trust you, bro, you better stay alive and do not die at all costs. Issei. Hey, you know it. They then both bro-fist. Flashback end. Issei. Looks like I am still alive. Rias Grimoire, what are you gonna do now? Looks like nobody is willing to help you with your stupid problem, but know this, I won't help you defeat Riser, you deserve to be as his wife, solve your problems by training once in your life. Issei then entered the classroom where his two friends Mitsuda and Motohama tried to punch him, keyword tried, he easily held both their fists and smashed the duo into each other, striking their heads against each other, both held their heads in pain. Issei sighed then asked. Issei. Care to explain why did you try to attack me? Mitsuda. You did not come to peek at us, the girls instead beat us up because we peeked at them. Motohama. If you were there then at least we could have gotten beaten together. Issei. Sorry but no thanks, I would rather not, prefer to get beaten for no reason, even back when I was a pervert, I felt like more of a scapegoat rather than a friend to you guys, but I will no longer peek, I made that very clear to you, remember. Mitsuda. But bro. Issei. No buts. Issei then decided to take a seat. That's when a teacher had shown up. She had then decided to introduce a new student to them. Teacher. Alright then, I would like to introduce a new transfer student to you guys. The transfer student then approached them and Issei was shocked. Raynare had transferred herself inside the school as a transfer student. Issei knew that there will be a lot of rumors and misunderstandings knowing this school. Raynare. Hello, my name is Yuumo Mono, I am from the Kanto region in Japan, please take care of me. All the students, especially the males, had cheered for a new female students. That's when a female student then asked a question. Female student number. Do you have a boyfriend? Raynare. Yes I do, in fact I joined this school to be with him. The male population of the class then became sad. Issei started to dread what was gonna happen next. He just gotten out of hot water with the school, and now he is gonna jump right back in. Plus the school is filled to the ground with devils who can easily hunt her down with an ease. He did not want to lose her, especially when there is a spoiled bitch who feels like she is entitled the world and may hunt her down due to spite. Mitsuda. May we know who is that? Raynare. Oh, he is right there, his name is Issei. Issei covered his head down. Issei at his school life goodbye, cause now the male population might hate his guts, so he decided to face what's coming next. Hadis. You and this pervert, no way. Issei's eye twitched, he can understand that she hated him for his past actions, but to talk about him to someone else pissed him off for some reason. Raynare. Issei is no pervert, he is quite the gentleman, especially towards me. The whole day was then chaotic to say the least, with the male population in despair that a former pervert managed to get a girlfriend, while the females were in shock that the beast of the Kuo Academy managed to get a girlfriend. Issei only wanted the day to get over so he could go home as soon as possible. Teacher. You may sit next to Mr. Haidu, he is after all taking initiative to change his behavior. Raynare. Hey Issei, are you not happy to see me? Issei. I am happy, but more worried. Raynare. Why? Issei. Well, this school is basically a hotspot for supernatural activity, the devil heiress are in this school after all. Raynare. Wait, what? Issei. You did not sense them when coming here. Well, this school has two devil heiress studying here, one being Rias Gremory, while the other is Sona Citri alias Sona Shitori. They are the orc president and the student council president respectively. Raynare. Then why did they not attack you yet? Issei. My guess is that they either were not able to sense your fallen presence or they let you in so that they could deal with you late. Raynare started to panic that she put herself and her lover in danger, but that's when a comforting hand came to her and Issei immediately held her. Issei. Do not worry, I will protect you from them no matter what, and if they even hurt a single hair on you, I won't hesitate to strike them down. I do not care if you are the little sister of the Satan Rias Gremory, hurt her and you will be my enemy, you do not want to be this dragon's enemy. Greg. You are right, partner, we shall teach them to not mess with anyone's mate, entire armies will fall when they try to hurt a dragon's mate. Trihixa was silent, but he knew that nobody hurts a dragon's mate, cause being a former dragon, he knew that hurting someone close to a dragon is pretty much asking for death itself. Kuo Academy, PM. Issei and Raynare were having lunch. Issei was initially expecting Kiba to show up, but someone else showed up. Issei. This did not happen last time, I expected Kiba to show up, but seeing her was not something I was expecting. Issei, control your anger, you do not want to reveal the existence of the dragons to them, especially not now. Issei. What do you want, Ms. Himejima? Kendo. Are you Issei Haidu? Issei. Who would not recognize a former member of the perverted trio? Kendo. Alright then, my president has requested your presence in the club. Issei. And if I don't want to come, are you gonna force me to come? It would ruin your reputation, Ms. Perfect Woman. Kendo did not know what to say to him, she couldn't bring him into the club by force, given that there is a fallen angel next to him. Both Kendo and Raynare were having a glaring contest with the former despising the race for her reason her mother died. Issei. Although I would appreciate that you stop glaring at my girlfriend Ms. Himejima. Kendo then decided to stop glaring and started to head towards the occult research club. The students were furious with the way Issei treated one of the queens of Kuo Academy. Student, that Haidu. Student, it is a miracle that someone as beautiful would even talk to a pervert like Haidu, yet he dismissed her without hesitation. Mitsuda. I feel like the Issei we once knew is dead, to disrespect our queen takes a lot of resistance, and Issei never had that. Female student, Haidu has become a certified anti-simp. Female student, I guess that's what having a girlfriend does to you, you only have eyes for one person only, and for Haidu, it is a mono. Murayama, who had overheard, was heartbroken and angry at the fact that Issei had dismissed Kendo, the woman she looked up to without hesitation, but heartbroken that he had found someone else to be with for the rest of his life. She wept on her friend Cadis's shoulder, who knew that she had once had a crush on the former pervert, but now he is someone else's boyfriend, if only she had confessed to him earlier. He would have been her boyfriend, and she would have prevented her from becoming a pervert to begin with. Back with the Occult Research Club, PM. Rias. What, how dare he refuse to come here? Rias was radiating a dangerous amount of aura when she heard that Issei refused Kendo to come to the Occult Research Club. Kiba knew that Issei must be already dealing with a lot of student hate, given that Kendo had quite a good reputation with the male population of the students. He could only pity Issei at the moment, plus, even here it was not helping that Rias, being the spoiled princess, she is unable to understand the word no when said to her face by a student when she was always given what she wanted. Kiba. Maybe it is because he was busy with someone with he really cared for, and not to mention that he did not bother us, despite your little attempt to murder him and bring him to your side. Rias. I just assumed that he would be loyal to me if I had handled it that way. Kiba. Well, newsflash, he would hate you more than anyone else, so please just leave him alone, I am telling you, for your own well-being. Kiba then left the room to get rid of some steam, cause he knew that it was pointless getting to converse with Rias due to her prideful attitude as well as being unreasonable. Rias. Kiba, how dare he talk to me like this? Kendo. Rias, calm down, there might be a way to convince Issei to join us. Rias? How? Oh right, his parents. Rias then had a devilish smirk on her face. She knew what she needed to do to convince Issei to join him. She will have him by his side, no matter what, even if she means to put his parents under gunpoint. She will do anything to get him by his side, even use her own body to satisfy his lustful desires. Kiba, who had overheard, realized that she has gone mad and desperate to resort to such dirty tactics. He needed to inform Issei about this. He remembers in the previous timeline on how Rizavam had attacked his parents in an attempt to weaken his morality, and it worked for a while, but his parents accepted him nevertheless. That's what gave him and Asia enough power to defeat him once and for all. He needs to tell Issei about this before it is too late, before she does something that might make him an enemy of the devils and worst case making him murder her in cold blood. Kiba thought that he had to inform Serziches about this, so at the very least he can punish Rias for her actions. He needs to in this timeline, before it is too late, before she turns into the sociopath in the previous timeline. He may be in Siscon, but he knows his limits when it comes to discipline. He won't let Rias cross a line she should not. Kiba. I gotta tell Issei about this. Scene break. At Kuo Academy, PM. Wow, that certainly was one hell of a day. Issei not only had to deal with his friends literally questioning him like he was some sort of convict, I mean considering he had dismissed a Keno Himejima girl, whose body men would kill for without hesitation, certainly made him popular around the school for the wrong reason. Well, he decided to book it after all. He had to introduce his girlfriend to his parents, who still weren't aware about his exact whereabouts yesterday. That was when he noticed a certain unexpected door on one of the walls. He decided to ignore it for the time being and decided to focus on something else. That was when the door mysteriously vanished, much to Issei's surprise. Issei shrugged it off as his hallucination due to the stress his classmates had put him through. That was when he noticed Kiba in a very panicking state approaching him. Kiba, panicked. Issei, you need to hear this. Issei then noticed that he was in a very open space with any of the orc members noticing him. He decided to stop time only for him and Kiba to be moving. Kiba. Issei, did you? Issei. Stop time, yes, cause they could watch us at any time. Seeing you panic means that Rias must have done something. Kiba. Good thinking, it is about Rias, she is gonna go after your parents in an effort to make you join her. That was when something in Issei snapped. He wanted to teach Rias a lesson for even thinking on hurting his parents. He released a bit of aura due to his anger, but decided to keep it cool. He remembered that he had put a barrier around his house to prevent any supernatural interference. Issei. Sorry about that, but do not worry, the princess would know what is right if she wants to stay alive. This time if my parents even gets a scratch from Rias, consider that she will have a fate worse than death itself, although I won't kill her. Kiba. But what about Serziches? Issei. What about him? Kiba. He would hunt you down if you hurt his little Riatan. Issei. If he knows what's right or wrong, he will know who to support. He has always been a leader first and a family man later. Even Grafia knows this. They both will punish Rias if she hurts any innocent bystander. Kiba. I was gonna tell him anyway about what Rias was doing. Speaking of which, I heard rumors that you had just humiliated a Keno in front of everyone. Is it true? Issei. Yeah, and I got hated by the male students because of that. Kiba. Honestly, I can't believe that you weren't affected by her, given that she is known to be extremely seductive and flirty, not to mention that I didn't expect you to have someone who had killed you and Asia in a previous timeline as a girlfriend. Issei. I am still adjusting to the change. I always had a feeling Kokabiel had a hand in manipulating Raynare into becoming the woman she was in the last timeline. My guess is Azazel prevented her from being influenced by him. Kiba. Kokabiel was always an asshole, he will not change even in this timeline. Sensei will always have our back no matter what. Issei. Okay, I guess you got to go. Rias would be looking for you, and Raynare will hunt me down if she does not find me there. Kiba. Alright then, see you bro. But that Issei dispels the time barrier and both the boys head toward their respective girls. Issei then meets up with Raynare, who tells him about several girls, trying to make her wary of Issei antics. Issei only sighed as he expected this to happen. Issei then tells her that she needs to meet his parents. Raynare dreaded the moment as meeting a boyfriend's parents, especially his mother, is something every girl is afraid of, but Issei assured her that everything will be alright. He told her not to tell what happened between yesterday night, to which she agreed. Scene break. At Haidu residence, PM. Issei opened the door to his house and announced he is home. His mother was the first to greet him, only for her to be shocked when he brought a girlfriend to his house. Raynare introduced herself as Yuumo Mono to the Haidu matriarch, who initially assumed that it was one of his friends cross-dressing, which caused Issei to have the fuck face, and Raynare to chuckle at the antics of his parents. She knew that this is something she could get used to. After confirming with both of his parents that she was indeed a girl and his girlfriend, his mom decided to have a long talk with her. Nikki. Oh Issei, someone specific has come to meet you. Issei. Who is that mom? Mickey. They told that it is a surprise, we have decided to adopt her as our daughter. Issei. No, could it be? Greg. It might as well be, partner. Inside they saw a girl who had worn a heart locket, she had short brown hair, she wore a simple green striped shirt and a black pant. Issei. Chara, is that you? Chara. In the flesh, but I am still surprised that I am still alive after the incident. Issei then decided to sit across Chara, who was equally curious on how she is still alive. That was when Chara decided to tell him about something important. Chara. First and foremost, I am Chara Haidu, adopted child of Goro and Mickey Haidu, and younger sister of Issei Haidu. Second, I will explain on how am I still alive, with my soul still intact. Issei. Alright then, explain. Chara. Are you familiar with fun value? I guess not, so what happens is when you reset you subconsciously choose a random value from t. This number pretty much decides the outcome of certain events that may or may not take place, altering your complete timeline as a result. My guess is that the fun value you had chosen was higher than a certain number, hence why the fallen did not kill you this time, and on how am I still alive, when I found myself with a regular body after the reset, my first goal was to find you as soon as possible to inform you about my existence, as well as to tell you about this fun value. Issei. So that explains the changes. Chara. That was when Issei's mother had called everyone for dinner, both Chara and Issei headed towards the dinner table. Issei. You coming, Chara? Chara. Yes, Ice. Chara. I miss this feeling, the feeling of being with a family. I miss mom, dad and Asriel. I wonder what are they doing right now. I wonder do they even remember me or have they forgotten me. I wonder what Ray is doing right now. The next day began and Issei has someone at his neck, a woman in fact, this woman also known as Rias Gremory, had entered into his house without permission and had the bright idea to hypnotize his parents. On coming to know of this from an old friend yesterday, Issei didn't expect that she would actually do it, but here she is. Chara could be seen next to Issei's parents guarding them from Rias trying to get closer, knife in her hand, as she won't hesitate to strike her down if she dared hurt her new parents. Issei, on the other hand, was beyond pissed at someone who he hated from not only his past life, but also in the current timeline. Issei wanted to squeeze the life out of her neck, but didn't as he did not want to risk the life of his family. His parents thankfully were passed out, due to Issei successfully managing to remove Ria's possession spell. Issei. You got some nerve, you have some nerve of entering into my house and hypnotizing my parents, Gremory. Rias on the other hand, was struggling from Issei's hand, even her devil strength was unable to do anything to even phase Issei. She tried to punch or kick Issei, but it did not do anything other than piss off the dragon god even more. Rias, struggling. How are you this strong? Issei. You wanna know how strong I am? I train my butt off every single day, unlike you who relies on her power of destruction and thinks that's your golden ticket of winning every single match. Rias struggling. How did you know? Issei. I am not a fool, Gremory, I know who you are. I also know that just because you are the little sister of Lucifer, doesn't mean you get a get out of jail card for your actions. Issei then increases the chokehold on her, causing her to start coughing up. She felt the life in her body hanging by a thread, a little more pressure, and the Gremory air would be no more. But Issei did not do that, this was a warning meant to be taken seriously, if not she would have a fate worse than death. Issei then opened a portal to school. Issei. Now get out and don't show your face to me ever again. Rias. Wait, I just wanted to talk. Issei. You have lost all your chances to talk, Rias Gremory, now leave if you don't listen to my warning this time and even threaten to hurt my family again. Issei's eyes turn red with determination. You'll be dead where you stand. Issei then threw the heiress of Gremory in the portal and closed it immediately. He then proceeded to head towards his downed parents to check for any injuries, thankfully with Chara assuring him that nothing had happened. He had breathed a sigh of relief. Raynare. You do know that they will be involved in a much larger scale in your life, and there is a possible encounter with Lucifer himself, given that you hurt his little sister. Issei. I don't care, I can forgive anyone who hurts me cause I can defend myself very well, but when it comes to hurting my family members and friends, that's crossing the line and she did just that. I do not forgive anyone that hurts my friends and family and will strike down anyone that dares to do so. Both Raynare and Chara understood what he meant. If their family members were threatened like this, even they would have taken the one responsible down. They decided to stay quiet. That was when his parents woke up. Mickey. Ugh, what happened, guys? Raynare. Well, it was Rias Gremory, she had come here. Mickey started to panic, she had forgotten to purchase a cross to protect herself and her husband from her attacks. They hated and feared her now that they know what kind of a person she is. That was when Issei came to them and said. Issei. Mom, nothing is gonna happen, as long as I am with you guys, I will always protect you. Chara. Just like Big Brother Issei said, I will not let anyone hurt my adoptive parents no matter what. Issei's sweat dropped when Chara called her big brother, but was happy that Chara would protect her new family, no matter what happens, and besides, they got to get ready for school. At Haidu residence, Boru. Your mother filled me in on what happened, now we have to be more careful with her coming to our house. Issei. Do not worry about that, I have enhanced the barrier to the point of no one below Satan class to enter into the house, she will not dare to enter unless it is out of my permission, and if she does, she can expect several burn and curse marks. Mickey. Thank you son, for always protecting us from them. Issei. Why are you thanking me mom, protecting you is something I will always do, even if you guys hate me. Boru. Speaking of school, we are planning to admit Chara to your school. Issei. When? Boru. Today itself. Issei. So Chara, you ready to go to school? Chara. Yes Ice, I am ready to learn at a school. Issei. Great then let's head out. Issei then gets ready and proceeds to head toward school, along with Raynare, but that was when he saw a weird door on the wall. Ignore Frisk next to the door. Raynare. Is something wrong Ice? Issei. You go on ahead, I will join you soon. Raynare proceeds to head towards the school, leaving Issei alone. Issei then proceeds to check the door, that was when the two dragons decided to speak. Greg. I must say that you did a good job showing who the real dragon of domination is back there. Issei. Thanks Dreg. Greg. Although I would stay away from that door, I sense something weird coming from that door. Drahiksa. Dreg is right, the energy in that door seems beyond our world, but in the end it is your choice. Issei then opens the door, to his shock he sees a skeleton, but he lacks any facial features, his eye holes are extended far above that of a normal skeleton, he is seen wearing a black jacket and some regular pants. When Issei approached him, he suddenly jolted and two white dots appeared into his eyes. Since wingdings is not allowed in Wadapid, I gotta go with regular speech. Greetings. Issei. Who are you? You must be Issei Haidu, the current soul of determination. Issei suddenly went into defensive, not knowing who this entity is, he had his boosted gear ready if needed to defend himself. I am not here to fight, Mr. Haidu, I just want to talk. Issei. Alright then, what is it? Let me first introduce myself, my name is W.D. Gaster, the former royal scientist of the monsters and the creator of the core. Issei. So why did you show up here, in Japan of all places? Gaster. Well let's just say the void has the weirdest of interactions with this dimension. Issei. So how did you end up like this, Mr. Gaster? Gaster. Well during my experiments on the core and human determination, something went wrong, I ended up tapping into something I should not have, I opened a portal to the void while experimenting on determination, this resulted in me being sucked in just like one gets sucked into a wormhole, I was able to protect two of my assistants from getting sucked into the void, at least I am happy that they are still alive and kicking. After that staying in the void over time drained my sanity as well as my body, but thankfully getting rid of the smartest monster is not an easy task, even for the void. Gaster chuckled at the last part, Issei felt bad for the man, a man that only wanted to work on his dreams, accidentally opened a portal that he should not have done, now he is stuck in a place he never wanted to be, and Bahamut knows for how long he is here. Gaster. And that's not the worst part about it, I honestly doubt that anyone on the surface world or the underground even remembers me as it has been so long since I have been here. Issei. Sorry Mr. Gaster I didn't know. Gaster. Do not apologize Mr. Haidu, it is not your fault, I brought this upon myself. That was when the void suddenly closes on. Gaster. It seems like it is your time to leave, aren't you getting late for your school? Issei. But what about you Mr. Gaster? Gaster. I will be fine, we will meet again Mr. Haidu, I know we will. But that Issei leaves, he wanted to help Gaster get out of this mess, but the dragons assure that even God could not get them out of this mess. They knew that if they stayed there any longer even he would have been corrupted like W.D. Gaster. Issei then meets up Raynare as they both head towards school. Scene break. Well nothing special happened in the next 2 days, aside from the fact that of the orc members were glaring at Issei, who was honestly getting annoyed by the fact about them first stalking him and now glaring at him. Issei knew that Rias was too prideful to even apologize for attacking his parents, aside from that he and Raynare were not only being watched by the orc, the student council president also decided to keep an eye on him, since he not only defeated Rias single-handedly, but also opened a direct portal to school without them sensing it. Tsubaki. So why are we here president? Sona. Well I just wanted to see how strong Haidu is, whether he would become an enemy or an ally to us, Rias screwed up while being desperate to get a peerage member. Given that he could attack us at any time, we need to be careful with him so as to not piss him off. Tsubaki. Then shouldn't you call your sister? Sona. Bad idea, knowing her she will charge at him and only create destruction, that is something we need to avoid at all costs. Issei noticed this and realized that he could prank them, he immediately called Raynare and Chara, he decided to knock them out and transport them to the Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria. Sona. Ugh, how did we get here? Tsubaki. We were knocked out, President, someone wanted to bring us here, they even disabled our teleportation magic, we are stuck here. That was when she noticed a phone, with Issei mimicking the voice of phone guy, he decided to play a game with them. Issei, phone guy. Hello, welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, a place where fantasy and adventure may become real. There are a few animatronics you need to watch out for them, since they come out at night, and good luck, and may God be with you all. Sona and Tsubaki were both having a headache because of the mention of God. They both decided to look at the security feeds to see any animatronics moving, that's when they noticed both Bonnie and Chica missing, they saw them staring at the duo menacingly. Sona. Tsubaki, the doors. Tsubaki. Got it, President. Sona. Why are these animatronics hellbent on dealing with us? Tsubaki. I don't know. They continued like this, fending off animatronics till the lights went off and they heard the sound. Sona. Tsubaki. Tsubaki. Yeah. Sona. We are fucked. Freddy. Jump scare noises. Sona and Tsubaki, both holding each other. Yeah. The trio who were watching the struggling antics of the duo were laughing their asses off after getting themselves jump scared. Issei then decided that it was enough fun and teleported them back to the student council club. At the student council office, PM. Saji. I don't get paid enough for this shit. That was when a portal opened and both the ladies fell from it. Saji easily got out of his daze and helped the duo up. Saji. President. Vice President. What the hell happened, who did this to you? Sona and Tsubaki were knocked out for the rest of the day, at least they won't be bothering Issei for a while now. Thankfully they were being looked after by Saji, poor guy already had a lot on his plate to deal with, and now they suddenly went unconscious because of something messing with him. Back with Issei. Raynare. That was so fun, I haven't had this much entertainment in a while. After the duo said their goodbye to Chara who headed home, since her admission was not done, they decided to continue with their classes, but little did they know that Rias was watching the duo with pure hatred, she knew that she was not strong enough to face any of them in a fight, ever since Issei personally decided to train Raynare a few days ago, in light training, she knew that if she were to mess with them, Issei may not be merciful towards her. She feared what her fate might be given that Issei warned them that she would be dead where she stands if she tried to mess with or hurt his family. Kendo. What do we do now, President? Rias. Stay away from them, Issei warned me not to mess with him or his family. Kendo. So are you gonna do something or just keep quiet? Kiba. I told you to not provoke him or to stay away from him, but you didn't listen, when he is giving you a second chance you should take it and not attack him, but you ignored me, and now he hates you for what you did. It is best to stay away from him. Kaneko. He will not do anything, if he attacks Rias here, he will be an enemy of woman. Kiba. Why don't you fucking understand, Kaneko? Issei will not show any mercy to you or Rias, if you guys threaten his family, he will leave us alone if we leave him alone. Why do you want to bring him into his peerage for fighting against someone he barely even knows? Think, Rias, think, you could have easily built a good relationship with him, but your desperation screwed up any possible hope of an alliance, let alone friendship. Honestly, I am tired of telling you guys to leave him alone, if you want to go and get yourselves killed then go ahead, I am not following your orders, Rias, in case you want to attack him. Kiba left to cool his head, he made a mental note to visit Issei in his house to apologize to his parents for Rias' actions. Rias on the other hand was shocked at Kiba's outburst, same went for Kaneko and Kendo, they decided to call it a day and head towards their classes. Scene break. Days later. Issei can be seen training Raynare given his experience in the previous timeline, Chara can be seen nearby consuming her chocolate since it is her favorite food. While sparring with her he noticed a lot of weaknesses in her fighting style, given that she relies too much on her light spears and nothing else, he also noticed that her physical prowess is very poor, like as low as a low-class devil. So Issei decided to train her in magic and her assassination skills, since she is known for her stealth actions. Issei. Alright Raynare, I have assessed your skills, and I have good news and bad news, which do you want to hear first? Raynare. The bad news. Issei. Well, your physical skill is like extremely bad, so bad that even a human adult can successfully punch you. Raynare. Geez, you don't have to rub it in ice. Raynare pouted, Issei found her expression quite cute. Raynare. Alright, what's the good news? Issei. Well, your magical reserves are off the charts, even untrained you are as good as an high-class devil, given enough training your magic would be equal to that of an cadre class fallen angel. Not to mention even if you are bad at physical strength, you make it up with your stealth tactics like I had a tough time detecting you while our sparring match. Overall, you are similar to that of a glass cannon, you can deal massive amounts of damage, but even a quick blow can defeat you. Raynare. I see, so what would you suggest me Ice? Issei. Well for starters I would suggest you to modulate your light spears into something like say a light sword or a knife, this would allow you to defend your body for a much longer time. Think of light energy as a clay, given its stability you can even create a flash grenade blinding enemies, as well as severely damaging devils. Raynare. Alright then I will start training. Issei. Good then, meanwhile I will be training on my own accord. Issei. So guys what would you suggest me to do? Greg. I discussed with Trihixa about that and, well I would train you in increasing your durability partner, as well as increasing your magical abilities and skills as well. Trihixa. Considering how strong you have become, it is only a matter of when stronger beings show up to face against you, I mean you are strong to keep up with heavenly dragons, but you still have a long way if you may end up fighting either Officer Great Red. Issei. Alright then shall we begin. Issei then began training with the dragons, increasing his durability to that of a Satan class being, even without his balance breaker. He also learned multiple new moves like Extinction Ray, Extinction Sphere, Annihilate and Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames. Scene break. Raynare and Issei were going to shopping that was when they heard a girl scream, Issei immediately recognized who this girl was and rushed towards her, Raynare wondered why her boyfriend just ran towards the noise. Man, I am such a klutz. Issei. Asia is that you? Asia. That voice, Issei is that you? Issei. Yeah it is me, no one else. Asia immediately jumps and embraces her adopted brother, she wanted to meet him after a long time, she knew that after the reset, she had to wait for a while in order to meet him, she remembered everything after the reset, just like a few others, but before she could ask something, she heard a voice that sent chills to her spine. Raynare. Hey Issei what happened, wait aren't you that nun that was excommunicated? Asia started to hyperventilate and panic when she saw her, she remembered who she was Raynare, the one that had killed her, and sent her down the rabbit hole of being a devil against her will. Asia hid behind Issei to protect him, but Issei assured her that she would be safe. Asia, in fear. Lady Raynare, what are you doing here? Raynare. Relax, I am not gonna hurt you, Asia, I never wanted to hurt you. Asia. Issei, who is she to you? Issei. Well she is my girlfriend and my love interest. Raynare blushed when Issei said that while Asia did the mother of spit takes, when and how did such a thing happen, Asia suddenly collapsed due to the pressure. Issei. Asia. Asia. Raynare. We gotta take her to the nearby park and let her rest, she only became unconscious, but how did that happen, I mean why did she fell unconscious when she saw me? They then take her to the park where she lays on Issei's lap while Raynare tends to her, that was when she had woken up, she still found it hard to imagine Raynare and Issei together. Issei. I guess you both deserve an explanation. Asia. I'm all ears then. Issei then explains to Asia about the events that had happened until now, him being awake in his old house, meeting Raynare in Yuma form, dating her enrolling in Kuo Academy, Rias hypnotizing his parents, and finally him pranking the hell out of Sona and Tsubaki. Asia felt like she had missed a lot of stuff as a result, she felt a little out of place on what just happened, Raynare being a different person, Rias being a jerk, well that was not different, her train of thought was snapped when 3 fallen angels had shown up to take Asia with them. Raynare. Mitlet, Kalwarner, Donaseek, what do you want now? Mitlet. You should have joined us Raynare, we would have been the strongest, but here you are being with a nun, and a weakling Issei grew a tick mark at the Gothic wannabe. Hand over the nun now. Raynare. Never and I will never join Kokabiel ever again, I am loyal to Issei and Azazel not him. Donaseek. Your choice Raynare, looks like you will be perish with them then. Just as Donaseek was readying his light spears, a voice comes across her. Chara. Hey big brother what did I miss? Issei. Oh hey Chara what you doing? Chara. You guys didn't came so mom sent me here to bring you guys home. Donaseek then attacks Chara with her light spear. Issei. Chara watch out. Chara's eyes suddenly turn red and she slashes the spear in half with her knife. Chara. It was a good idea to carry one of these bad boys around, so mind telling me why you attacked me fallen. Kalwarner. None of your business human. Mitlet then charges at her, Issei then decides to take the other 2 fallen angels before they can hurt Asia. Issei. Chara deal with Mitlet, Raynare protect Asia from them, I will take care of Kalwarner and Donaseek. Chara Raynare. Got it big brother honey. Asia got a little jealous when Raynare called him honey, but decided to keep him in. Asia then tries to focus on the battle. Chara is easily dodging all of Mitlet's attacks with 0 to little effort, after all she fought against much stronger and experienced opponents before. Mitlet. Stop dodging, you human. Chara. What? can't keep up with the speed. Midlet was seeing red. This human who seemed weaker than her was easily evading all her attacks. Chara got bored after a while and decided to end this. Chara. I wonder how an wingless angel looks like equals Ray cover Asia's eyes. Raynare covers Asia's eyes. Chara takes out his knife and cuts both of Midlet's wings. Midlet screams in pain as she now becomes the very thing she once despised. She looks in Chara in fear and hatred. Chara. Alright, time to end this. Meanwhile, in the next life, do not look down on humanity or else you will die a much worse death equals. But that Chara slashes Midlet's stomach. Midlet then explodes in a flurry of feathers. Chara. Alright, now that's done, let's see how Issei is doing. But Issei, minutes earlier. Issei. Alright, I am giving you two only one chance to leave. If you don't, then you will die a miserable death. Raynare. Bold words for a mere human. Issei. Alright, then your funeral. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei transforms into his red armor, scaring Raynare and Donaseek, surprising Raynare and delighting Asia. They knew one thing, the two fallen angels are screwed. Raynare. We need to get out of here, Donaseek. Donaseek. You may be right. Issei. Oh, I don't think I will let you escape. Issei then quickly lunges at Donaseek and uses Antillate, killing him instantly. Raynare out of fear tries to escape, but then Issei uses his dragon claws to swipe at her, leaving her immobile. Raynare. Please have mercy. Issei. I gave you a chance, now perish. Issei unleashes a dragon shot, killing her instantly. Issei. Well, looks like even she has finished her fight. Issei could see Chara approaching the group unscathed. Raynare decided to ask the question. Raynare. Are you the Red Dragon Emperor? Issei. Yes, Ray, I am. Raynare had stars in her eyes. She never knew her boyfriend was the host of the Welsh Dragon. She was on cloud 9. But even then she would still love Issei for being Issei and not being the Red Dragon Emperor. Raynare. Wow, I never knew I had such a strong boyfriend. That would explain how you had an idea about the Great War, but still you will always be my Issei. Issei blushed when Raynare said that. He then noticed a Chikingla Chara as well as a pouting Asia. Issei. Do not worry, I have not forgotten about you, Asia, and besides, my parents still miss you. They would love to meet you. Asia. I miss them too. I would love to meet them. It's been a while. At Haidu residence, PM. Mickey. Issei. Raynare, where were you two? Issei. Hey mom, look who we found. Asia. Hello mother, it has been a while. Mickey. Goru, come here. Goru. What happened, Mickey? Asia. Asia. Yeah, it is me, mom and dad. The Haidu couple immediately embraced her, their adopted daughter after a very long time. They missed her just like Asia missed the Haidu couple. Issei, Raynare, and Chara decided to leave the loving couple to catch up while the trio headed to their rooms to sleep. Scene break. Days later. The Haidu couple were enrolling both Asia and Chara in the Kuo Academy, which had successfully happened. Asia this time did not have any problem with Japanese, given that she remembered her past life very well. Meanwhile, with Issei and Raynare, they both were heading towards school. That's when they were stopped by both Sona and Tsubaki. Issei guarded Raynare, but Sona assured him that they only wanted to talk. Issei agreed to go with them only on the condition that they won't harm him and his family, to which Sona agreed. Sona. So Issei, do you play chess? Issei. Yes, I do. Why? Sona. Fancy a game with me, Issei. Issei. Alright then. Issei and Sona then head towards the Stuco office where all the members of the student council were present. Sona. Which do you choose, black or white? Issei. Black. Sona. Very well then. Sona and Issei start regularly, with their pawns at the front. Normally Issei would have struggled, but thanks to his dragonic brain, he was able to anticipate her moves and predict a possible outcome. Sona then moved her bishop, to which Issei countered with his knight, which threatened her bishop. Sona. So may I know why you attacked Rias like that? Issei. Well, she tried to use my parents as hostage to make me do her bidding, but she clearly failed. Sona then tried to move her pawn to protect her bishop, but that was what Issei predicted. He moved his bishop in a position threatening her queen, preventing her escape. Sona in response moved her pawn, but it was too late. She lost her queen in return for Issei's bishop, as well as losing the opportunity to castle. Sona. So are you a threat to us or? Issei. I am only a threat to the ones that attack or threaten my friends or family. Rias did that so she knows that I only give one chance, after that there will be no mercy. Saji, who knew Issei well, knew that Issei that had joined the school is long dead. Sona had made sure that he did not interrupt or provoke Issei for no reason. After a few more moves, Issei had lost only his bishops and a few pawns, but Sona had lost her queen, both her rooks and knights and one bishop. Sona. Well, Issei, I just wanted to find out whether you are the enemy of the devil faction or know nothing more, and I would like to apologize for Ria's actions. Issei. It is all good, and you don't need to apologize for her actions. Oh, and by the way, checkmate. Sona then noticed the chessboard and saw her king was surrounded by Issei's queen in one lane, while the rook had covered the other two lanes, thus checkmating her. Sona knew what this meant, even her peerage knew what she meant. Issei. It was a good game, Sona, we can play again later if you would like to. Sona. Alright. Issei then left the student council room. Saji, the pawn of Sona's peerage, asked his king. Saji. Please tell me this is not true. Sona. I am afraid it is. Saji. Tsubaki, contact my parents, we have found a suitor for me, someone who is smarter than me. Tsubaki. Yes, President. Guo Academy halls, Issei was just walking through the halls thinking of the events that just passed through, the reset, the changes in this timeline, the chess match. That was when Drake decided to talk to him about the chess game. Drake. About the chess game, you do. Issei. I did not cheat, bro. Drake. I know you did not. Well, I was gonna talk about the aftermath of the game. Issei. Yeah, I won, so what? Drake. You know, Issei. Issei. Yeah, and oh shit. Drake. Well, you are officially Sona Citri's fiancé. Issei. Drake. Well, it was nice knowing you. Issei. Well, there goes my relationship with Raynare. Drake. Hey, I'ma head out. Issei. Oi, you traitor. Issei decided to tell her about what had happened when he was called to Sona's office to Raynare as soon as possible. He immediately headed towards his class. Thankfully he had come early because of an intuition, so he was not late for class. Teacher. Today 2 new students will be joining this class today. Chara. Greetings, I am Chara Haidu, sister of Issei Haidu, please take care of me. Asia. I am Asia Argento, I am from Italy, please take care of me. Issei. So they finally came, huh, Raynare? Raynare. I was waiting for Chara to come to school. Murayama. Chara, why are you related to Haidu? Chara. I am his sister, silly, adopted sister in fact. Issei. Anything else, Murayama? Issei was glaring at the brown pigtailed girl. He hated the fact that people look upon someone's past mistake and ignore the fact that he is changing for good. Murayama on the other hand was shivering, like she pissed someone off she should not have. Her instincts were telling her to stay quiet and she would be a fool if she did not obey them. Hadis. Mura, what happened to you? Haidu, what did you do? Issei. I was just sitting here doing nothing, I really don't understand your problem, Caddis. Why don't you just mind your business and take care of your friend who is clearly scared? Caddis understood what Issei meant, she agreed to take care of her friend, she knew that Issei has changed for good, so there was no reason to provoke him, she went to console him. Raynare. Issei, what did you do? Raynare was smiling menacingly. Issei suddenly realized he was gonna have a bad time if he did not answer correctly. Issei. Nothing I swear, I just looked at her and she started trembling, I have no idea. As much as Issei hated his former self, he was scared of Raynare, scared as in like he once was when he was in love with Rias. She meant the world to him and he would do anything to protect her and keep her happy, even fight a god if he had to. Raynare, smirking. Alright, I have my eyes on you, my emperor. Issei. Yes, ma'am. Teacher. Alright guys, simmer down, we have a class to complete. Asia, Chara sit in front of Issei and Raynare. Issei. Guys, what happened? Why was Murayama shivering? Trihiksa. That would be because of me, your glare is that of equivalent to that of a god, so anyone of low class rank or lower than that like a human would get scared of you. Issei. I see. At Kuo Academy, PM. Issei can be seen in the cantina eating his food, since his class had ended early. That's when one of the student council members by the name of Momo Hanakai had shown up. She was asked by Sona to call him to the student council office. Issei. Mrs. Hanakai, what can I do for you? Momo. Well, President has called you in her office to talk about something important, it is something personal. Issei. I knew this was gonna happen sometime, well lead the way Mrs. Hanakai. Momo. Cut with the formalities, you may call me Momo. Issei. Alright then you can call me Issei. Momo. Very well then Issei. But that the duo head towards the student council room where Sona Citri is fixing her appearance. As much as she wanted to deny it, she admired the change in Issei, given that he is trying to be a better person. Sona. Ah, Issei, you made it. Issei. What is it that you want, Miss Shitori? Sona. You may call me Sona, Issei. Saji was being jealous since only a select few can call her Issei. On sensing this smirked and told Saji. Issei. I can sense jealousy from you, Saji. Saji. Oh and. Issei. I am not mad, well what if I told you that there are 2 girls that have a crush on you in this school itself? The girls in question started blushing on the accusation. Momo and Ria had a crush on Saji ever since he joined the student council. They wanted Issei to keep quiet, but then they would expose themselves. Saji, blushing. What do you mean Issei? Issei. I am not lying bro. Saji. Can you tell me who they are bro? Saji wanted to know who those girls are, the girls in question begged Issei not to expose them. Issei. I won't tell you cause that's for you to find out. Saji sulked at this. Issei. But I will give you a hint, they are second-year students just like us. Saji. Alright then Issei, I will find them, I will love them, and no one will ever say I am single again. Issei chuckled at Saji's declaration, the girls in question were blushing profusely, while Sona was getting embarrassed and annoyed at the situation. Sona. Saji that's enough. Issei we are getting sidetracked, please can you guys focus? Both. Alright then. Sona. So I called you here because of the chess match. Issei. If you are saying I cheated then I did not, why does everyone keep thinking that? Sona. No I know you played fair, I want to say is that since you defeated me, we are now engaged. Issei. Okay wait, what? Sona. Let me explain, I think you are familiar with the declining pure-blooded devils due to the Great War, resulted in a lot of houses getting lost or even extinct, this resulted in a lot of our parents causing arranged marriages between two heirs to prevent pure bloods from going extinct. Issei nodded in confirmation, he was a lot familiar with arranged marriages, given that he saved Rias from Riser in another timeline, he would do it again not because he loves her, he is never gonna love a cheater like her, he just simply hated arranged marriages, since it takes away a person's freedom, and dragons cherish freedom more than anything else. Sona. Alrighty then, so you know that in my case, I made a statement that the only one I would marry would be the one who would be smarter than me, and that would be determined by a match of chess. Issei. So you are telling me that by winning the game. Sona, flustered. You won a fiancé. Issei. Wow, but I gotta refuse. Sona. Why? Issei. Simple, I do not want a forced relationship, I do not want to marry you if you do not want to, I am a dragon, and we dragons cherish freedom more than anything else. I simply don't want to take away the right to choose, I want to love someone equally and unconditionally, and I expect the same thing my mate to also do. But if one person does not love another then what is the point of a marriage? Well I will convince your parents to nullify this arrangement. Because I simply don't want you to force you to do something you don't like. The dragons inside Issei were proud of him making such a statement, they knew that Issei has now become a true dragon. While the others in the stucco were shocked and stupefied, they weren't expecting Issei to say this, they all were happy that Issei did not want to force Sona into something she did not like. Sona on the other hand felt like her heart is gonna explode, she never thought she would fall for a former pervert, especially not like this, I mean sure she admired his determination and tenacity to change, even when the world was not letting her change. But today his words not only showed no deceit, but also showed true emotion. Sona. Alright, I will give it a shot, in our date, let's see how well it goes, if it does not we can cancel the engagement sounds good. Issei. Alright I do not mind so when can we go? Issei then mentally speaks to his dragons. Issei. Hey guys, I do not like where this is going. Trihixa. Just give it a shot like the devil said, it is not that bad. Greg. Trihixa is right, partner, looks like your dream of being a harem king has been revived, just with a twist. Issei. Honestly, let's see how it goes. Issei snaps out of his thoughts and leaves the mindscape, Sona calls him out. Sona. Hello Earth to Issei. Issei. Oh yeah, I also wanted to tell you that I already have a Sona. Girlfriend, I know that I do not mind sharing, the supernatural approves of harems, so is Saturday sound good? Issei. I am fine with it as long as she is okay with it. Greg. That's my boy. Issei. Shut up. You overgrown lizard. Greg was chuckling and roaring in laughter while Issei sighed. Sona. Now you gotta go, after all it is your class tonight. Issei. Yeah, see you Sona. Sona smiled and saying him goodbye, Saji was happy that his master might have found true love, now he had to find his true lover or in his case lovers. Scene break. Guo Academy, Am. Issei was walking across the hallway with Raynare, that was when Rias had passed by, Issei tried to ignore her, but she stopped him. Rias. I must congratulate you for your victory against Sona Shitori, Issei. Issei. Didn't I tell you to call me Haidu, Gremory? Rias. Oop sorry, Mr. Haidu, but you need to worry about someone else coming after you now that you are her fiancé. Issei knew who she was talking about, Serafall Leviathan, in his past timeline, they had become really good friends. They were also rivals, given that they had very popular shows Miracle Leviathan and Op-I Dragon Show respectively. Issei is only one of the few that called her by the nickname Sera-chan. Issei. You need not worry Gremory I can take care of myself very well, besides I am surprised that you took your time to even warn me considering our first meeting. Rias, who was smirking now, had a shocked face, but then it changed into an angry face. Of course she would never forget the one who had destroyed her and her pride with ease a few days ago. Rias. If you wanna know who she is, then she is Serafall Leviathan, the older sister of Sona Citri. Now I will take my leave, cause I don't wanna ruin my day talking to you. Issei. Alright, see ya, cow. Rias got a tick mark when she heard that, but then remembered who she and where she is, so she kept it in and left. Raynare. What just happened? Issei suddenly went pale when he heard her voice. He knew that he was screwed. Even the dragons were laughing at Issei's pity. Raynare. Issei. Issei. Yes, Raynare, I gotta tell you something. Raynare. Are we breaking up? Raynare started crying about the fact that they are breaking up. Issei hugged her and calmed her down. After a while Issei spoke up. Issei. No, I will never leave you, no matter what, it is just that I somehow got engaged. Raynare. How? Issei then explains everything from him getting invited to the Stuco office, him playing chess and winning, the condition she got for her to be engaged with someone, that being if there is someone smarter than her, she must be engaged to him. Since he won, he got engaged to her and now is gonna be watched by Serafall. Raynare. I see. Issei. I am surprised you are taking this better than anyone else. Raynare. Well, I know you very well, Issei. It has been a month since we officially became a couple. I know your personality very well as know that you are the Red Dragon Emperor, so it was only a matter of when you would start to attract other females. I knew that getting in harem was inevitable for you at least, so I accepted the fact you will have other girls heading towards you, Issei. I do not mind sharing you, but I must be first, got it? Issei. Yes, ma'am. Raynare. Now good, let's head to class. Scene break. Abandoned warehouse, PM. Rias. Alright, the Duke of Agares has informed of a stray devil here, we are sent to eliminate it. Are you all ready for the elimination? All. Yes, President. They all go inside to only see Issei and Raynare present. Issei, who was clapping, approached them and said. Issei. Wow, it took you guys long enough to come here. Rias. The stray, where it is, what did you two do? Rias was fuming as she saw the man she hated with all her being, Kendo and Kaneko, were having similar reactions, while Kiba had a bit of a hidden smile, knowing Issei must have already dealt with the stray before they could show up. Issei could then see the hate in the eyes and had a bit of a smirk. Issei. Well, I already dealt with the stray, you guys can call it a day and head back home or do whatever you were doing back there. Rias. I am only gonna ask you again, Haidu, why are you here? Rias flared her aura to show that she is in charge, Kendo and Kaneko did the same. Kiba had a calm expression. Issei in response flared his aura, causing the three to nearly faint due to the power domination. Kiba, being the smartest one, responded. Kiba. Hey guys, let's just hear him out before going on the offense. President, you two please calm down, all you. Issei sighed and calmed down. Kiba is the bridge between him and the orc, and Issei knew that he could not hold it in any longer, given the constant stupidity and pride of Rias' Gremory. Rias calmed down, then Issei spoke. Issei. Well, I already killed the stray before you guys came, so you can go home and let us do the cleanup part, alright? Rias saw no reason to argue, given that Issei did their job. She felt ashamed on not dealing with the stray earlier, so she decided to leave along with her peerage. Rias. Let's go, my adorable servants, you have earned your rest. But that the peerage leaves, leaving Issei and Raynare alone. Raynare. So are you gonna tell them about what you actually did? Issei. No, not really. Flashback. Issei. This must be the place where the stray is attacking people, that's where the rumors state. Raynare. I do not know, eyes, they are rumors after all. Issei. The devils wanted to keep them as rumors to prevent the masses from knowing about their existence. Raynare. Alright then. Issei then senses the stray devil. Issei. You may come out now, stray. The girl can be seen in the background. When Issei gets ready, she shows her true self, the devil known as Visor, then suddenly shows its true self. She had the legs of an centaur, as well as the upper body of a very beautiful lady. Issei was tranced for a while before snapping to his senses. He easily dodged her acid spit while warning Raynare to keep her distance. Issei. Keep your distance, we need to immobilize her, not kill her, use your light grenades to do so. Raynare. Got it. Raynare compresses light in her palms and throws it on the ground. This burns the skin of the stray devil, as well as dazing her for a while. Issei then charges at her, punching her with a force, knocking her back for a while. Visor then responds with a kickback using her centaur hooves, pushing back Issei a few meters. Raynare. Are you okay, Han? Issei. Yeah, I can fight, I am only trying to contain her, not hurt her, I need to be careful. Raynare. May I know why are you containing her? Issei. Cause something felt amiss, seeing her, it seems like she wants to die, I just want to know the reason for her reason to die. Visor meanwhile recovered and she charged at the duo. Visor. D. Issei. Sorry, but I don't plan on dying. Issei then decides to take it to the next level using only percent of his power. He decides to roll her degrees and fling her towards the wall. Raynare then threw 2 light spears on the ground, preventing her escape. Raynare. Stop. Unless you want to get injured. Issei. Raynare, use your light energy to create a web, try to entrap him. Raynare. A web. Got it. She then created a web using her light modulation and managed to throw it on Visor, entrapping her. Issei. Now are you gonna talk? Visor. Just kill me already. Issei. If I wanted to do that then you would have been dead by now, so tell me the real reason why you hurt those people. Visor. Well, look at me, I am a monster. I thought by hurting others I would get the attention of devils, but instead you two showed up. Please end my life already. Issei. How did you become a monster? Visor. That's what happens when you stray from your master, you turn into this hideous monster I am now. Issei. Why did you stray? Visor. Well, my master was an abusive jerk who took advantage of females in his peerage. No one saw and noticed our suffering. As a result, most of the girls in my former peerage broke mentally. He even used to assault us for his own benefit. Initially I was a holy maiden before becoming a devil. I was then excommunicated for an unknown reason, after which they discarded me. Issei knew that someone that did this sounded familiar. He knew that this man had existed somewhere in the previous timeline, but he was unable to remember who. Raynare. What a sick bastard, makes Kokabiel look like a saint. Issei. May I know his name? Visor. His name is Diodara Astareth. Issei flinched on hearing his name in the past timeline. He was the one to kidnap Asia Argento and nearly got her killed just because he wanted to satisfy his nun fetish. When he failed to do so, he tried to kill her. Issei. Diodara, huh? Issei was very angry, furious even, but he could not let his anger reveal to anyone around that he knows everything about him. Issei. So that's why you want to die? Visor. So please end my life. Issei. No, I don't think I will, cause I found an alternative on how to fix the issue. Visor. What do you mean, do you know how to rid of this curse? Issei. Yes. I will be removing your evil pieces, although this may be painful, you should be able to turn back into a human, and Raynare here can heal your wounds. Alright, you ready? Raynare. Issei, are you sure this will work? Issei. Yes, I know it would work, I have done this before, it will work. Raynare. But what if she dies? Visor. I would have died either way. Issei, you may perform the extraction procedure. Issei. Alright then, brace yourself, Visor. Issei then performs the extraction spell, which is basically him using Annihilate, but on a very small and miniature version of the ability he would use on a fence. After locating the location of the piece inside of her stomach area, he performs the spell without doing internal damage. Visor screams as her very soul is getting hurt, given that evil pieces are capable of binding your soul, thus having small control of their body. After about minutes of intense pain, he is able to successfully disintegrate the piece, leaving no trace of it inside the body. Visor's centaur leg suddenly breaks off, and normal human legs are formed. Issei then teleports some clothes from a shop without anyone noticing and uses magic to apply on her. Visor then wakes up and sees she is a human. Visor immediately starts crying and starts hugging Issei for giving her a second chance at life. Issei keeps his hands away from Visor. It was not helping that Raynare was glaring at Issei the whole time. Someone said it right when they said, jealousy is woman's kryptonite. Issei. Visor. Visor, crying. Thank you so much, I am indebted to you forever, Issei. Issei. Not a problem, Visor, but for now go and find a job and a proper place to hide so that the devils don't find you. At least hide till I resolve the matter with Diodara. Visor. Alright, then Issei. Issei. You need to leave fast, I sense some devils coming here. Visor then leaves hurriedly, and as Issei predicted, a few moments later Rias and her peerage appear. Flashback ends. Raynare. Wow, you certainly are a miracle worker. Issei. Hey, thanks. Raynare then suddenly feels sad. Issei, on noticing this, realizes it is because of the hug that had happened a few moments earlier, so he hugs her to make her happy. Issei. Feeling better? Raynare. Yeah. Issei. Alright, let's head home then. Raynare nods and Issei opens a portal to head home. Scene break. The next day, a random mall, PM. Issei was waiting for another date to take place. Given that he had to go through another date, Issei this time was wearing very specific clothes. He wore a hoodie along with a striped shirt and a modern fashion jeans. He was waiting for his date to appear. Sona Shitori, also known as Sona Citri, was gonna show up. And lo and behold, his date had shown up. She had worn decent clothes befitting for a date. Sona. I hope I did not keep you waiting, Issei. Issei. Not at all, Sona, let's go then. But that the date begins, thankfully since his dragons have taught him how to create money out of thin air, he was rich enough to go to a really good restaurant, but he was not alone, no it was not the customers in the restaurant, 3 specific people were spying on him, on one side of the bushes there was Saji and the Stuco. Vice President Tsubaki while on the other side the mouse Serafall Leviathan was there. Serafall then sensed the other 2 and joined her. Tsubaki. Serafall-sama, what are you doing here? Serafall. I am just checking on who managed to nab Sotan's interest. Saji. Vice President, is she the famous Serafall Leviathan, President's older sister and the Satan Leviathan? Tsubaki. Yes and better stay quiet unless you want to get frozen to death. Saji gulped at that, he definitely does not want to die, not until he gets laid Atlas, not until he finds those 2 Issei talked about that loved him. Serafall. Keep quiet you 2, keep watching. Both Tsubaki and Saji nodded, Issei noticed them and kept quiet, he remembered to have a talk with Serafall regarding the servant abuse, he also wanted to talk about his situation with Rias, and if possible get an audience with Serzages, but he kept that as a second priority for now he needed to enjoy his date and keep Sona happy, he decided to stay in Serafall's graces, since he really didn't want to hurt her, let alone fight her. Not that he can't defeat her given his current power level, he didn't want to become the enemy of devils as he saw no reason in becoming an enemy, he never hated the devils, just the orc, and that too not all of them. So he decided that if he keeps Serafall and Sona happy, it would be a win-win situation, given that not only will Serafall stay content, but also he will be able to fulfill his love towards her. Sona. What were you thinking Issei? Issei. Oh nothing much enjoy your food Sona. Sona chuckled at Issei's antics, Serafall felt his awe as aside from her and her family, no one has been able to keep Sona this happy ever since, her parents were forced by the elders to do an arranged marriage to her, Sona thankfully was able to evade it by putting the smarter than her condition, but seeing her happy felt like that she was with the one she wanted to spend her whole life with. Even still being the Siskin she still decided that he is not good enough and waited for some more time. Tsubaki and Saji were happy, both were saying that she has found her keeper. The duo then proceeded to head towards an arcade, Issei noticed that Sona wanted a magical girl plush, Sona then saw Issei looking at her and shrugged it off. Issei. Do you want that Sona? Sona, blushing. No I do not want it Ice. Issei could sense she wanted it, sighing he proceeded to head towards the claw machine and managed to nab the plush with relative ease, shocking Sona. Issei. Here you go. Sona. Thank you Ice. Issei, with a genuine smile. You're welcome, my princess. Sona flustered at her given nickname, she knew that this might be the new way of life she may live with her dragon, and she likes it. Meanwhile in the bushes. Serafall. I knew it, I fucking knew it, Sotan likes magical girls. Both Saji and Tsubaki kept their mouth on the Satan. Tsubaki. Do you want us to get caught, Serafall-sama? Serafall. Shit sorry you too. Meanwhile with Issei. Issei. Geez they aren't even trying to be hidden. Sona. What was that? That sounded like One-sama. Serafall, while hiding. Shit. Issei, pretended to not know who Serafall is. Who? Sona. My older sister Serafall, the current Mao of the underworld. Issei. Seems like she is strong. Sona. Oh yeah, she is but she is mentally a child, but nevertheless I respect and love her, she is my older sister after all. Issei. Alrighty then. They then head towards a movie theater, thankfully the movie Avengers. Age of Ultron is still on, AN. Pretend like it's they both had decided to watch, Issei had watched this movie in the previous timeline with Asia before so he knew the plot beforehand. It was a good movie and both of them enjoyed it, after all Marvel movies never get old. Outside the theater, PM. Sona. I had a great time Ice, the date we had was really amazing, thank you for such a wonderful time. Issei. It was good, even I kinda enjoyed it. That was when Sona ate him and not just a regular on the cheek, a French in fact Issei was shocked himself as Sona pretty much ate him in front of the 3 stalkers, all of them had their jaws dropped at the scene. Issei was taken aback by that, he was not expecting she of all people to him, like this on their first date. Issei responds with a slight blush. Issei. Sona. Sona kept her eyes down, she then looked up towards Issei, and even he could see that Sona had a blush, yet she had a genuine and kind smile on her face, she seemed happy to the man she loved with all her heart. Sona. That was my first, Ice, you have earned it. Issei. Oh right wait what that was your first, are you sure you want to have it with someone like me? Sona. Yes Issei, I enjoyed the date, for real this time, honestly I never thought that a pervert, nay a former pervert would do such things, I don't mind giving our relationship a shot. Issei. Sure, it is kinda getting late, let's go home. Sona, alright then see ya Ice. Sona then uses a portal to head home, that's when Issei then points at the bush and says. Issei. You may come out now you three, I know you were there the whole time. No response. Issei. Geez Aji, Tsubaki and Serafall, I know that you are still there. All three of them came out, they were exhausted, given that they were following Sona since the morning. Issei saw them and had an amused smirk on his face. Saji. Laugh it off Issei. Issei. Nah fam, I had enough fun for the day. Serafall. So you are the one my Sotan is dating, how and since when did you know that we were hiding? Issei. Sotan, oh you mean Sona right? Serafall nodded, yes I am that guy, and as for your second question, one your auras were not well hidden, and secondly from morning I know you guys were there. Serafall. He seems powerful enough, Sona seemed happy with you, even more so than she was with me, honestly, I never saw her happy with anyone else, she seemed more happy with you than with any of her own family members or her peerage. But why did you not tell her that we were present, hiding in the bushes? Issei. There are 2 reasons for that. It would ruin the date, for some reason I had this intuition that your entrance would spoil the surprise planned for her. This would ruin her day and possibly make her unhappy, which is something I wanted to avoid at all costs. Issei answered confidently. Serafall was impressed by his fearless and confident attitude, while Saji and Tsubaki were shocked that Issei had such deep thinking about the situation. Nevertheless the duo were happy by how the situation was turning out. Serafall. You seemed like a good kid, you earned my respect, but know this, if you hurt Sona, raising her aura, you will have a fate worse than death. Serafall tried to hold his hands to show dominance. Issei then knew he needed to show who is the boss in the situation. Saji and Tsubaki were sweating due to the aura of the Satan, but were even dumbfounded when Issei showed no emotion or even any signs of fear toward Serafall. In response Issei raised his own aura, but kept it long enough for only Serafall to experience. Serafall was shocked to see not only someone matching her aura, but also crushing it. He then easily broke through her grip without any effort, confusing her. Issei. Fret not Ms. Leviathan, I will not let anyone hurt or even keep her unhappy, just like I said before, your sister is in good hands. Serafall. You seem like a strong man, who can take responsibility as well as defend the people he cares for. I like that in a man, hence I approve of your relation. I don't think you should have any problems with our parents as well. But there will be people who will try to take her away from you, especially the elders. Man, I hate those old-fashioned freaks, thinking that they are entitled to the whole world. Issei. Oh, they will try. If they hurt or try to take Sona, they will face the wrath of the dragon. They will have a bad time. All three nodded at the seriousness of his words. They knew that he was a dragon from Sona, informing them about it during her talk with her parents. That was when their stomachs grumbled. The ladies were blushing intensely because of that, while Saji wanted to eat something, since the poor guy was hungry. Issei sweat dropped at the scene and knew that he had to give some reward for their dedication towards their master sister. Issei. Alright, since y'all are hungry from stalking me, I will give you guys something to eat, my treat. Saji was all game for it, while the girls were embarrassed due to their stomachs growling, but nevertheless accepted the offer. Issei then took them to a restaurant that serves them ramen. Issei. Pops 4 plates of Ichiraku special please. Ramen guy. Ah Issei, looks like you've got quite the party eh? Issei. Yeah, hey guys, ramen served here is pretty tasty, come and give it a shot. Saji. I never had from here before because of taking care of my siblings and handling student council duties. Serafall. Being a Satan only gave me star hotel food, I never got to try the local food. Issei. Then try it, trust me you will enjoy it. They then wait for their food to come and eat it, let's just say it was pretty good and all 4 of them enjoy it, then head back home. A date night, PM. After having their food, everyone says their goodbyes and decides to head home, but little do they know that a mysterious entity is watching them from afar. So this is the man, you rejected me for Sona. Suddenly a grin on his face appeared. So if I kill this man, you will become mine, and there is nothing your stupid sister will be able to do. Well Issei, spend your last moments with her, cause she is gonna be mine pretty soon. That man then teleports out of there and head towards the underworld. Scene break. 2 days later. Issei and the others were heading towards school when they got to know a very important announcement. Their new homeroom class teacher, everyone got to wonder who that is. Raynare. The old teacher was good, why did they decide to replace him? Issei. I honestly do not know what goes on in the school. I mean, this is a school where students can get enrolled in the blink of an eye, so it is not surprising that a new teacher has joined us after all. Chara. Yeah, I get the feeling that this one is strong. Asia. Raynare, she might be a good one, so just give her a chance. Raynare was quiet, she knew that the of them were right, maybe the new teacher would be as good if not better than the rest of the teachers. She needed to stay positive. They then head towards their class, little do they know that they are gonna receive the biggest shock of their lives, and the teacher was none other than the Satan Serafall Leviathan. Serafall. Hey everyone, I am your new homeroom teacher Sarah Levi, but you may call me Professor Levi. Issei and Asia were beyond shocked, the last thing they expected was a Satan to be the new homeroom teacher, not to mention they were well aware as the reason on why she is here for Sona. Issei thought just when his life could not get any more amazing and interesting, she'd back him his new homeroom teacher. Issei felt really pitiful on what would have happened to Serzich's, given that he hated paperwork in his previous timeline. Earlier he had told Asia as well as his parents about his relationship toward Sona, and they surprisingly took it well considering in the previous timeline, his parents were never against his dream of harem king, and Asia was unsurprised that she knew about his nature and tendency to attract women. She knew that in the past life, he did gain true affection from 3 women. Kuroka, Rias as well as herself. All 3 of them knew that he would anything to keep the women in his life as happy as possible. All the boys cheered for such a beautiful professor showing up to her school, they now have a professor who they will be attending every class off. The girls on the other hand were sighing at the antics of the boys, as they always wanted a female homeroom teacher to go after. Serafall on the other hand enjoyed the class's liveliness. Issei. Miss Sarah, what will you be teaching us? Serafall. Issei, I will be teaching you history. Everyone was shocked that the new professor had just called Issei by his first name. Issei on the other hand had his head down to avoid any unnecessary attention. The girls had chuckled at Issei's plight. Chara. Well, here we go again. Random student. Haidu, why did she call you by your first name? Serafall. I may answer that, it is because we are good friends, right Issei? Issei responds with a sigh. Issei. Yes, wait for it. There was an uproar on as to why Issei is getting the attention of so many girls, they also wanted to know his secret of getting girls as according to them he is getting them without even trying to earn their affection. Student, Haidu how dare you get another girl? Student, please tell us your secret. Motohama. Please tell us your secret, I will give you a yen. Student, I will give you yen. Issei had kept his head down the whole time, this is something no matter how hard he tries to avoid will always hunt him down, unwanted attention, even in different timelines, he will always try to attract attention, even if he does not want to. The girls on the other hand, were trying to calm the other boys down. Issei made a mental note to talk to Serafall and Sona later. Scene break. Student council room, Issei. Sona you know that your sister is my. Sona. Homeroom teacher, I know, just when I thought my life was gonna get great, she of all people shows up to spice up my life. Well I just gotta adjust to the change. Issei. I feel like this is all my fault. Sona. Don't you fucking dare, Issei, you are not responsible for this, my older sister just acts like a child when in front of us, she will only act like a true Satan when necessary, I gotta tell her that she needs to act like a teacher when everyone else is around. Serafall. Tell me what? Serafall comes out of nowhere, startling the duo. Sona. Big sister where did you come from? Serafall. Just appeared. Sona. I need to talk to you about how you need to behave in front of a classroom, since you are a homeroom teacher, you have to address the students by their surname and not their actual name, and you need to be a bit more professional, just like you would do if this was a meeting with the elders. Serafall. But why? Sona. This is school and you need to act like a teacher, since that's what you came here for. Serafall. If so Tan is saying then I do not mind. Sona. Thank Lucifer she listened. Serafall. But can I please call their students by the first name? Sona. No. Serafall. Puppy dog eyes please. Sona. Must resist damn it I can't, fine you may but nothing more. Serafall. Thank you so Tan. Issei. Serah-chan, can I talk to you about something? Serafall. What is it Ice? Issei. It is kinda important. Serafall realizes it is important and goes into serious mode. Serafall. Alright then speak. Issei. I wanted to talk about something related to stray devils, it is just one master is taking advantage of his devil servants and uli assaulting them, the one I had encountered a few weeks ago had the same issue and this resulted in her escaping from him as she did not want to get assaulted. Serafall and Sona were shocked and disgusted at what is going on behind their backs, they and the other Satans would never let any of these heinous actions unchecked, they wanted to themselves punish the one responsible for such things, no one low class or otherwise should deserve such treatment. Issei. Although I won't reveal the name of the stray, I can tell you who the master is, and before you ask why I did not reveal the stray's name, I will tell you later but not now. Serafall. May I know who that man is? Serafall was oozing out with dangerous aura, she will not let such heinous actions go unchecked, she will make sure that man is brought to justice. Sona thankfully was much calmer than her sister, even though she was angry, she kept her anger in check, she even told her older sister to calm down. Issei. It is Diodara Astareth. Serafall. Tan's brother, it can't be, he is such a good boy. Issei. Who? Sona. Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the Satans and one of the super devils. Issei knew who she was talking about, he was also one of the most smartest beings in existence, after all in the previous timeline he and Azazel were the two that used to enhance his power and abilities to defeat much stronger opponents that normal balance breaker could not perform. Issei. Serafall, he is the guy who was responsible for the Ul assaults. Serafall. It is just hard to believe he would do such heinous actions, even then we got no proof that he could do such a thing, and the council will not stop his actions, given that he is a pure-blooded devil. But I will see what I can do, I will talk to the other Satans and stop his actions or at least slow it down, rest assured. Sona. Now you guys need to go, it is PM and you're already late for your next class. Serafall and Issei look at the time and say. Both. Oh shit. They both then rush out of the student council room and head towards their respective classes. Scene break. Haidu residence, PM. Sona, Issei, Raynare, Chara and Asia were playing Uno, considering that Chara and Issei were winning the past few rounds, the other three decided to team up against the sibling duo. Asia. Oh, I got you where I want to, Chara, now you will get a plus on your deck shows plus card. Chara. You triggered my trap card shows skip card. Asia. While they were having fun and playing Uno, suddenly a Gremory crest opens outside the door, in which a red-haired woman falls out. Sona. Did y'all hear that? Issei. Yeah, what was that? It felt like someone fell from above. Raynare. Lem check who it is, hey isn't that Rias? Issei. Huh, what's she doing here, could it be that he is here? Oh yeah, I put up a barrier there since her last visit to my house, well no being below Satan class can breach this barrier, and only regular humans and those that have my permission to enter, can come to my house. Sona and Asia were confused on why he had put that barrier, but Chara was aware on why he did that, it was to protect his parents from any unwanted intruders. Sona. May I know the reason for the barrier placement? Issei. She attacked my parents, to get me to her side, hence to protect them, the barrier was erected. Sona now knew why he did not want to help Rias with her problem, she attacked an innocent person, her future in-laws. Asia on the other hand was disgusted at what Rias has become, nobody hurts her parents while she is around, she did not want to help Rias with the problem against Riser, since she was also aware about the past timeline, but decided if Issei wants to help her, then only she will. Asia. How could she? Raynare. Guys, we can worry about that later, first let's at least get her in. Issei. Sigh, let's just get her in. After a while Rias wakes up, but she is surprised to be seen in Issei's bed. Issei. So you are finally awake, huh? Rias. Where am I? Sona. In Issei's room. Rias. Sona, what are you doing here? Sona. Having a good time, till you showed up. Rias. Oh, I see. Issei. So what do you want, Gremory, didn't I tell you that you are not allowed in my house? Rias. Yeah, sorry, I wanted your help. Issei. Oh, and what would that be? Issei and Asia knew what she was gonna say, he instinctively put his hands on Chara's ears to prevent her from listening to what Rias had to say. Rias. I want your virginity. The room was silent for a while, until Issei exploded at her. Issei. Gremory, are you fucking insane, how dare you come to my house and demand me such a thing, you are clearly out of your mind, if you demand such a thing, looks like the fall damage your fucking brain. Sona. Ice, calm down, your parents are asleep. Issei upon realizing that calmed down, and that's when another portal appeared, a maid in her ass showed up from a portal, Issei, and Asia recognized who this woman was, Grafia Lucifage, wife and queen of Surzich's Lucifer, mother of Milika's Gremory, as well as the head maid of the Gremory mansion. Rias. Why are you here, Grafia? Was it mother, father, big brother? Grafia. On all three accounts, my lady, honestly you shouldn't give your virginity to some random person who you do not even know properly. That was when she noticed Issei had covered Chara's ears properly. Issei. Woman, there are kids here, no adult talk please. Grafia took a while and then composed herself. Grafia, my apologies Mr. Issei. Haidu Issei. Grafia. Right Mr. Haidu, I would like to apologize for speaking in such a profane manner, my name is Grafia Lucifuge, head maid of the Gremory family, I was here to collect Rias for a meeting. Issei. I see, would you like something tea? Grafia. No thanks Mr. Haidu, I don't want to impose myself. Issei. Alrighty then. Grafia. Come my lady, they are waiting. Rias. My virginity is someone who I would give to someone who I like, I will never give it to him. Grafia. Save that speech for Lord Gremory and Lord Lucifer, my lady they are waiting. Rias. Can a Kendo come? Grafia. The priestess of thunder, I see no problem in her coming, in fact it is wise for the king to be accompanied with her queen. They both leave for the Gremory mansion. Asia. Alright, what just happened? Sona. Girl, do I have a story for you guys. Scene break. The next day, Sona managed to inform the four about Ria's engagement with Riser, and all four of them had mixed reactions. Issei wanted to help her, but not because they like her. Issei knew that Kiba and Gaster were there in the Gremory Peerage. If Riser were to win, then there they would be tormented for all eternity, thanks to that man. Not to mention they stood by Issei till his last moments in the previous timeline. Raynare just went with the flow. Asia had a neutral reaction, while Chara refused to help them. But they all wanted to head there as they wanted to see Rias with her most hated fiancé Riser. Sona. Alright, y'all try to be respectful at least. Issei. Okay. They enter the orc room. Rias was surprised to see Sona and Issei of all people, along with his friends in her room. Given that Issei and Rias had a mutual hatred, she knew that something was fishy over here. Grafia wasn't surprised about his presence, given that she knew that Issei was not surprised with her using magic to teleport in, and she did sense a barrier for that. She made a mental note to ask him about the barrier later on. Grafia. My lady, should I tell them? Rias. No, I will tell them, guys, I am engaged. That was when a portal opens with the mark of Phoenix appears, a man with blonde hair and a cocky attitude shows up. Issei and Asia know who this man is given that he had changed his nature in the previous timeline and even became a good friend of Issei and Asia as well. It has been a while in the human world, ah my darling Rias. Rias with venom. Riser. After settling down, Riser was basically touching Rias where she did not want him to. Issei wanted to feel happy, but could not do so given he felt pity for Rias. He knew before his change, Riser was an asshole who pretty much disrespected everyone. Kendo then decides to bring in tea for Riser. She wished she had laced it with poison before serving him. Riser. Riser thinks that the tea made by Kendo is good. Kendo. Thank you. Kendo leaves not without noticing a cheesy grin on Issei and Chara's face. She knew that the duo would be happy to see Rias and her peerage suffer. Kiba on the other hand had a neutral expression on his face. As much as he wanted to help his king, he was reminded of her actions in the previous timeline. As for the others, they were looking in disgust or sadness due to Riser's actions. After a while of tolerating Riser, Rias has had enough. Rias. I am not gonna marry you, Riser. My chastity is mine to give and no one can decide against that. Riser. But Rias, Riser thinks that you have to respect what our families have decided for us. Rias. But I do not want to give my first time to someone like you. I will not let you disrespect the Gremory household just like that. Riser. You know, just like you uphold the Gremory household's name, Riser also upholds the Phoenix household's name. Riser will not let your petty squabbles insult Riser and the Phoenix household. Riser may have to incinerate your servants and those humans if you comply with him. Riser and Rias both raise their power level. Grafia, having enough, decides to raise her own power level to make sure they behave like nobles. Grafia. Both of you, I am not gonna tolerate any misbehavior from both of you. Either you guys behave or I will make you two behave and act like nobles. Both Rias and Riser lowered down their power levels in fear of the strongest queen. Issei smiled as he vividly remembered how he and Serziches once feared her dominating aura when push comes to shove, yet she was a motherly figure to those she was close to, including Issei. Issei also remembered she was a good mother to Milikas, as well as a dutiful yet bashful wife to Serziches, especially when she pulled his cheek for his laid-back attitude in the parties. Grafia. Lord Riser, come with me, we need to do some work back in the Phoenix mansion. Riser. TSK, this is not over, Rias, Riser will be back. After a while, Grafia comes back with the decision that there will be a raiding game between the two. Riser. Are these your servants, Rias? Rias. Yes, and what are you saying? Riser. Well, Riser has a full set of pieces. Riser snaps his fingers and out comes ladies. Issei is seen glaring at the bishop of the Phoenix family, who felt uncomfortable and confused as to why is he glaring at her. Riser notices this and asks Issei. Riser. Riser wants to know that why are you glaring at Riser's sister Ravel? Issei. Oh, no reason. Issei gave a smile to him, who nodded in approval. Riser then calls Eubelina, a purple-haired queen. He then proceeds to her and grope, with the latter having no issue in him doing so. The orc and Raynare were disgusted. Kiba, Chara and Asia had neutral expressions. While Issei and Sona sighed at Riser's perverted attitude. Riser. You got a problem, boy points at Issei. Issei. No, nothing, just that maybe reduce your perverted attitude and Rias might like you, keyword might, and even if you have a full set doesn't mean that of your peerage members are sitting ducks, points to Ravel and an unnamed bishop who were pissed off, so even with a full set, someone with a smarter brain like Rias can easily give you a run for your money, or in your case feathers. Rias. Issei. Riser. Who do you think you are, boy? Riser thinks you are nothing but weak, Mira show him. The pawn named Mira charges at him, Issei easily sidesteps, catches her staff and breaks it in half, he then proceeds to throw her with such a force that the roof nearly shatters. Issei did this as this was payback for what she did in the previous timeline. Riser is shocked that this weak boy managed to defeat his rook so easily. But before Riser could give a command to his peerage to attack him, Grafia appeared and called him to head back home. Riser. This is not over boy, Riser will crush you once and for all. Issei. Yeah whatever you say Yakitori. Riser leaves in anger and decides to teach the boy a lesson. Grafia then informs them that Rias has 10 days to prepare for the raiding game. Rias. Alright thanks Issei. Issei. I did not do it for you, I did it for Sona and Kiba, if it wasn't for them I would have never come here. Rias bites her lips and wonders why he hates her, she was determined to at least earn his forgiveness if possible friendship. Sona. Alright Issei, can you please train her so that she can at least fight in the raiding game? Issei. I doubt that would work, even if they train they still would not be able to defeat Riser, I hate to say it, but they are as good as goners, given how Rias takes her training. Oh and before you say that you inherited the pod from your parents, Surzich's took months, if not years to train to reach to the level of being a Satan. Sona. That's why I asked you to train her along with the rest. Issei. I will see what I can do, but it is not guaranteed that they will win. Serafall. I think I can help with that. Sona and the others were shocked that she came without informing them, Issei on the other hand started to get used to this, since this is what he expected to be Serafall's future brother-in-law. Sona. Big sister, at least inform us before coming. Rias. Sona, what is Serafall Sama doing here? Sona. If I knew I would be telling you Rias. Serafall. I have a plan, I managed to convince the council to let one person participate aside from Rias' peerage. Issei. Lem guess, it is me right? Serafall nods, while Asia, Issei and Kiba sweat drop, they knew that this is gonna be just like the previous timeline, Serafall then brings a contract to help with the issue. Serafall. Alright according to this contract, Issei will only help Rias once in the raiding game, it works similar to a summon, but it is only one time, after that the contract can be destroyed. Issei can also wish to destroy the contract if he wants to for any specified reason. Issei. Thank God it is only one time, I would destroy the contract myself if it was more than once, I do not want to become a servant. Rias. Issei, do you find me repulsive to such an extent that you would rather die than be my servant? Issei. Yes I do, you finally understand now, let me spell it out for you, I can't stand to be in the same room as you Rias Gremory. I only am helping you because I hate arranged marriages more than you and I wanted to help Kiba, nothing more nothing less. Rias started crying when she heard that, she now realized that Issei hated her more than anyone else, she started crying and ran out of the room. Serafall. Kinda harsh if you ask me. Issei. I was just being honest. Kendo. Haidu, apologize right now. Issei, well raising his aura. How about no? Kendo suddenly felt wet, her masochist side was losing control, it was only a matter of time she started blushing intensively, his aura was dominating her, and she liked it. Issei's sweat dropped and stopped raising his aura, well she has not changed even in the previous timeline, maybe they might be a little different in this timeline, rather than the previous one, Kiba and Asia were unsurprised at Kendo's action, while Raynare decided that she was gonna get laid with Issei tonight. Kendo then composed herself and went after Rias, her best friend to console her, and to be with her at the very least. Issei on the other hand was happy that the episode was over where he was berated by everyone once in the previous timeline, he did not have to deal with that whole mess once again. Sona. That went as well as expected, it could have gotten worse, thank you Issei for controlling your temper. Plus. Issei. Yeah, you're welcome. Issei flirts with Sona, Serafall, being the cis-con that she is then decides to intervene. Serafall. Ahem, well can you guys stop flirting everywhere? Issei then notices a pouting Asia, a very calm smile Raynare and a jealous Serafall. Issei then thinks that his harem life is back again, only with a little twist. Issei. Alright girls you wanna head home? Everyone? Yeah. In the aftermath of the events that took place in the occult research club room, the orc along with Issei's group head towards the Gremory mansion to train themselves to prepare for their upcoming fight. Issei had a much easy time to train a lot, given that he needed to prepare himself for a future possible enemy, maybe enemies from other realities and timelines, but for now he had to train the orc. Issei. Come on, you slackers pick up the pace, even a snail moves faster than you guys. Rias. Issei, please go easy on us, we cannot pick up the pace like the others. Issei. It is because you do not train at all, like I said if you want to become stronger you need to push yourself, power of destruction will not be your one-way ticket in winning the game. Would you look at that, Kiba and Kaneko had already finished the uphill training. I expected this from Kaneko, but not from Kiba. It just shows that simple training can get you pretty far. Kaneko, thanks Issei. Issei. Yes, save it, you need to do now laps while wearing that bag and no usage of any of your demonic strength. Kaneko had her jaw dropped, laps, but she did not give up. She wants to win, especially for the ones that had given her a second chance at living. She will not become corrupt and drown in power like her sister did. Kaneko. You got it, boss. Kaneko began running the laps. Eventually, after minutes, both Rias and Kendo managed to reach up and were dead tired. Even Kiba had begun increasing his durability. After all, speed cannot be everything in a fight. Issei. Alright, since everyone is here, we will begin your actual training. Chara will train with Kiba. Your primary weakness is the fact that you are not durable. Raynare will train with Kendo, while Kaneko and Rias will train with me. Any questions? Kendo raises her hand up. Issei. Alright, then ask away. Kendo. Why do I have to train with her? Issei knew she had asked out of pure hatred of the fallen angel race. After all, she had the same past as her previous timeline counterpart. Issei knew she needed to get over her hatred, as it will only do her more help than harm. Issei. Well, both of you are highly potent in magic, so it is best that you train together. Alright, let's begin the training. Issei and the others took their spots as they began their training in their respective fields. But Chara and Kiba. Chara. Alright, Kiba, just like Big Brother Issei and Asia, I know about the past timeline, but that does not mean I am going to go easy on you. Kiba. I expect nothing less from Issei's younger sister. Chara blushed at the knight's fearlessness and determination, but shrugged it off nonetheless. She then removed her knife and started training the knight. Chara. Very well, shall we begin, my knight? Kiba. Gladly. Kiba managed to start with an offensive stance, and Chara took a defensive stance. Kiba then used his sword to parry up with Chara's knife. Chara had a tough time keeping up with Kiba's swordplay, and often had to use her evasion to dodge, as she barely had time to keep up with his attacks. Chara. Damn it, he is fast. So have you been training Kiba? Kiba. Yes, Issei had helped me a lot in the past timeline, and I was barely able to do anything in return for him. It made me so weak and helpless. I was not able to help him even after the girls betrayed him. Neither was I able to see the betrayal which had been happening since a long time. That was when I decided that in the new timeline, I will always be by Issei and his family's side, protecting them from all enemies at all costs, even my own life. Issei had gotten over my hatred towards the holy swords and allowed me to achieve my holy devil sword form in the previous timeline. That was when I decided to never abandon Issei and his family at any cost. I just want to pay him back for helping me so far. Chara, with a genuine smile. You are just like him, so then shall we continue our training? We definitely cannot slack. Kiba. You got it, Chara. With Raynare and Kendo. Raynare. Alright, Kendo, I will be training you in magic, so .Hey earth to Kendo. Kendo. Sorry, I was in a trance state. Care to tell me why are we doing this? I already know a lot of magic. Raynare. I know you do. I was gonna train you in your holy magic section, not to mention you only throw your magic in its raw form. Try to modulate into a weapon or something. Kendo. I will not be using that side of mine, Kendo. Raynare. Your power is yours, it is not anyone else's power. You need to learn that by not using that side of yours you will only harm yourself, nothing more and nothing less. Kendo was then dazed. That was when Raynare noticed that she had stuck a cord. Raynare. Let me ask you a question, what is Rias to you then? Kendo. Well, she is my everything. And Raynare. Then will you defend her from anything no matter what, right? Kendo. That is correct. Raynare. Then you should not be afraid of your fallen side, Kendo. I sensed a great amount of light magic in you. Use it to protect the people you care about. Do not let them get hurt at any cost. Are you gonna let Riser have his way with Rias? Kendo. No way in hell am I going to let that bastard do anything to her. Raynare. That's more like it. I noticed your magical attacks are more raw rather than concrete. I would suggest you to use it in the form of, let's say, a device or a weapon more or less. You use magic as, let's say, a stun grenade. You can use lightning as a sort of a compact ball and throw at your enemies, thus resulting in them getting knocked out simultaneously. You can use it less magic power and manage to deal more damage. Then you can use combination abilities as well, like use water magic along with lightning magic to have an area of effect magic. Given your holy magic, you should have no problem with the instabilities that come with devil magic. Then you can use light as a sort of electro web so as to not only ensnare enemies but to also damage them, since light can hurt anyone. More damage to devils and fallen are just a mere bonus. Also, you can try to use a light grenade to daze enemies or even damage devil enemies, which would come in handy in your upcoming raiding game. It can also act as an escape route if things go south in any situation. Kendo. I see, you told me a lot about magic than I already knew. I never thought I could use it this way. Raynare. I totally understand not accepting your fallen heritage, given something traumatic must have happened to you, but you must not hesitate in not using it just because of some trauma is nothing but stupidity. I hate to say that to you. The Kendo got a tick mark but kept it in. She, despite her heritage, has been a lot of help to her. She began to realize that maybe not all fallen are bad. Raynare. So shall we begin, Mrs. Priestess of Thunder? The Kendo. Very well then. But that the duo began practicing modulation of magic into different stuff like grenades, mines as well as she also learned how to make perfect light spears thanks to Raynare's help. But Issei, Kaneko, Rias and Asia. Issei. Alright then, I will assess your abilities myself. I want the two of you to spar with me. Oh, and don't hold back cause I won't be holding back. But that the mock spar begins with Rias and Kaneko on one side and Issei on the other side. Asia was cheering for Issei to win. She was also the referee for the match. Asia. And begin. Kaneko, being the close combat brawler she is, was the first to charge at Issei. Issei predicted that, and he easily sidestepped and dealt a close combat fist to her stomach, causing her to cough up and be sent flying. Even after that she did not give up and tried to go after his jaw in an attempt to slow him down. Rias on the other hand was firing her power of destruction on Issei in an attempt to stop Issei, but this only created more damage around and barely did anything to Issei. On the other hand, Issei was able to constantly counteract Kaneko's punches and at the same time sidestepping Rias' pod with ease. Rias. Stay still, damn it. Issei. Nope. That was when Kaneko decided to bind him with her strength. Given that she was stronger than an average devil, she was able to hold him in for a while. Kaneko. Rias now. Rias then charged up her power of destruction for a while and shouted. Rias. Take this, Issei, extinguished star. Issei. Oh, how cute she named it, oh shit. A direct hit, a lot of smoke had come out from the attack and nothing was being seen. Asia. Issei. Rias. Did we get him? Issei. Not bad, Kendo caught me off guard, you two got some amazing teamwork, I gotta hand it to you guys. Issei's hand suddenly surged with power. Issei. You two will have to do a lot harder to injure me. Issei then charged at the duo, gut punching both of them. They were both sent flying. Issei then used his magic attack. Fire began to surround the duo, but just as they were recovering. Issei. The spar was fun guys, but it is time to end this firestorm. But that fire had engulfed the duo as they both screamed in pain with them constantly getting burned and they both were knocked. Asia. The winner is Issei Haidu. Issei. That was pretty good from the duo, I am impressed by your gamma play. Issei. I have no doubt with enough proper training they could win, what do you two think? Greg. Initially I was disappointed in the Gremory of this timeline, but she is a quick thinker and is able to create strategies in a whim that alone is pretty respectful. I think she can easily win against Riser. Trihiksa. I never cared for the duo, but seeing you getting attacked like that, I am increasing your training, mister. You will have a much tougher time in training and not be given rest until you master my moves properly. But I am impressed with the duo's tactful thinking. Issei. Gee, thanks Trihiksa, sigh, this is gonna be a long vacation. After a while Rias and Kaneko woke up. To their surprise their injuries were gone after a while. Issei had asked Asia to heal their injuries. Rias. Ugh, Issei, what happened? Kaneko. How was our performance, Issei? Issei. I will say I was surprised by the fact that you two were able to catch me off guard, not bad indeed. Both Kaneko and Rias were happy that Issei was impressed by their performance. That was when Issei went serious and told them. Issei. But this is not going to be enough, are you two ready for your real training to beat Riser? Rias and Kaneko. Yes. Issei. Good cause, I will show you two no mercy. Issei then began their training. He asked Rias to train even harder. He wanted her extinguished star to be much more compact and denser. He also told her to keep charging for much longer. As for Kaneko, she also learned on how to train with Issei and realized that she should not tank as much hits as possible and also learn to evade abilities. Issei personally decided to rain fire from above so as to allow her to dodge attacks that she may need to dodge, especially from the bomb queen. Scene break. Days later. Issei could be seen walking through the halls of the Gremory mansion, wondering on how far he has come. He noticed a lot of things were different in both of the timelines. A lot of things happened that he and a lot of the others who remembered both of the timelines were not expecting, like for example him getting a girlfriend within the first day, post-reset, as well as losing his virginity. He also then met up with people like Rias and Akeno, who were way different than their counterparts. Like they were honest rather than deceptive. He also was not expecting Chara to be revived, but nevertheless accepted her as his little sister, and the last thing he expected was Sona Citri, one of the strictest women to ever fall in love with him, a former pervert, and instead of the attention of getting of Serzich's Lucifer, he gets the attention of Serafall Leviathan, who becomes his good friend really early, rather than much later in the previous timeline. Issei then noticed Rias was also unable to sleep due to the stress of the rating game. He knew that this rating game will decide her fate, as well as what she is going to do next. Issei. Hey there. Rias was surprised to see Issei awake. Rias. Huh Issei, looks like you could not sleep huh? Issei. Yeah, had a lot on my mind, so what's up huh? Rias. Yeah, I do not know what to say, but I am kinda excited. It is my first rating game, and well, I just wish there were no consequences when you lose. I mean, it is a lose-lose situation for me. There is nothing Riser loses by losing. Issei. Well, he is kinda losing a lot. Knowing him, his pride is gonna get crushed, and that is something no high-class devil wants to lose. Rias. Yeah, you got that right. There was a comfortable silence between the two before Rias spoke up. Rias. Hey Issei, what do you want your lover to admire about you, or more accurately, how do you want someone you love to see you as? Issei was confused at the question, but answered nevertheless. Issei. I want my person to love me as well myself. I want to be myself around the person I see as a mate and not put a mask in front of that person. In other words, I want the person to love me as Issei Haidu and not as a dragon or as the Red Dragon Emperor. Rias. Hold up, you are the Red Dragon Emperor? Issei. Yes I am surprised you found it out now. Rias. Okay, well I would also like people to see me as Rias Gremory and not as the heiress of Gremory or even the sister of Lucifer, just Rias Gremory. I want my man to love me for Rias Gremory and nothing more and nothing less, just like you. I want that person to love me as me only and nothing more, nothing less. I also want to be the myself in front of the man I love. Issei. I see, maybe she is different than her. Rias. So what do you think of our performance till now? Issei. I would say that you are improving at a steady rate. If anything, now I am sure you can beat Riser Phoenix no matter what. Rias. Thank you Issei for helping us, and I would like to apologize to you as well. Issei. For what? Rias. For hypnotizing your parents. I was honestly really desperate. I also was not civil to you at all, plus I was downright hostile to you as well. Issei was dumbfounded. He did not expect the prideful Rias Gremory to apologize, as well as confess to her crimes. He was sort of happy that she is not the same Rias from the previous timeline. Issei. Well, if you want me to forgive you, well. Rias. I need to earn it, I know. Issei. You're smart, Rias, now I know it. Rias flustered at his compliment but composed herself immediately. Issei. Well, let's just say that I have forgiven you by percent. Rias. Percent huh, that does not sound that bad. Issei. Keep up the good work and it is only a matter of time that you are completely forgiven, amen. Rias suddenly got an headache, while Issei was laughing like an hyena. While initially annoyed, she was happy that he was having his fun. Issei. Well, I gotta go, tomorrow we have a rating game to win. Rias. Yeah, see ya. Issei. Huh, maybe I don't hate you at all, Rias. Greg. You are really forgiving, partner, and I am proud of it. Issei. Maybe she is the same. Greg, slightly irritated. Newsflash, partner, when you erased the timeline, you already killed those bitches. That bitch and this Rias are not the same, know that. Issei. Huh, thanks Dreg, I needed that. Dreg. Anytime, partner. At an unnamed location, near the mansion. So this is what Issei Haidu is truly like huh, compassionate. I lava Amon, come back to the house, the Lord has called you for something. I lava. Coming, will enjoy your last moments, cause I will enjoy killing you myself, and Sona will be mine. Lava starts laughing like a maniac before teleporting. Scene break. Rias. Is everyone ready? The Orc and Rias. Yeah, we all are. They are all then teleported to the rating game arena. It was the replica of Kuo Academy. Grafia, the head mate of the Gremory family, is the announcer of the game. Issei was not surprised, he expected that this would happen. Rias. Kiba, may I get the map of the school building? Kiba. Yes, President. Rias. Alright everyone, listen, the Orc building is our base, while the principal room is Riser's base. Anyone who can defeat the opposing king wins the match. All nodded in confirmation and began their planning. Rias. Alright, Akeno, set traps, use light traps as well as electro webs in order to entrap Riser's pawns, as even though they are weak, they can still be a problem because they have the number advantage. Their drawback is that they are extremely cocky and prideful. They believe that they can win, but we must prove them wrong. Kiba, go with Kaneko to the gym room. We have to either capture or destroy it so that the opposing team cannot use that as a base. Got it? Both. Yes, President. Rias. take to the skies, eliminate the gym area. Once Kiba and Kaneko eliminates any possible enemies, destroy the gym base before they can get it. Kendo. It will be my pleasure. Rias and Issei take care of the pawns that might head towards the orc building, make sure they trigger the traps. Will you be able to deal with them? Issei. It would be my pleasure, Red. Rias. Alright, let's win this game and head back home and get a proper rest. With Kiba and Kaneko. Kaneko. Well, we are here, Kiba. Kiba. I can sense 3 presenses. I know you two are there. Gremory, come out now. Kiba. Well, what do we got here? Mira. Where is that dragon? I want to beat him up. Kiba. Sorry, but I am your opponent. Mira. Then I will have to crush you and hunt him. Kiba. I would like to see you try pole dancer. Mira got livid at the nickname Kiba gave her and lunged at her without any worry for their surroundings. Kiba smirked at this and took advantage of the situation. He quickly sidestepped and easily cut her pole with his sword with ease. Kiba. So the durability training worked, thanks Chara. Mira. Even without a pole I can still fight without any problem. Kiba. Alright then, let's dance, shall we? Kiba was easily taking up the hits Mira was throwing at him. After getting bored he easily did a backslash, eliminating her. Rafia. 1 pawn of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Kaneko. Good job Kiba, now it is my turn. Island Nell. Will you stop dodging? Kaneko, smiling. Nope. Kaneko. They are easy to provoke. Kaneko then gave both of them a roundhouse kick to their faces, knocking the chainsaw from their hands with 0 to little effort and easily knocked them out. Kiba. Good job Kaneko, now let's begin with phase of the plan. Kaneko. Right. Both Kiba and Kaneko then evacuate the building. Rias on seeing this gives Akeno the command to fire her lightning. Akeno creates a light bomb, destroying the gym room with ease. Rafia. 2 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Kiba. It seems like our job here is done, now let's go find the others. Kaneko. Yeah, let us. That was when her senses picked up a magic attack and she moved both herself and Kiba out of the way. Seems like I missed, huh? Not a problem, I can do it again. Both could see a beautiful purple-haired lady approach them. They knew who she was, Eubulina, the queen of Riser Phoenix. They needed to get out of there before they could get themselves eliminated. Eubulina. I don't think you can escape. Akeno. About that, I can't let you eliminate them. Eubulina. The lightning priestess, huh? It is a pleasure to meet you. Akeno. Oh my, it is a pleasure indeed. Bomb Queen looks at Kaneko and Kiba. Both of you head to Issei and regroup, I will take care of her. Eubulina. Oh, you think you can defeat me, Akeno? Akeno. I don't think Eubulina, I know I can defeat you. But that both the ladies take to the skies and they begin to fight by constantly throwing spells, while Akeno was conserving her energy as she knew that Eubulina won't be so lenient with wasting her mana like that. That was when all of a sudden Grafia made an announcement. Grafia. 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Eubulina. Wait, what? How did this happen? Akeno. We already planned for this to happen, so our trump card Issei already dealt with of your pawns. Eubulina gritted her teeth at that. She wanted to help the others, but a light attack easily knocked her on the floor. Akeno. Oh my, you should not have let your guard down. But Issei, minutes earlier. Marion, Shuri and Buren 3 pawns, assumed that they were clearing out the traps. That was when a bigger light trap had encased them, easily destroying most of their abilities. A light trap was triggered with them entering. Marion. How did this trap get triggered? Shuria. I don't know, I thought we were clearing those traps without any issue. Issei. Heya, you've been busy. Issei had appeared, cracking his knuckles. Burent. So you are the infamous trump card helping the Gremory peerage. Looks like you would make a fine boyfriend if we were not on the opposing sides. Issei. Sorry, but I will pass, I already have a girlfriend, now fire blast. The flame as hot as the dragon's flame had been thrown at the already weakened girls. As a result they could not dodge or escape. Soon the flame engulfed them. Rafia. 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Issei. Neat, now I wonder what the others are doing. Judging by the situation, Akeno should be dealing with the purple-haired lady. Scene break. With Kiba and Kaneko. Kiba. Well, looks like Issei took down 3 pawns single-handedly. Kaneko. And without a sweat, I wonder how strong is he. Kiba. Let's hope that we are not on the receiving end of his true strength. Kaneko only nodded at Kiba's words. That was when Issei appeared. Issei. Hi guys, did you miss me? Kiba. Hey Issei, good job on taking those pawns down, it really saves the effort. Kaneko. So what is next? That was when Rias spoke up through the communicators. Rias. You 3 change of plans. Since Riser sent out his queen, I will be coming out to bait Riser so that I can try to beat him. Issei. Rias, that is a terrible idea, you will be defeated if that happens. They will come after you. Rias. and let you guys have the fun not gonna happen, besides they will take the bait and come after me, that is when you guys need to defeat the rest of his peerage, then we can go all out on him. Issei. Sigh alright then. Kaneko. Guys let's go she must be out already. Issei. Yeah. Kiba. Our president has always been reckless. Issei. Yeah that is one thing that will not get changed, no matter how many resets, well let's win this then. Kiba. You got that right bro. Both fist bump and follow Kaneko towards the building. With the Keno. Ibulina. I have this show's Phoenix tears it restores my health and magic, now what will you do Thunder Priestess? The Keno initially gritted her teeth, but then had a smile. Ibulina. Why are you smiling? The Keno. Well now I can go all out, I am going to enjoy watching you scream. Ibulina got angry and had the Phoenix tears, Akeno got ready and decided to end this once and for all, she uses her signature move Holy Lightning and deals massive damage to Ibulina. Ibulina, while getting zapped. Akeno. Oh my, how I wanted you to scream, I am enjoying every single moment of it. Ibulina finally collapses and is enveloped in a green light. Raphia. The Queen of Riser Phoenix had been eliminated. Everyone present was shocked that Akeno managed to eliminate Riser's queen except Issei, who was confident that she could eliminate her opponent with the right amount of training. Meanwhile with Kaneko, Kiba and Issei. The trio were approaching the principal's office and that's when they realized that they were surrounded by the rest of Riser's peerage. Issei. Kiba take of the knights and one pawn while Kaneko take care of the rooks and the other pawn, I will handle the bishops. Kiba. Are you sure? Issei. Yeah I am besides I got a score to settle with one of them. Kiba knew what he was talking about after all he was aware that Ravel was one of the few that had betrayed him, he wanted to pay her back in kind for her actions. Issei. Your fight is with me bishops of Riser Phoenix. Issei quickly uses his dragon fist ability to eliminate Mihi so that she does not become a problem. Raphia. One bishop of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Issei then approaches Ravel, as he approached her he remembered all the hurtful things she did to him in the previous timeline, he lunged at her and uppercutted her, Ravel could not understand why he did that to her, Issei then used Welsh Dragon Flare, easily overwhelming her flames and defeating her. Raphia. Both bishops of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Riser. What? Damn that dragon, he even hurt my sister he is gonna pay for that, why does he have to get in my way of obtaining my Rias? That was when Riser noticed something different, something interesting. Riser. Castling I have a plan, but for now let's go meet Rias. Riser then heads outside to deal with the mess. Meanwhile with Kiba and Kaneko. They manage to hold off the knights and rooks with relative ease, even managing to press the advantage by taking out the pawns early on so that they do not pose a threat. Kiba. Kaneko. Kaneko understood his next move and jumped up. Kiba. Sword birth. Millions of swords had come up easily preventing everyone present on the ground to escape, resulting in everyone getting overwhelmed and eliminated. Raphia. One rook and both knights as well as two pawns of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Issei. Good job guys, now only we need to deal with Riser. Riser comes out angrier than ever. Issei. Speak of the devil and he is here, hello fried chicken. Riser. You ruined everything, you damn dragon. Out of anger Riser fires a flame, but Issei deflects it easily. Rias. Give up Riser, your peerage has been eliminated. Riser. No I will not give up not until I make you mine. But that Riser uses his flames to throw her to the side next to the unconscious body of Riser's rook Shulen. Kiba. I will fight him, Issei will you let me? Issei. Sure bro, he is all yours. But that Kiba goes after Riser, he knows about his regeneration, so he had to overwhelm it, he is not gonna give up, not after coming this far, with that the battle begins, Kiba easily uses his ice sword to easily freeze any flame that came near him, thus rendering his flames useless, thus thanks to his training he was able to create holy swords as well, he jabbed one into Riser's stomach, preventing his regeneration from working. Kiba. Give up yet. Riser. You, with an evil smile you should have gone for the head. Kiba. What do you mean? Issei widens his eyes when he sees the rook piece in his hand, he knows what he is going to do, he tries to warn Rias, but it is too late. Issei. Oh shit, Rias watch out. Rias tried to get away only to get stabbed by a flame sword courtesy of Riser, where Riser was the body of Shulen was present, Kiba was shocked at first, then he was furious at the foul play Riser pulled up. Rias is then enveloped in a green light, she is eliminated. No one was expecting this to happen. Shulen. Good job, my king falls unconscious. Raphia. Rias Gremory has been eliminated by Riser Phoenix has won the match. Everyone present including the announcer Graphia was shocked at the sudden outcome, they were all expecting Rias to win. They did not expect Riser to pull up such a foul play in order to win. They were pissed beyond pissed, but none so than the older brother of Rias and the older sister of Sona Serafall and Serafall respectively. They knew that it was a foul move to bring more than 3 rook pieces in a raiding game, that alone should have been illegal to do so. Saji. But how weren't they winning? Tsubaki. Saji, it is a move called castling where a king and a rook switch places, but this could be only done if the user has an unused rook. They can switch positions with that rook. My guess is Riser used that as an advantage. Saji. But you only said that Riser had a full set. Tsubaki. That is what I am wondering as well. Sona. My guess is that just like Issei was loaned to Rias as a reserve member to fight in the raiding game, someone must have given Riser an extra rook piece to switch positions, allowing Riser to do that. Saji. But isn't that unfair? Sona. Yes, but besides it was an amazing performance. They managed to eliminate the full peerage of Riser with such tactful thinking, and even without Issei, they would have been able to pull the win that was until Riser used a last-ditch attempt to win. Sona was worried for both Rias and Issei, worried for Rias as he used unfair means to stab her in the back, as well as Issei who had fought to win her freedom. She did not want Issei to lash out in anger at Riser's dick move, since that may turn him against the devils, which is something she desperately wanted to avoid. Sona. Oh Issei. But Serafall and Serafall. Serafall was radiating a dangerous amount of aura, enough to make any furniture or walls fall apart. Grafia on the other hand, raised her own aura to counter his, so that it may not hurt any innocent devils caught in his rage. Serafall on the other hand, despite being calm, was equally furious at what Riser did. She wanted to punish him, but her being the Satan she could not be impartial. Serafall. How dare he? Grafia. Lord Serafall, calm down, do you want to destroy the devils around? Serafall, on hearing his wife's voice of reason, he did not want to destroy anything, he just lost control of his emotions. He immediately lowered down his aura after realizing what he was about to do. He mentally thanked Grafia and made sure that he never lost control again. Serafall. Thanks Grafia, I don't know how, but thanks. Grafia. Not a problem, but we are gonna have a good talk about this, Lord Serafall. Grafia gave a glare to him, to which he nodded. After all, even the Devil King is terrified of his wife. He knew that he is gonna receive an earful from her. Serafall. But still, how can she lose? She was doing so well, even winning to some extent, but he managed to somehow get the win. Grafia wondered how this outcome took place. She herself announced the match and knew that Rias won. Then how did Riser got his hands on an extra piece? Serafall. I do wonder how did Riser get an extra rook, and if so, who gave him one? That would be me. The portal then opens, revealing an elderly man coming out. This was Kokabiel, the oldest devil still alive, and the current leader of the Great King faction, the Devil Council, as well as the former head of the Baal family. Serafall still remembered how his aunt-in-law Miss La Baal was shunned along with her son, and his cousin was shunned by this man's clan. Nevertheless, Serafall still respected the man, as he was one of the reasons that the Devil Society even exists as of today. Serafall. Lord Zekrom, care to explain? Zekrom. I was the one who gave the piece to Riser Phoenix, the council forced me to do so. Zekrom had a downward cast. He may be prideful, but he did not support injustice. He knew that pure-blooded devils were dying, but also understood that there needs to be love in a relationship. He was aware of Ria's hate towards Riser and knew that something had to be done, but the council was so outdated and out of touch that they were determined to put Riser and Ria's wedding together, coupled with the pressure from Riser, his family and Ria's parents. He was pretty much in a tight spot and relented to give the piece to Riser. Serafall. Please hold your head high, Lord Zekrom, it is not your fault. Zekrom. I made a mistake, I must fix it, but I need your help, or more accurately, the help of a Satan and that dragon. Serafall. Alright then, how can I help? Zekrom. So here is the thing, Serafall is happy about it. Now it was up to Issei to save Rias. Serafall. I will be forever in debt to you, Issei, for not only helping out my sister in training, but also freeing her as well. Scene break. After the match was over, the team was teleported out of the dimension, all of them very sad and visibly pissed, but none more so than Issei, who was furious at such a cheap tactic at Riser. He was pissed at the fact that he could not do anything, just like last time. He was helpless. He assumed that Riser would have lost by training the orc the right time, but did not expect the same outcome to happen, no matter the situation. Issei. Why again, why this again? Greg. Partner, it is not your fault that chicken got desperate and used a cheap tactic to get the upper hand. Issei, calms down. Yeah, but is there a way to save her? Greg. I thought you hated her enough that you refused to help her. Issei. I gave up on that. Hatred and vengeance breeds more of that. I want to end the cycle cause it is not only pointless, but also stupid. Forgiveness is the best kind of vengeance, so at the very least both sides can live in peace. Greg. I can see that you really aren't different despite their betrayal. You still don't hate them, you really are something else. Issei. Hey, back then I forgave the volley team as well as Azazel for their actions. Here also I will not hesitate to help and care for people that love and cherish me. Greg. I sense a presence in your room, and it is a strong one. Issei then opened the door to his room, and unsurprisingly he saw Grafia sitting there waiting for them. Grafia. Judging by your expression you do not seem surprised seeing me here. Issei. Shit, she is onto me. Oh well, hey Mrs. Lucifuge, what brings you here? Grafia. I am not a fool, Mr. Haidu, I knew that you sensed me a mile away, and you may call me Grafia. Issei. In that case you can call me Issei, so what brings you here, Grafia? Grafia. Well, there is a way to save Rias. Issei's ears perked up, he knew that he had to crash the wedding. Grafia. You seem excited, well then may I know why you want to save Rias? Issei. I guess you are familiar that I am a dragon. Grafia nodded. Issei. Then you know what we cherish then. Grafia nodded to that. Issei. Then you must know that I will rescue her from being in that riser's clutches no matter what. Nobody deserves to lose her freedom, and I will sure as hell rescue her from his clutches and save her from being with him. I will not let her be a trophy in that man's hands. Grafia smiled at Issei's declaration. Grafia. In that case, Grafia hands Issei a pamphlet. My master wishes you to crash his wedding. In his words, if you want to save my sister, then you must crash the party. Make this entertaining. Issei. Huh, well then let's get this party started. Grafia leaves and Asia approaches inside the room. Asia. So you came back, how did the game go? Issei. We lost. Asia. What booty ho w. Issei then explains the match and its ending and on how did Riser cheat to win. Asia. So are you gonna crash the party, just like last time? Issei shows her the pamphlet. Asia could only nod at the suggestion of Issei's. Asia. Alright Issei, give that cheater a piece of his own medicine, show him that cheaters never succeed. Asia then winks at him, Issei chucks at this. Asia then winks at him, Issei chucks at this. Issei. Alright then Asia, I will show him a real match beatdown, speaking of which where are Chara and Raynare, and where are my parents? Asia. Oh they all are asleep, it is nighttime here after all. Issei. Okay thanks see ya. Asia. Bye Issei. But that Issei uses the pamphlet to teleport to the party's location. Scene break. At the Phoenix Palace courtyard. Issei. Alright this is the place, you guys ready? Both the dragons gave a thumbs up. Issei. Well then this is where the fun begins. Issei had a grin, oh how is he going to enjoy beating Riser down? At the bride's room, hour earlier. Rias. All that training, all went for nothing. Issei not only gave us training, but also he gave us an helping hand to take the Riser down. Rias started crying, she felt truly helpless, she blamed herself if she had kept her guard up, none of this would have happened, and now she and her peerage were now bound to Riser. Rias. Now because of my one mistake everyone who fought with me is under eternal servitude to that asshole. I cannot do anything, I am sorry everyone, I am sorry Issei, I failed you, all of you. That was when a flame erupted and came out Riser Phoenix in a white wedding tuxedo, he was ready to get married to Rias, and he was all too eager. Rias on hearing that voice was pissed off, she wanted to either murder this man, or if that does not work she wanted to commit suicide, at least in death she would be free from this man. Riser. Our Riser's beautiful bride, are you ready? Servant. Lord Riser, you cannot be here, this is the bride's room. Riser. Relax, Riser only wants to meet Riser's bride. Rias. What are you doing here Riser, should you not be at the altar? Riser. Well dear, Riser could not wait for you so Riser came here. Rias. Save it, you are nothing but a cheat Riser who only uses deception to win. I seriously wonder why do even girls like you even speak in third person, I will never love someone as entitled as you. Riser. Then I will make you love me my dear. Riser came close, Rias could only close her eyes as she was extremely helpless in the situation. Riser. But Riser must wait, oh how is Riser gonna enjoy making you his? Riser teleports out of there, Rias breathes a sigh of relief, she thanked Lucifer for saving her, but she really hoped a saving grace would help her. Back to the present. Rias was present in the altar covering her tears, she was trying to control it. Riser then presents her to everyone in the party present. Rias hated the man who was betrothed to her with all her heart, she was praying to Lucifer for someone to help her. Ravel could be seen talking with Kiba, Kendo, Sona as well as Kaneko. Ravel. Oh how my brother won against Rias and won her. Kendo. He cheated Ravel. Ravel. Cheated or no, he still won her and now she is gonna be married to my brother. Ravel starts laughing while they glared at the Phoenix female, that was when Kiba said. Kiba. I wouldn't be so sure. Ravel. What do you mean? Kiba. Well let's just say our eyes are pissed off a very angry dragon and he is on his way here. Bravel only scoffed at Kiba's statement. That was when all of a sudden the doors suddenly opened revealing Issei to be present. Issei. Wassop fuckers. Greg. Way to make an entrance, partner. Riser. You are not invited to Riser's party, guard sees him. The Kendo. Well guys, looks like our turn is up. Kiba and the others then go after the guards easily holding them off. Kiba. Go on ahead, leave them to us. Kaneko. Kick their ass. Issei. Thanks guys. Riser. Why are you getting in Riser's way, dragon? First you ruin Riser's victory at the raiding game, then you crash my party, when will you learn? Issei. Sorry man, I'm a man with principles and standards unlike you. You are too stupid to see that Rias does not want to be with you, so I am here to make you see how stupid and foolish you are. Rias deserves to choose a man she wants to spend the rest of her life with, and she has made it clear that you aren't the guy. So I am here to make sure she is free and is with the man of her dreams. Rias blushed when Issei said that. Riser got even more furious. Riser. Why you? Bravel. Seriously, when will you learn? Serziches. I was the one who called him here, if you all are wondering. Issei. So you finally showed up, Serziches. You must be Lord Serziches Lucifer, I presume. Serziches. That is correct. Riser. So may I know that, are you the one who had set this up, my lord, and if so, then why? Serziches. Well, that is correct, I did set this up, the reason being that I saw the match, and even though it was entertaining, as my little sister put up a fight, you kind of cheated. Riser. But my lord. Riser tried to say something, but a glare from the Lord Lucifer silenced him up. Serzich. Issei Haidu, I presume, so what is it that you desire if you win Issei Haidu? Issei. If anything, I desire Ria's freedom as well as an audience with you, that is if you do not mind. Serziches. If you win this, consider them done. Elder. But my lord, you cannot fulfill this low-class creature's demand, it is against the… Serziches. Honestly, he did not ask something big, so I see no reason to complete his request. That was when an attacker showed up and attacked Sona Sitri. The attacker was revealed to be Iron Lava Amon, the second son of the House of Amon. Serafall. Sona, Iron Lava, let her go. Issei. What the hell? Who are you? Iron Lava. My name is Iron Lava Amon, the second son of the House of Amon and the former fiancé of Sona Sitri, until she rejected me using the condition of being smart. I lost the challenge and was removed from being a fiancé, until you stole me from her. Issei Haidu. Issei. Iron Lava, I am only gonna ask you this once to let her go. Iron Lava. No, you can go to hell. But that Iron Lava teleports to the dimension where Riser is waiting to fight Issei. Riser is although surprised that he saw him here. Iron Lava then creates a temporary alliance with him, since they both have identical goals. Elsewhere, Serafall is distraught that her sister was kidnapped by that bastard. She and Sona never liked him, and now there is a high chance that she might lose her forever. Issei, on the other hand, was furious that one of his mates was taken, and now Iron Lava is going to feel the wrath of a true dragon god. In other words, he is screwed. Even the dragons inside are furious and roaring in anger. They wish they were let out, so that they could burn the duo themselves, but were unable to do so. Since they made a promise to never perform carnage ever again. Serafall. No, that bastard, he will pay. Serafall wanted to herself go and personally give those two devils a living hell. Serziches was also furious at the House of Amon's actions. He now wanted them to suffer. Elders be damned if they were to get in his way. Tsubaki was in panic, while the others were confused on what should have been done next. Rias, on the other hand, was unable to do anything, since only Serziches and Iron Lava could access the dimension. Issei then kept his hand on Serafall. Issei. Let me at them, Serafall. There will be hell to pay for both of their actions. Lord Serziches, send me at them. Serziches. At once, Issei. Greg. He is definitely a riser. But that Issei teleports to the dimension where they are. He sees Iron Lava forcing himself on Sona and immediately fires a dragon shot to separate them. Issei. Heya, you've been busy. Iron Lava saw him and was furious that Issei intervened his moment with Sona Sitri. Sona Sitri, on the other hand, saw this as a chance to escape. Iron Lava notices this and captures her. Iron Lava. Where do you think you're going? Sona struggled against his grasp. Sona. Let go of me, you bastard. Iron Lava. I will deal with you later, but for now you stay in that cage I created specifically for you, like a caged bird. Iron Lava then tosses her in a cage, not caring whether she got hurt or not. Sona tries to escape, but the cage gets locked up and there are two undead guards trying to keep her from escaping. Issei. I guess that's his signature ability, Undead Summon. Issei, controlling his fury. Let me ask you a question, you two. Do you think the worst person can change, that they can be better than simply if they want to? Iron Lava. Go to hell, you damn dragon. Sona is mine only, Mini-A. Riser. What are you on about? Issei then starts chuckling. It unnerved the two high-class devils. The others were confused as to what is happening. Kiba knows that his anger is beyond what he expected, so much so he is calm, and that is when Issei is considered the most dangerous. Issei. Let me ask you a better question, do you want to have a bad time? Cause if you take another step you will not like what happens next. The devils being as prideful as they are take a step forward, Issei then sighs. Issei. Well, don't say I did not warn you. But that the battle begins, Issei decides to dispatch Rias first since Iron Lava he wants to save for the last, as he wanted him to be tortured for his actions. Rias. You wanna fight so let us begin Issei Haidu. Rias begins charging up his flames to blast Issei Haidu and throws at him, while Iron Lava is constantly trying to summon undead creatures to assist Rias. Issei dispatches them with relative ease, as he immediately uses his firestorm ability to burn the undead alive. Rias then shrugs off the undead and fires the blast at Issei. A lot of dust is formed, but Issei comes out unscathed and amused. Issei. Was that supposed to hurt you, fried chicken? I must say I am disappointed. Issei was amused at Rias's pathetic attempt at hurting him. Rias was livid that the attack barely did anything to Issei. Issei. You have done your move, now it is my turn. But that Issei began the beatdown of his life. He initially punched him in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Rias was shocked and angry. He wanted to fight back, but Issei noticed that Iron Lava was summoning his undead army. He decided to knock him out before dealing with him later. Issei. You stay put, I will deal with you later, Iron Lava. Iron Lava was coughing up blood and was trying to recover from his attack. Issei. Now then Rias, shall we continue? Rias. Wait, this must happen, the marriage between us pure blood devils. A low-class dragon like you cannot understand that this must happen. Issei. You still don't get it, do you? Why can you not understand that Rias does not love you? She cries when she is near you, she hates you so much that I won't be surprised if she kills you out of sheer hatred. But know this Rias Phoenix, I will not let you ruin your life, I will not let her suffer. So beggin' now. Issei started to begin Rias's punishment. He initially started to erode his healing factor, thus preventing him immediately healing wounds. Rias was shocked at the prevention of his healing factor. Rias. What have you done, what have you done? Issei. Destroyed your healing factor, it will come back after a while, but not now, I want you to suffer. Issei then began continuously pounding on him, his teeth started breaking, bones started cracking. Issei then fired a dragon shot in his stomach, making him puke out tons of blood. Rias was unable to keep up with Issei's onslaught. He was unable to do anything to stop the dragon's attacks. Issei pressed the advantage even further by then using his dragon claws. He started to gut Rias with his claws. Rias screamed in agony and pain as Issei did that. He then proceeded to continue his beatdown on him. Bones were broken, teeth was shattered, and blood was flying everywhere. Ravel, who watched everything as her brother who was once so strong was brought to his knees, she came to defend him, but Issei just threw her aside like a fly. She went flying towards a nearby pillar, dazing her for a while. Issei then held Rias by his neck. Issei. Now answer me, Rias, would you hurt or harass women again? Rias. Glurg. Issei. No. Rias. Yes, I will promise to treat everyone with respect, I won't hurt or harass anyone ever again, now please have mercy. Issei then throws him towards a dazed Ravel, who is horrified that her brother was beaten to such a condition. She started to fear this dragon who had brought Rias to his knees, broken his pride like it was nothing. Ravel had tears in her eyes seeing her brother in such a condition. Ravel. Why? Issei. Take him away, he needs medical help, don't let him die. Ravel just nodded and took him away. He was barely alive, only able to speak as his body was in a broken condition. Issei then turned his attention to Iron Lava. Iron Lava was terrified beyond belief, he was not able to do anything to escape. Sona on the other hand was shocked at Issei's actions. She sure hated Rias, but even she would not have gone this far. She could only hope that this was her Issei, the man she had loved with all her heart. Iron Lava tried to summon an undead army, but this only increased Issei's already angry state to a much more ferocious state. He decided now is the time to reveal his sacred gear. Drake had already approved of it as well. Issei. I have something special for you as well. Boosted gear had appeared on his hand. Do it, Drake. Welsh Dragon Balance Break. Issei was clad in a red armor with dragonic traits like a tail and scales like appendages all over his body. He had green gems on his entire body, followed with a covered helmet with green eyes. Everyone present was shocked that the one they are dealing with is none other than the fabled Red Dragon Emperor. Sona Serafall. My fiancé brother-in-law is the Red Dragon Emperor. The ladies in question were in shock. Iron Lava truly felt like he was facing a monster. Issei then rushed towards them and punched him in the ribs, breaking all of them. Iron Lava was wheezing in pain, as his abilities were completely useless against him. That's when something black appeared on his body, it started to cover him until he was clad in a black goo-like substance, 2 red eyes and a smile had appeared on his body. That's when something black appeared on his body, it started to cover him until he was clad in a black goo-like substance, 2 red eyes and a smile had appeared on his body. I do not own Glitchdale, replace Chara with Issei. Issei. Oh come on, don't give up Iron Lava, the fun has just started equals. Issei then used his claws to start ripping Iron Lava's whole body, blood was flying everywhere, flesh was being torn apart. Issei made use of his super strength to break several of his bones, dealing severe damage to his body, dealing severe internal bleeding. Issei then proceeded to use his claws to cause severe internal damage. Iron Lava was nothing but a bloody mess, but was still alive. Issei. If you think we are done then you are wrong, the fun has only begun equals. That was when Sona came and held him from behind, she was continuously crying on Issei, begging him to come back. Issei stopped and looked at his mate crying, that was when Issei also had tears in Issei's eyes, even through hate armor he still loved and cared for her, and will always love her. Replace Chara with Issei. Sona. This is not you, Issei, you are not a monster, you are not a murderer, you are better than him, please come back, cause I cannot live without you, so please come back, I want the man I love back to me. Issei started to break and fight his hate armor, it was like its own entity. Issei. So.Na. Is that you? Sona. Yes, it is me, the woman you loved with all your heart, so please come back to me. Serafall. Sona, it is working, Issei, you need to fight the hate, it is trying to control you, it is trying to manipulate you, it is only using you for causing chaos and nothing more, it will only want to ruin you completely, so fight it, cause I want my brother back, not this, I know you are a good person at heart, so please don't succumb to hatred. Greg. Partner, they are right, do not give in to it, I have seen you stay on the path of righteousness, no matter how hard life tries to push you away from it. Issei started to break free from the hatred, the trio were happy that it worked so well, and were happy to get Issei back to them. Issei then looked at Iron Lava, and was horrified at his mangled corpse. Issei. Did I do it? I am a monster. Sona. No, you are not a monster, you never were a monster, you don't deserve to die, it was hate that controlled you, you were not yourself when it took over you, so please stay with me. Serafall saw Issei lie on Sona's body, she was happy that her sister found her keeper, she was eternally grateful to Issei for saving her sister from getting raped by this man, she then focused her attention to Iron Lava, who was the cause of the mess to begin with. Serafall. Iron Lava Amon, you are hereby put under arrest for the kidnapping of the Citri heiress and will stay in bars until the end of time, you will lose your position as the second son of Avalon and hereby freeze in Cocytus for the rest of your life, this is the verdict of the Satan Leviathan. Serziches. And she is in full support of me, Satan Lucifer, you have gone too far this time, you will remain in Cocytus for the rest of life. But that Serafall teleports Iron Lava to Cocytus to be frozen for all of eternity, he will never bother anyone in his life again. Issei. Serziches. Serziches. Rest Issei, you have done enough for us with a genuine smile, you are the reason that our sisters are free from their arranged marriages. Serafall. He is right, Issei, I accept you as my little brother, you have shown enough love for my little sister, and I could not be any more happy than to leave her in your hands, well then you guys need to head home, Issei, the others are worried about you. But that the dimension collapses and Issei and Sona falls on a griffin, they both then head home. Sona. Hey, you awake? Issei. Yeah, well, and sorry for everything that had happened to you so far, if I was quick enough he would never have kidnapped you and. Sona. Geez, you talk a lot, and please do not apologize, you did so much for me, you listened and even gotten out of your hate for Rias because of me, and for that I will be with you till the end of time, cause I love you, and I always will do so. Issei. Thank you, Sona, my honey. But that the ride back home was enjoyable to the duo with both of them heading home, it was an enjoyable ride for the both of them. But Serziches, Grafia and Serafall. Serziches. You seem pretty happy, Serafall. Serafall. Of course, my Sotan found the man she loved with all her heart. Grafia. I never imagined that she of all people would find love. Serziches. Yeah, me too, honestly I am indebted to Issei, if it was not for him, my sister would have been with Riser for all eternity. Serafall. And my sister would be that bastard slave for all eternity. Grafia. But your parents would be disappointed in the breaking of the marriage. Serziches. Yeah, that's true, but honestly this will allow Rias to find the man she loves with all her heart, although he will have to go through me in order to marry her. Grafia sighs at this while Serafall chuckles. Serziches. Well then let's go home. Grafia and Serafall. Alright then. But that the trio teleport back to their respective homes. It was then decided that Sona would stay at the Haidou residence, and Serafall managed to do the negotiations for Sona Citri to stay in Issei's home, his parents unsurprisingly accepted her to live in their house. And everything was well for everyone involved and life went back to normal. Looks like someone had awakened it once again. Then looks at the scene of Issei fighting against iron lava, they then had a grin on their face, seeing that there is another soul that had nearly succumbed to their own self-hatred. Issei do right, the power of hate is a strong weapon, but don't succumb to it, or you will be as bad as the users who use the Juggernaut drive for power. I will be watching you, and I will love to see you use it again, when you fall in despair. The entity then vanishes out in this air, it seemed like they saw another soul use hate to overwhelm their opponents, they seemed to have taken interest in Issei after all. Scene break. At Haidu residence, After the fight of Issei with Iron Lava and Riser, Issei immediately takes to his house and meets Sona with the rest of the family. The family was very accepting of Sona, and his mother pretty much took her to have a sort of girls' talk. Issei then tells everyone about what had happened at the wedding party, and while some were shocked, all of them were eventually happy by the fact that both the girls are safe and sound after all that. Chara on the other hand had a bit of a disturbed expression on her face, when approached by Issei, she explained to him on what hate exactly is, and how it triggers and works, since she had also been a victim of it before. Issei knew that this power is similar to his Juggernaut drive, and decided to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Issei was reminiscing all the events of what had happened last night, it was one hell of a day for the dragon, but as he noticed he held something, only to realize that he was holding the of none other than his first girlfriend Raynare, who had fallen asleep next to him on his hand. Issei was surprised that he had held her but was even more surprised that she was not at all affected by his holding her like that. Raynare? Issei, is it morning already? Issei? Yeah, good morning to you too Ray, speaking of which why is Sona sleeping her with me? Raynare? Oh yeah about that, we talked, and since because of the lack of pillows, each of us decided to use your hands as pillows. Issei. That would explain the sudden weight on my body. Sona then wakes up as well. Sona. Is it morning, good morning to you honey. Issei felt a little warm when hearing from Sona his new nickname, which she started calling him ever since he saved her from getting assaulted by that bastard. Raynare on the other hand, was pouting since she never called him by this name, but nevertheless made a determined face that she is never going to lose. That was when a knock was heard on the door. Asia. Issei, mom has called us down for food, you coming in? Issei. Yeah wait a minute Asia we are not ready. Asia enters the room anyway, on seeing both Raynare and Sona on the bed with him. Issei. This is not what it seems like. Asia. I will not lose again, not this time. Asia then starts to remove her clothing as well, Issei sighs as this is something that will always happen no matter what, his life will just got a lot more lively with Sona entering into his life as well. On the table, Haidu residence, The table was lively as usual with everyone conversing with each other. Mickey. So son, that was an amazing fight, but you kinda went overboard with dealing with them. Issei. Yeah you are right. Sona. So mom, can my student council come to this house for this evening as we need to discuss something important? Issei. What could that be Sona? Sona. Well it is about the contract amount each of the members have gathered, it is more like a friendly get-together. Issei. I see, so just like last time, so can Kiba come as well? Sona. I see no problem, but you need to ask Rias to let him in. Issei. Alright then, so mom you have no problem. Mickey. No sweetie, why would I have no problem with your friends coming over? Issei. Alrighty then, well we got to leave for school or we will be late. Boru. Alright then guys, see ya. See you around dad father. Scene break. The five are enter the school gates at the same time, thankfully there are not much people present that day. They then notice Saji looking for something, Issei called out to him, and he rushed to them. Issei. Hey Saji, what's going on? Saji. President, you need to come with us we need you at the council. Sona. Alright Saji, lead the way. Issei. Hey Saji wait up. Saji. What is it Issei? Issei. Well how is your progress going on, you know what I am talking about. Everyone present understood what's going on. Saji. Well, I did locate them, they were in my class, Suu. Issei. Good job, I believe you will find them in no time Saji. Saji. Alright thanks bro. Issei. See ya. Asia. Is something going on? Issei. Well I gave Saji a task in checking his progress. Asia. I see. They then head towards the classroom where they then sit for their classes. The day was certainly uneventful with Issei's friends once again trying their luck to get their perverted friend out, but to no avail, Issei having enough runs and hides, letting them pass by him and then escape the other way around. At Kuo Academy, PM. Issei along with Asia and Raynare were sitting on the cantina table, they were having their lunch, along with talking on how things have been so far. Chara joins them as well after a while, since she had to deal with some girls, telling her to be careful of the beast known as Issei Haidu. That was when two girls approached the people sitting. Issei. Murayama, Caddis fancy seeing you here. Murayama. Haidu, I would like to talk with you. Issei. Well, what is it? Murayama. Well, we talked about it and we would like to apologize to you, Haidu. Both Murayama and Caddis bowed towards Issei, shocking the people present. The two girls that used to beat him till now were now apologizing, and not just apologizing, they were bowing their heads in front of him. Issei was confused as to why they are apologizing, so he decided to ask them. Issei. Why are you two apologizing? Murayama. Well, it is just that me and Caddis along with the other Kendo girls used to beat you up before and sometimes to near death, plus we never saw you change and tried to turn other girls against you as well, so please forgive us. Issei then stands up and walks toward the other girls. Issei. I forgave you two a long time ago, so please do not apologize, Murayama and Caddis, plus I am equally as guilty in this. After all, before my change I used to peek on you girls without any respect for your privacy, so I apologize for that as well. The girls were shocked by Issei's deep thinking. They knew that this was his true personality beneath his former perverted self, that only his true friends could see, a kind and compassionate man who was there for the people he cared for with his heart. They truly were wrong in judging this man. Murayama. But. Issei. No buts, I also need to apologize for my former actions towards you, so friends. Murayama. Friends, but you need to call me Kaori from now on. Caddis. And for me it is Yui. The duo then decide to leave the fort to their stuff. Issei. I can't believe what I am hearing, they apologize to me, wow, this was not something I expected. Chara. To think the two girls that hated your guts are now your friends, great going big brother. Asia. Even I am shocked too, things are really different this time around. Raynare. Well, what happens for a reason, and in our case it happened for the best. They all knew what she was saying was correct. They then split up with Asia and Issei heading towards a different class, while the other two were going to the other class. That was when Asia and Issei spotted Kiba. Kiba. Hi guys. Issei. Hey Kiba. Issei and Kiba bro fist, while Asia happily greets him. Kiba. I never got to properly meet you, Asia, it's been a while. Asia. That is correct, Kiba, it has been a while indeed, so how is everything in this new timeline? Kiba. Everything is going so well so far, but I guess all good things do come to an end. Asia. Well, what do you mean? Kiba. You guys know what time it is then? Issei. Wait, you don't mean. Kiba nodded. Issei and Asia felt bad for Kiba, after all it is the time of Kokabiel and Valper to show up. They both knew that this has brought up the memories of his time as the victim of the infamous Holy Sword project, which had killed his comrades, that had sacrificed their lives in order for him to survive the day. If it was not for them he would have been dead a long time ago. He owes them their lives and will avenge them by destroying the ones responsible for their demise. No matter the timeline. Issei, on noticing Kiba's sad smile, decided to invite him to their house. Kiba. Well, I would love to, but Rias. Issei. Fret not, I will speak to her. Kiba. Please try not to kill her. Issei. Fret not, I do not hate her that much to murder her, I would be no better than those old Satan fools then. Kiba chuckled and the duo then headed to their classes. That was when the principal of the academy had specifically requested for Issei Haidu to show up. Issei then decided to head towards the principal's office, but he received the biggest shock of his life to see who his principal is, or at least his new principal. Well, hey Issei Haidu, or should I say the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei was not expecting her of all people to show up. He knew this was Vanelena Gremory, the mother of Serzich's Lucifer and Rias Gremory, to show up. He did not expect she was the principal of the school, or Atlas the new principal of the school. Issei was not expecting her of all people to show up. He knew this was Vanelena Gremory, the mother of Serzich's Lucifer and Rias Gremory, to show up. He did not expect she was the principal of the school, or Atlas the new principal of the school. Issei had a gut feeling on why is she here. After all, she was one of the few people that would get saddened at the fall of the engagement of Riser and Rias, but in the previous timeline she had accepted Rias' love for Issei. If she would have known of her daughter's actions in the previous timeline, then she would not have been able to take it and might have tortured her daughter to death for her actions, given that Vanelena is known to be a sadistic devil that even Serzich's used to fear. But she has been like a mother to Issei, a second mother in fact to him, so he decided to not tell her of her daughter's actions, at least not yet. Issei. May I know who are you? Vanelena. Oh my, it looks like they did not tell everyone then. Well, my name is Vanelena Gremory, the new principal of this school. Issei. Gremory, are you related to? Vanelena. Rias, oh she is my daughter, I guess you know her after all, you are the one to save her from her marriage. Issei. I see, so how did you become the principal? Vanelena. Well, the old one resigned because he found a new job opportunity, and since my husband is a part of the committee that manages the college curriculum, I got this job, and the rest is history. Issei. Alright then, may I know what you want to talk about? Vanelena. You did kinda break the marriage between Riser and Rias, may I know your reason for doing so? Issei. It is simple, since you know that I am the Red Dragon Emperor, then you must know what dragons cherish then. Vanelena nodded, Issei then smiled. Issei. Good then, well Rias despised Riser so much that she would have done anything, and I mean anything to get out of this marriage. Vanelena was shocked on what Issei had said, she did not know that her daughter was that desperate to get out of this marriage, if she had not imposed the marriage on her, then none of this would have happened. Both her and her son had love marriages, and even she knew that a marriage run by hate would break no matter what happens. Vanelena. Well, did she hurt anybody in sort of desperation? Issei. Well, she did my parents, more like hypnotized them only, but I reached there before any harm was done to them, she even apologized to me after that as well. Vanelena was shocked, she knew that this was her and her husband's fault, they both should never have imposed this marriage on her, it was their fault along with the elders persuading and imposing the arranged marriages of heirs so that pure-blooded devils can be born. Vanelena. I want to apologize then for my daughter's actions towards you and your family. Vanelena bows towards Issei. Issei. Please do not apologize, Ms. Gremory, it is not your fault, your daughter is old enough to decide her actions, and even she apologized for what she did, and I did forgive her, at least percent as of now. Vanelena. Thank you, I am glad you don't hate my daughter or us for her actions. Issei. I do not and I never will, so please do not worry. Vanelena. Well, you need to go to class, thank you for your time, Mr. Haidu. Issei. Please, Ms. Gremory, you may call me Issei. Vanelena. In that case you can call me Vanelena when in private and principal ma'am in public. Issei. Can I call you mother? Vanelena. Why? Issei then remembers that she forgot everything. Issei. No reason, I am sorry, please forget what I just said. Issei then runs out of the room while Vanelena is contemplating her choices, she needs to talk to her husband about what happened and as well talk to Rias about her actions, and she needs to be a little strict with her to at least prevent this from happening ever again, she did not want the Red Dragon Emperor to be their enemy. Vanelena also wondered why Issei wanted to call her mother. But Issei. Issei. Ugh, why does this always happen to me, why do I get hurt when I least expect it? Greg. It is not your fault, these are the side effects of a reset. Issei. I do not understand, how can she not remember anything? Grihiksa. News flash, this is the price of resetting the timeline, that is why never do it again, lest you want people to forget you again. Issei. Sigh, you guys are right, but I can rebuild a relation once again. Greg. That's the Issei I know, now let's go, the others are waiting. Issei then catches up with Asia and she tells her that they needed to go to the Orc building to convince Kiba to come with them. At the Orc building, PM. Issei enters the building, thankfully everyone is there to talk about it. Rias. Ah Issei, Asia, what brings you two here? Issei. Well, we have a request. Rias. Alright then, go ahead. Issei. Can Kiba come to my house today, we have a small get together, so can he be free for the night? Rias. Well, say no more, Kiba Kaneko can take up your job for the day. Kiba. Well, thank you, President. Rias. Is there something else also? Issei. I want to tell you something. Rias. What is it? Issei. Your mother is the new principal of this school now. Rias nearly coughed on her tea, Akeno's jaw dropped, Kiba looked at Issei for answers who was speechless, Kaneko who was nearly stoic had dropped her sweets, and Asia who had a normal expression was now sweating. Rias. Issei, please tell me this is not true. Issei. I am afraid it is. Rias. Rias. Well, there goes my college life down the drain. Rias started sulking, her mother being in this school was the last thing she expected to be here, initially Serafall had joined in as the teacher, but now her mother is the principal of this school, now who is next, her father. Akeno. But how did this happen, Issei? Issei. I also just came to know a few hours ago only, she became the principal just today only, she told me that the old principal had left the job because of a better job prospect, after that she got the job thanks to her husband, and the rest is history. Akeno. I see, oh Rias. Kendo started chuckling at Ria's troubles, Asia looked at Issei for answers who was equally confused at what happened just now. Asia. So what now, Issei? Issei. When I first met her, she did not seem that bad, in fact she was nice, maybe this may not be as bad as we are assuming. Rias. Well, I hope so, Issei. With that Asia, Kiba and Issei leave the orc room and building and head towards Issei's house. They catch up with Raynare and Chara who are informed about the news, and the duo were surprised, but nonetheless accepted it quickly. Scene break. At the Haidu residence, PM. Sona. So is everyone here? All members of the Stuco. Yes. Sona. So alrighty then, the contract list for this month. Tsubaki. Momo. Rias. Tsubasa. Tomo. Hiroko. Saji. Since you are here Kiba you will also get your contract check reviewed for this month. Kiba. Saji. Aw man, lowest again, looks like I got to go for a higher goal then, I will surpass you all when the time comes. Issei. I know you can do it Saji, work harder. Saji. Thanks bro. Sona smiled at Saji's determination, she is happy that she is not forcing him to work harder. Issei is actually a motivation for Saji to push himself harder, she is happy that the others and Saji see Issei as a big brother figure. That was when Issei's mother brings in 2 albums. Mickey. Does anyone want to see Issei as a child? Issei. Muam. The album was opened, both Sona and Raynare were blushing at a child version of Issei, even the others had amused expression, either looking at his childhood photos or looking at Issei's embarrassed face. Saji and Kiba felt pity for Issei, since they would have also been embarrassed if their childhood photos were shown to everyone around. Chara also was curious about Issei's past, while Asia was unsurprised, given that she had seen the photos beforehand. Saji. Must be good reliving your childhood, the girls pointing to Raynare and Sona are currently enjoying them. Issei. Yeah, that is something that I do not want to show them. That was when Kiba saw something that had reminded him of the incident. Kiba. Hey Issei, you still have that? Issei. Oh yeah, I dunno why, I should have burned that image when I got the chance. Issei remembered her betrayal, the one he least expected to betray him, he wanted to burn the image and destroy its existence once and for all. Kiba, on sensing his anger, kept his hand on him. Issei calmed down after a while. Kiba. Maybe fate has its own twisted way of reminding people different things. Issei. You got that right bro. That was when Sona's phone was ringing. Sona. Oh hello Rias, what Issei, she wants to speak to you. Issei. For me, okay. Issei then takes her phone. Issei. Oh hey Rias, what's up? Rias. I have a request for you. Issei. Okay then tell me what is it that you want. Rias. Well there is someone that would like to meet you, since Kiba could not come due to his day off, he has specifically called the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei. Oh I see, well inform him that I will be there by tonight. Rias. Very well then, I shall inform him. Issei then cuts the phone and gives it back to Sona. Sona. So what did she want? Issei. Well there is this person who specifically wants to meet me, so I told her that I will be meeting him tonight, you do not mind. Sona. No I do not mind, plus he seems kind of important so you should go. Issei. Alrighty then. Sona. Well then the meeting has ended, you may all go back to your homes now. The student council and Kiba. Alright then. They all leave the house, leaving Sona, Issei, Asia, Chara and Raynare as the only occupants in this room. Raynare. Do you have to really go tonight? Raynare did not want Issei to go, she wanted to sleep with him, but since he is going for the night, this may not happen. Issei. Worry not my dear, I will be back before bedtime. Issei keeps his hand on Raynare's head who was enjoying it, Issei then noticed Asia pouting and gave her a head pat as well. Then he noticed Sona looking at him like a lost little girl. Issei. Sona come here, do you want some too? Sona. No, I don't want. Issei saw her expression and was amused, he then proceeded to move his hand from Raynare and head pat her as well. Sona enjoyed every single moment of it and was cherishing herself in Issei's hand and was in bliss, he was happy that he was able to keep the girls happy no matter what. Issei. Alright girls, I gotta go, but I will be back. Chara. Alright, see you later big brother. Issei then leaves the girls at his room to meet this mysterious person who wanted to meet him. Issei. Alright guys, if my hunch is correct, we are gonna meet him, it looks like, even the coordinates are same. Greg. It has been a while since I have seen him. Trihiksa. Oh this is gonna be good, a reunion after a while. Issei. Well then let's go and meet you sensei. Issei then leaves to the location to meet his sensei. With Kiba. Kiba was seen walking in the alleyway where he saw a priest running for his life. Kiba. Huh, what the? Priest. Please save me. But before Kiba could do anything he was slashed by someone familiar yet evil beforehand. Man you are so boring, chi not even worth my time. Then looks at Kiba and has a smile, a evil and sadistic one. Looks like it is my lucky day, a devil going home. Kiba. Fried Selzen. Kiba definitely remembered him from his past timeline, after all he was the one to kill him in that timeline. Fried. Oh, I am gonna gut you and then kill you, ha 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 ha. Freed then removes a blade from his coat, revealing it to be Excalibur. Kiba's hatred is ignited once again. Kiba. Excalibur. Freed. So a devil like you recognizes this weapon, good, this makes it much easier for me to kill you. Kiba. Well then let's dance. Kiba then dashes using his sword and parries with Kiba, however this time Kiba had an advantage with the knowledge coupled in the past timeline, along with his durability training, he gave Freed a hard time, even overwhelming him easily. Freed. Damn it, why don't you just die, you damn devil. Kiba. Sorry, I do not plan on dying today, you false failed wielder. Freed. Damn you. That was when Freed got a call. Freed. Hello, you alright? Freed keeps his phone. Freed. Well, I would love to dance, but I gotta go see ya, but do not worry, we will meet again. Freed uses a flash bomb to escape before Kiba could react. Kiba. Damn it, I let him escape, I need to inform President about this. Scene break. Two people are entering a church, they seem like exorcists, they visit the church again, as it brought some memories back to one of the entities. So why are we here again? Well, we need to meet the devils in charge and an old friend of mine. You mean that childhood friend of yours? Yeah, it has been a while since I have seen him, I wonder what are you doing, Issei, right now? Then shows a photo, the same photo that Issei had at his house and was seen by Kiba. I miss him. We will meet him, do not worry, but let us finish this mission. Right. Apartment complex, PM. Issei had successfully reached the mystery man's apartment complex who had wanted to meet him. Issei had a slight idea of who this man was in the past life, there was only one faction leader that cared for him like a father, that was the reason he had such a good life in the underworld. Issei. Well, here we are. Greg. About time then. Issei then heads towards the building number and apartment number, since he was aware that he would have no reason to change, and he was right. Once he entered inside, a man with golden bangs and was wearing a yukata had opened the door. So you finally made it, Dragon Boy. Issei. Still with that tacky nickname Azazel Sensei. Azazel. So you remember? Issei. Yes, I do, how could I forget you, Azazel Sensei? Azazel. I am not your teacher, Issei, not yet at least. Issei. I see. Azazel then takes him inside and immediately embraces him. Azazel. I missed you, kiddo. Issei, crying, I missed you too, Sensei. Azazel consoles him and tells him. Azazel. So we have a lot to catch up, Issei. Issei, wiping his tears, I have a lot to tell you, a lot to inform you, about the changes. Azazel. Well then we can talk about it, let's have a drink. Issei. Alright then. Issei then informs him about Raynare being his girlfriend. Azazel makes a serious face. Azazel. What? How? Didn't she kill you before? Issei. Yes, she did, Sensei, but this time she actually fell in love with me and I did fall for her, I will love her until the very end. Azazel. Wow, maybe I did the right choice keeping her away from Kokabiel, after all he was the one turning my orders into killing the sacred gear hosts, speaking of which, how are Drag and Trihixa doing? The boosted gear appears on Issei's left hand, the gem glows. Drag. We are doing fine, Azazel, I am just happy to receive the same host in this timeline. Trihixa. Well, settling in a dragon does not sound like a bad idea, I am enjoying myself for once, you know, experiencing the world without being feared or hunted. Issei. Well, I always knew that Kokabiel had a hand in making Raynare who she was back then, but thank you, Sensei, for preventing her from falling down a dark path this time. Azazel. It is no biggie, after all I managed to prevent you from turning into a devil. Speaking of devils, how is Rias' Gremory this time? Issei. Considering how bad she was back then with her deception, I will say that she was much better than what she was before, I mean she was honest and was behaving like the Rias' Gremory like I always saw her as. Azazel. Considering your perversion, I thought you would have been head over heels by now. Issei. About that. Azazel. What happened? Greg. Issei is not a pervert anymore. Azazel. Azazel was shocked would be an understatement, he never thought that someone who was perverted enough to make even a heavenly dragon cry is no longer a pervert. Azazel. I definitely need a drink after this. Issei. Oh boy, then you are gonna need a lot of drinks, cause there are a lot, and I mean a lot of changes, Sensei, that have happened. Azazel. Well, what are we waiting for then, shall we begin then? Issei then proceeds to tell him about everything from his engagement to Sona Citri, to his sister being Chara Dreamer turned Chara Haidu, meeting Asia and preventing her death, the opinion around him and the school from changing, him training the Gremory peerage to Riser using deception to win, his fight to Iron Lava and Riser, him nearly succumbing to hate, Sona helping him free from his self-hatred to completely restarting his dream of Harem King. Murayama and Caddis apologizing, and finally Vanelena being the new principal of the Kuo Academy. Azazel. Well, looks like I gotta be careful being the teacher now that she is the principal. Issei. Yeah. Azazel. Speaking of which, I have a feeling on how you felt to hate. Issei. Well, go on. Azazel. Considering their actions in the past timeline as well as Iron Lava and Riser's actions were the ones that started triggering your hate cycle, as a result when you started bottling it up, you were basically a ticking time bomb, and that devil was the trigger, resulting in you being consumed by it. Thankfully Sona brought it out, otherwise you would have been another victim. Usually determination souls are the targets of hate, given that they usually suffer the most, and human souls have fell in their own self-hatred before. This made them into beings that even gods feared as a result. In other words, hate is similar to Juggernaut Drive, but on a slightly weaker scale and no life drain issue. Issei. I see. Issei dreaded this new form of his, it reminded him of the Juggernaut Drive where he nearly tore apart the underworld due to Asia's death at the hands of Shalba Beelzebub. He knew that he must avoid using that form ever again, no matter what happens. Azazel. Alright, enough sad talk, since you have gotten rid of your perversion, what is your new interest now? Issei. Video games and memes. Azazel had stars in his eyes like a little kid, he then went inside a room and showed him all the consoles he had collected, from the SNES to the infamous Wii U, all this box, as well as all the PlayStations. Issei was shocked at Azazel's collection, so much so that it had made him his jaw drop. Issei. Wow, every single console on the market. Azazel. That's not all. He then opened shelves of nothing but games for all the consoles. He had every single game for all the consoles, every Mario game, every COD game, every Gears of War game, every Sonic game, every FIFA game. Issei had no words, he knew that Azazel was a collector, but this is something even he could not imagine. Azazel. Speaking of which, what is your favorite game BTW? Issei. It is Five Nights at Freddy's. Azazel. Well, that's a good choice indeed, well, what do you want to know? Issei. Who do you think Purple Guy's identity is? Azazel. My guess is William Afton. Issei. Hold up, wasn't it Phone Guy before? Azazel. Nah, student, it was always William Afton, the guy is a psycho, keeps coming back from the dead just to kill some kids. I just wish that I had such power, it would have been in handy. Issei. Speaking of which, I pranked Sona and Tsubaki by putting them in FNAF-like setting. Azazel. Well, does she know or her sister know? Issei. Nope, she would kill me if she knows. Azazel. Good point, how was their experience? Issei. Well, they surprisingly knew what they needed to do in dealing with Bonnie and Chica, like closing the doors before they enter and attack them. They were wondering why these animatronics are hell-bent on killing them. They did not even notice the power, and eventually the battery died down. Azazel. Oh shit. Issei. Freddy showed up, Toreador March started playing, after a while they both got jump-scared, they were clinging to each other for their lives, and begging Lord Freddy please spare us. Azazel was laughing like a hyena at this, he could only imagine the stoic and serious Ona Citri begging for mercy, and the possible expression on Freddy on what the hell are they doing. Issei. After which I teleported them to the student council and the rest is history. Azazel. Oh, I see. Issei. So is there something else you want to talk about? Azazel. Oh, Kokabiel is making his move, just like last time, I wanted to tell you so that you could tell Serziches about that, he is going to target the heiresses Sona and Rias, he even stole the Excaliburs to try to provoke the angels. Issei was angry but kept calm as he was aware that this happened before, he knew that he needed to fight Kokabiel at some point in this timeline as well. Issei. So what is the plan? Azazel. If they are not able to handle it, I will be sending him to handle things. Issei. Speaking of him, how are he and his team doing? Azazel. Well, they are a part of the Cows Brigade, but this time as spies, Vali and the others really miss you. Issei. I miss them too, especially Kuroka. Azazel. Oh yeah, she was gonna come to your house, thankfully Vali and the others restrained that horny cat before she could get targeted due to her stray status. Issei. Well, at least she has not changed even now. Azazel. Well, look at the time, your girls and parents must be worried about you. Issei looks at the time and it is PM. Issei. Alright then, see ya. Azazel. See you around, kiddo. Issei then leaves and teleports for his house. Scene break. The next day. Sona Citri is heading toward her peerage when she saw two girls in church outfits heading their way. A blue-haired girl and a orange pig-tailed girl heads their way before telling them their real intentions in this town. The blue-haired girl and a orange pig-tailed girl heads their way before telling them their real intentions in this town. Sona then heads home, to which they saw that the girls were heading towards Issei's house. Sona began to question them. Sona. What the hell are you two doing here? That is the same question I would like to ask you. I am afraid to say this, but your childhood friend might be associated with the devils here. But still, my friend is still my friend, but that remains unchanged. We would like to introduce ourselves, my name is Zenobia Quarta. My name is Irina Shidu, and we are both exorcists that are from the Church of Vatican. Sona. Very well, my name is Sona Citri, the current heiress to the House of Citri, and one of the two kings of this town. I said that we will discuss about this tomorrow in the student council when both heiresses are available, so you did not need to come to the place where I was staying. Irina. Oh, we did not know you were staying here, I came here to meet my childhood friend. Sona. By any chance is your childhood friend Issei Haidu? Irina. How did you come to know? Sona. So I was right, just a hunch, that must mean you are the girl in that photo, so she is the one Issei hates, it must be for a good reason. Sona. Alright, let's go in then. Sona opens the door and she was greeted by Issei's mother Mickey, who was shocked and angry that the girls dare step foot in her house after what they did to Issei, but kept her calm, given that things might be different this timeline, plus she promised Issei that she would not make a decision without telling him. Mickey. Ah, who are you, dear? Irina. Ms. Haidu, didn't you recognize me? I am Irina Shidu. Mickey. By any chance are you Tauji Shidu's daughter? Irina. Yes, that I am. Mickey. Alright then, come on, and Issei might be surprised to see you. Oh, I just hope he does not go full murder spree on these two girls. But Issei, Asia, Raynare and Chara. Issei. Well, that was one hell of a day today, I just hope Sona reached home today. Asia. I just want to head home and sleep for a while, I am tired. Chara. Just hang in there for a while, we will reach home in no time. Raynare was quiet, but even she was tired. High school can be mentally tiring after all. Azazel had suggested her to be in the school to watch Issei, after she told him that it would be the best way to watch over him, he would be paying the tuition fees after all. Issei then opens the door and enters inside, he sees his mom outside bringing in snacks, he had a feeling it is them, given that it is about time. Chara also knew that it was them, those two girls that had betrayed her brother previously. While Raynare and Asia were a bit oblivious. Issei enters inside only to be greeted by Irina. Issei almost felt repulsed by her very existence. Irina, on seeing Issei like this, could only imagine what has happened to her childhood friend in her absence. Asia and Chara were shocked and looked upon these girls in pure hatred as they knew what they did back then. Sona. Oh hey guys, you came. Issei. Hey Han, what's up? Irina's heart sank when she heard Issei call Sona Han. She knew that the devil and her childhood friend were now close, while Zenobia was glaring at gang in pure hatred. Issei, on noticing the hate, decided to redirect his aura towards her and causing her to fear the man in front of him. If she tried anything, he will not hesitate to strike her down. Zenobia then decided to stay calm as to not piss off the dragon anymore. Irina. Issei, why did you call her honey? Issei. Well, because we are officially engaged. Zenobia. Then I must take you down since you are so close with the devil and kill this devil. Issei. I would like to see you try, exorcist. Zenobia and Issei were glaring at each other. Mickey feared this might happen. Sona and the other girls tried to calm the duo down. Irina decided to force Zenobia behind before things might get worse. Irina. Zenobia, calm down, sorry about that, she is a little hot-headed. Issei. Yeah, I can see that, so Irina, it was nice meeting you, so may I show you the door? Irina was confused as to why Issei wanted them out, but nevertheless complied, given that they had to leave anyway. Mickey. Issei. Issei. What they did threaten me and Sona. Mickey sighed, she knew that was not the only reason Issei wanted Irina out, it was because they had betrayed him and even discarded his friendship just because he was a pervert. Nevertheless, if they saw beyond his perversion, they could see a man that would do anything to keep his loved ones happy and safe. Irina. Well, I will take my leave, it was nice meeting you, Ms. Haidu, Issei. Issei only looked away since he did not want to see her again. Zenobia. Let's leave, Irina, tomorrow is a big day after all. Irina had a sad face, but nevertheless left. She did not understand why Issei did not want her here, she thought he would be happy seeing her here, but now she wondered why he hated her. Raynare. That was kinda harsh, Issei, I don't know why you hate her. Issei. It just brings bad memories, Ray, but don't worry, I will tell you when I am ready. Raynare. Alright babe, I trust you. Raynare then goes to Asia and Chara to find out what is troubling her boyfriend so much. She wants to help him, she had never seen him like this, so she knows that he has a good reason of hiding it. Issei, on seeing her going, decides to go with her. Raynare. Hey Asia, Chara, can I talk to you too? Asia. Yeah Ray, what is it? Raynare. Why does Issei hate them so much that he does not want to be around them? Asia's heart sank, she did not want to tell her what she did in the previous timeline, she might not be able to take it. Chara, on the other hand, had a neutral yet sad expression. Those memories hurt her brother, even now, even though they are from a different timeline. Asia. Well, it is so bad that he wants to desperately want to forget it. He has a good reason for not telling you. Give him time, he will tell you. Chara. Ray, those memories still haunt my big brother even now. He wants to forget them, but his nightmares keep haunting him over and over again. Raynare. I see. Issei. Ray, I told you I will tell you when the time is right. Raynare, on seeing him, is shocked. She started to fear about their relation getting affected like this. Raynare. But Issei. I know that you are worried for me, but please don't ask about that. I don't want to remember her. I just want to forget her as much as possible, so please, I will tell you when the time is right. Raynare started tearing up. Raynare, crying. I want to help you, Issei. Please, you have not been the same ever since those two show up. I want to be there for you always. I want to keep you happy. Issei. You want to keep my happy. Issei then holds Raynare towards him. Issei. Stay by my side always, please do not leave me and let me hold you for a while. Raynare could sense the fear in his voice. She knew something bad happened, so she held Issei just like that. If it keeps him happy, then she does not mind at all. Raynare. Alright babe, if it keeps you happy. That was when Sona comes in. Issei and Raynare separate. Sona. Alright guys, what did I miss? Issei. Nothing. Sona glared at Issei but nevertheless ignored. Sona. Alright, I am going to sleep, you three coming. Issei. Hey, wait up, the bed is not big enough to handle all of us. Chara, little help here. Chara. Oh bye, enjoy big brother. Chara left Issei to the girls. She was happy that she was sleeping alone on her bed from now on, while Issei was left to sleep with his three girlfriends. Scene break. At the top of apartment complex's roof. Azazel. Ah, fresh air, so you decided to join me, Vali. A man in white armor comes in and sits next to Azazel. Vali. Azazel, you called me? Azazel. Yes I did, Vali, I want you to handle Kokabiel if they fail. Vali. So just like the last timeline. Azazel. Correct, speaking of timelines, I met Issei. Vali did a spit take. Vali. When? How? Why did you not call me? Azazel. Relax, battle maniac, we were just chatting about some gaming stuff, no perverted stuff. Vali. So did he stop being a pervert? Azazel. Yeah, just hoped it was for a different reason. Vali. You better not tell Kuroka about this, she will go horn dog on him. Azazel. Yeah, I know how you guys struggled in stopping her. Vali then remembered that it had taken his, Arthur's and Biku's strength and LaFay placing seals just to keep her in check. Vali. Sheesh, I wanted to fight him just to see how strong he is. Azazel. Your time will come, but now stay put. Vali. Alright. Scene break. The next day, student council room, PM. The devils were sitting on one side, the orc was sitting on the left side of the room, the student council and Asia were sitting on the north side of the room, the exorcists were sitting on the south side of the room. Rias. So what does two exorcists want to do with us? Zenobia. Well, we want you to stay out of our business and let us handle this. Sona. Why, what is the issue, Miss Quarta? Arena. I will explain, out of the Excaliburs had been stolen. You see, when the original Excalibur was broken, it created pieces with of them now stolen. Sona. I see, so that is why you wanted to meet us, for our help. Zenobia. If you think that, devil, then you are wrong, we want you to stay out of the way, or else. Sona. Or else what? Rias and Sona had raised their aura. Issei sighed as he knew that Zenobia was always hot-headed. He knew that she had provoked many people before, but before things could get out of hand, Arena stopped her. Arena. Zenobia, not this again, sorry about that, she is hot-headed, she gets into fights, we only ask you to keep out of this, since this is a church matter, please let us handle this. Rias. I see. Zenobia. We also know who stole the swords, it was Kokabiel, he is the one who currently has the swords. Saji. Who is Kokabiel? Issei. One of the fallen angel general, well, let's just say he is a warmonger. Saji. Okay. Zenobia. I thought you wouldn't mind to destroy the Excaliburs, so I assumed that you would work with the fallen angels, given that you would do anything to destroy the Excaliburs. Rias. I would never sully the name of Lucifer by working with the fallen angels. Sona. Same with me, I would never work with Kokabiel. Zenobia. Well, thank you for your time. Zenobia and Arena then leave. That was when they noticed both Raynare and Asia. Zenobia. Aren't you the fallen Raynare and the witch Asia? They both heard that and started sulking. Issei, on hearing this, was getting angry, he was not gonna let her insult his two mates. Arena. Yeah, it is them. Both. Yes, we are. Zenobia. Do you two still believe in God? Arena. Zenobia, I highly doubt that they do. Zenobia. No, there are some that still believe in God, so do you two still believe in God? Asia. Yes, I do. Raynare. I have not forgotten about God, I still pray to him. Zenobia. Then in the name of God, I shall execute you. But before she could do anything, Issei rushes her and gives a fierce punch to the stomach. Zenobia coughs up blood. She could not understand how this human was this faster than an eye could see. However, before she could react, Issei grabbed her throat and lifted her. He began choking her. Issei. You got some nerve of not only insulting Asia and Raynare, but threatening their lives and outright trying to hurt them. How dare you? Irina. Issei put her down. Issei in response shot a glare to her, silencing her. Issei. Apologize right now. Issei's eyes start to glow red. Zenobia started to feel fear. She knew that this is someone she should not have messed with. Zenobia. Nevada. Issei tightens the grip, the chokehold increases, and Zenobia can barely breathe her. Issei. Apologize now. Sona. Ice, please listen to me, it is not worth hurting these fanatics, hurting them is not who you are, do not do this. Issei's eyes turn back to normal, and he releases her. Zenobia. You will pay for this, heretic. Issei. I don't give a damn about you or your beliefs, you can take them and shove it down wherever you want to. The concept of church is based on forgiveness. If you cannot bring that to fruition in forgiving Asia and Raynare, then you are as good as a government, a corrupt one in fact. Asia and Raynare are good people, worthy of being holy maiden and angel respectively, at least more than you. You are nothing but a crazy fanatic who is trying to show that they are superior just because they believe in some god. Zenobia. Are you challenging the church? Issei. If it means to protect the people I love or care about, then I will strike you down. Kiba. Good, then you might consider a small spar. Zenobia. Who are you? Kiba. Your senior. Rias and Sona sighed. They knew that this was going to happen given their aggressive natures. They decide to allow this to happen. Outside the orc building, PM. The girls remove their cloaks and reveal their swords, Excalibur Destruction and Excalibur Mimic respectively. Kiba summons his sword while Issei prepares his claws. It was decided that Kiba would fight Zenobia and Issei towards Irina. Issei had an sort of evil grin. Drag. Oh, not good. Trahixa. Come on, Drag, this is where the fun begins, summons Popcorn wants some. Drag, with a deadpan expression. Alright, this better be cheese flavored. Issei then cracks his knuckles. Irina decides to ask him a question. Irina. Why do you hate us and the church? Issei. Well, you did threaten me and my friends, and as far as I am concerned, nobody threatens my family, and I never did threaten the church, that's what your partner thinks, Irina. Irina. I see. Irina then uses Excalibur Mimic to strike Issei, but he only catches that with her hand. Irina. No way. Issei. Yes way. Issei then punches Irina square in the face, nearly breaking her nose. He then kicks her upwards. Irina tries to react but is unable to do so, as Issei holds both his fists and slams it down on her stomach. Issei. Too slow. Irina falls to the ground coughing up blood. Zenobia sees her partner in pain. Zenobia. Irina. Kiba. Your fight is with me. Zenobia. I will deal with you later. Zenobia tries to go to her friend to help her. Kiba and Issei look at each other and not understanding what they need to do next. Issei summons the boosted gear and transfers some power to him. Kiba. Sword birth. Kiba does the same move in the last timeline, however this was to cover any ground or mode of escape, forcing Irina and Zenobia to move to a spot where there are no swords, just like the Kiba and Issei predicted. Issei then came from above and slammed both his fists, knocking them through the swords, severely giving them several cuts and sword wounds. It was a coordinated plan of the duo, and it worked well. It resulted in the church duo being defeated. The end result was that the exorcists would consider calling the devils for help if things go sideways. Issei and Kiba brofist after their successful victory. Issei then looks at the church duo. Issei. Just leave you two, I don't want to see you again. Irina was in tears seeing the sheer change in her childhood friend, given that he once cared for her. Irina controlling her tears. Why, Issei, why do you hate me so much? What did I do to you? What did I do to deserve this? Rias and the others were surprised at the coordination Issei and Kiba showed, but nevertheless Rias was happy that Kiba has gotten a friend. Sona was amused at the sheer tactful brain Issei had in dealing with the situation. Issei knew that Kiba would go to hunt the Excaliburs, but he had managed to convince him to stay back since he knew that him being a stray would not benefit anyone. Issei told him that he would tell him when his chance would come to destroy the Excaliburs. On seeing Issei's hostility towards the church duo, some were confused as to why does her hate the church so much, except for those that remember the past timeline. They knew why Issei hated these two so much, given that Irina not only had discarded their past friendship, but had proceeded to cheat on him with a look-alike. Sona was the first to ask. Sona. May I know your hostility towards the duo? Issei. Well, they did try to insult you, as well as try to hurt Asia and Raynare, even though they still prayed and respected God. One of the virtues of the church is based on forgiveness. If they cannot perform that, then I do not see those priests as followers of God, instead I see them as a cult trying to spread their beliefs. The others considered his statement as a bit harsh, but knew that his words hold the truth very well, considering that the church attacks towards the other factions have been aggressive as of late. They needed to tread carefully, so as to not provoke a war. Issei. Alright, I'ma head home, I am kinda tired. Issei decides to call it a day and heads home, the others soon follow. Issei then takes Chara and Asia and tells them something. Issei. Guys, I have decided to tell Raynare and Sona about the past timeline and my experiences with it. Asia. Issei, are you sure? They may not be able to take it. Issei. I am, I would have to tell them someday, and it would be best if I confess them and tell them everything right now. Chara. I see, secrets should not be kept from lovers. Issei. I hope you understand, Asia. Asia nodded her head and responded. Asia. I believe in what Chara says, she is right, secrets must not be kept from the people you love, but let's just hope that they can handle it. Issei. I believe they can. Issei and the other two decide to head home. There they inform their parents about what Issei is going to do, and they both accepted. It was only a matter of when he would decide to tell them. Issei decided to call both Sona and Raynare downstairs, given that it is an important matter. Sona. So what is it, Issei? Issei. It is about time to tell you about my darkest secret. Sona and Raynare knew that this was important given the tone in Issei's voice. They decided to take a seat and patiently listen. Issei. Alright, so do the two of you know of my soul traits? Both nodded their head in refusal. Issei then activates their soul trait. It was a red heart shape. Both understood this was the soul was that of determination. Sona, being the smarter one, understood and asked. Sona. So Ice, did you perform a Issei. True reset? Yes, I did. Sona was shocked as to what must have drove him to completely reset the timeline. She dreaded to know the answer. Sona. May I know why you did it? Issei. I will, but no one must know about this. I will tell the faction leaders myself. Issei then proceeds to account for every single event that had happened in the previous timeline, from his death at the hands of Raynare, to his reincarnation as a devil servant of her best friend Rias Gremory, him fighting Riser to free Rias from Riser, falling in love with Rias and the other girls, the Kokabiel situation, the peace treaty, after fighting a few more enemies from Loki to Cao Cao to Trihixa. After falling into a near coma because of fighting the apocalyptic beast, after which the Rias and her girls except Rias and Asia, betrays him and sleeps with other men including Arena, who did not hesitate to abandon him and discard him without a second thought. He then encounters both Trihixa and Chara, who would tell them about this information. After telling about certain loved ones who stayed with him till the very end, Issei committed the reset, with only those said people remembering the previous timeline. Sona and Raynare was shocked and depressed, given that their lover had gone through so much. Raynare was the most affected from this revelation, as she could not even imagine the possibility of hurting Issei, let alone killing him. She wanted to go back and punch the living hell out of this counterpart for hurting her boyfriend. Sona, on the other hand, was also not taking this news too well. She couldn't even expect Rias to do such a heinous action. To betray someone and use them as a tool needs cruelty and apathy, which Rias, or Atlas the Rias of this timeline, was not capable of doing such a thing. Sona, on the other hand, wanted to punish Rias or Atlas slap the shit out of her peerage except Kiba. She was also aware that his heart would break if he knew about his sister's actions, so she decided to not tell the leaders until Issei decides the time is right, but for now agreed to keep quiet. Both couldn't take it in and decided to embrace Issei while crying their hearts out. Raynare, crying. I am so sorry, Issei, for what she did. I would never do that to you, she does not deserve you. Raynare constantly kept crying at what she knew was a possible alternate of hers. She knew why Issei did not want to tell her about the secret, even she would have wanted to desperately want to forget if her past self did such an heinous action to the one she loved. Betrayal toward someone she loved requires cruelty and psychopathy. She may be a fallen angel, but she had a heart. Issei had held her tightly as she constantly cried on his chest. She wanted to stay by his side, but now she was not even sure that would be possible or not. Issei now realized that she truly was not the same Raynare, not even a small trace of her remained in this new person. Issei had embraced her in return, knowing that she truly loved him no matter what. Issei. Please do not cry, Ray. It was not your fault for what she did. The past Raynare is long dead, forgotten by history completely. I never hated you back then, and I will never hate you even now. You will always be one of the few people I will love and protect with all my heart, so I will not leave you no matter what happens. Raynare crying. Even after everything, you still would not hate me. Issei. If there is one thing I learned out of this situation is that hate only brings in more hate, and I could never hate you no matter what happens. I love you, Raynare, and I will always love you. Raynare could not hold it any longer and she had kept on crying on Issei's chest. Issei held her as she was crying and made a mental promise to never leave or give up on her this time, no matter what, to never abandon her ever again. Sona on the other hand was controlling her tears. She never would have even imagined such a thing to happen during her presence in Kuo. She would have definitely punished her past self for not checking on Rias enough to, at the very least, so that she could have at least prevented something like this from happening ever again. In a way she blames herself, as she could have at the very least done something. Sona wanted to make sure such a thing never happens again, at least not in this timeline. She will never betray Issei's trust in her no matter what happens, she will always be by his side. Sona. I am so sorry, Issei, for what she did. I never imagined what she could possibly do to you, and I would have stopped it from happening no matter what happens. I never thought they would be this heartless to abandon you without a second thought. Even so, I am a little bit happy that there were some people that genuinely loved you and stayed by your side. Issei. Sona, please do not say that. You would have never let them do what they wanted them to do if you had even a little idea on what they were capable of doing. They manipulated your trust as well as Serzich's trust along. I know that you never side with the wrong no matter what happens. That was what I came to know about you. And trust me when I say this, you always cared and cherished the people you cared for with all your heart, whether it was Rias, your Purging, or even your older sister Serafall. You may be strict, but you always loved the people you cared about. No matter what they did, you punished them, but despite everything you were still by their side until the very end, no matter what. Rias is not the same woman she once was. Different timeline caused the personality of some people to change, but a lot of people were the same like they were back then, and you are one of those people who never changed no matter what happened. I loved you, Sona, because of your personality, strict, yet underneath that strict persona is a kind and caring person. Sona could not take it anymore and also cried on Issei's chest. Even she knew that despite suffering a lot, he still did not harbor any evil intentions and hate-filled intentions towards the people that had once harmed him. Issei could have easily gone and murdered everyone who had harmed and betrayed him, but he chose the path that everyone could live peacefully and no one would have taken vengeance at all. Sona was eternally grateful to Issei for going the pacifist route and no one suffered. Sona and Raynare both were crying on his chest for a long time. Issei truly now knows that these two would love him no matter what happens. Issei held both his mates close to him, knowing that he would care for them, no matter what happens to him this time. Outside the room, Chara, Asia and his parents were hearing everything. They all were happy that Issei finally found the people that would love him no matter what and will follow him till the ends of the earth just for him. All four of them then decide to leave them so that they can be together for the night. Chara allowed Asia to sleep in her room as she knew that Issei's room will be full today. Issei saw that both the girls had fallen asleep on his chest. Using his dragon strength, he picked them up and placed him on his bed. He then went to sleep alongside them. Even in their sleep they were holding him and calling his name. He knew that he might get used to it before he himself fell asleep, holding the two girls in his hands, promising to love them no matter what happens. Scene break. The next day. Issei and Raynare could be seen going for shopping, where they could see two familiar robbed figure on the street begging for money. Issei was amused while Raynare wanted to laugh but kept herself quiet. She enjoyed them suffering a little bit. Zenobia. Please give us money for the almighty God. Irina. We need money to survive, God will definitely bless you guys. Issei. Yo, what the hell are you two doing here? Irina. Oh, Issei. Zenobia. We need money because someone had to use all of our allowance to buy a painting from a fraud. So we are begging because we do not want to steal money. Irina looked down in shame when she said that. Issei. I see, how about I give you a meal, my treat, what do you say? Zenobia. We do not take meals from heretics. That was when Irina and Zenovia's stomach started growling, those tummies needed some food. Raynare was barely controlling herself. Issei. Alright then if you say so, come on Raynare, let's go. Raynare. Alright Ice. Irina. No wait, both of you, we want something to eat. Zenobia. But Irina. Irina. Do you want to starve before we can do the mission? Let me tell you, death by starvation is one of the most painful ways to die, unless you want to die before doing the mission. Zenobia stayed quiet as she knew that Irina's words hold true. Issei. Alrighty then, let's go. They both went to a restaurant where they could see the girls finishing plate after plate. Issei and Raynare could only sweat drop as they knew that these girls were hungry, so they finished like plates of food each. Issei wondered how they do not put on weight even after eating so much food. Irina. Oh, bless these two souls in the name of God, they are not bad individuals. Zenobia. For giving in to hunger, we have really sold our souls. Issei could only sweat drop even further as he could see the church duo acting like this. Issei then began asking some questions. Issei. Why do you two want to go after Kokabiel, like is he not way too powerful for you guys? Zenobia. We would sacrifice our lives if it means that the swords would come in our hands, if that does not happen we would destroy them. Issei. I see, I would not be so sure, I mean if I were you I would get any possible help needed. Zenobia. What are you implying? Issei. Well, let's just say a lot of people prefer peace, not a lot of people desire violence. Just because we do not believe in your god does not mean we do not prefer peace and quietness. You should accept any help you get if they want to help you, don't push those people away or become enemies with them, cause I see no reason. Zenobia. I see. Arena. So what do you suggest to say? Issei. How about a temporary alliance between us, we both have the same mission in mind, so why not work together? Arena. Alright then, who else wants to work with us? Issei. Well, there are some people that would love to work with us, I will give them a call. Issei then first dials up Rias. Rias? Oh hey Issei, what's up? Issei. Well, a favor is what I request of you. Rias. What is it? Issei. You know the holy sword's being stolen by Kokabiel. Rias. Yeah. Issei. Well, I got some intel and I know where it is. Rias. I see, what do you need me for? Issei. Your permission, I need Kiba and Kaneko to join me in the quest. Rias. Why not me, I am bored sitting here doing nothing while you guys have all the fun. Issei. Worry not princess, your turn will come very soon, but for now I need those two. Rias. Alright then, they will come to the fountain in minutes. Issei. Okay then, thanks Rias. Rias. You're welcome. Issei then hangs up the phone, he then calls Sona. Sona. Where the hell are you guys? And besides, I am cooking, so what is it, ice? Issei. Well, can I borrow Saji? Sona. I see, so just like last time, when you, Kiba, Kaneko and Saji went to deal with those two exorcists last time without informing me or Rias. ISSEI sweat, drops. Yeah. Sona. Sigh, but at least drop the groceries before going. Issei. It will be done, my princess. Sona blushes and then keeps the phone. Issei. Hey Ray, give me the stuff, I will drop this at home. Raynare. Sure thing Issei. Issei then teleports to his house and drops the groceries at his house, he then heads back to Raynare. Mickey. I will never get used to him teleporting. Back with Issei. Issei. Alright, that's done. Raynare. So what is the plan? Issei. Let the others come, I will tell everyone together. At the park, PM. Everyone that Issei had asked for joined in, no one knew about Issei's plan except Kiba. Issei then began telling them about the plan as well as the situation. Issei. So guys, I believe that the Excalibur fragments are in one of the churches present in the town, that is where we will encounter the rogue priest that Kiba encountered, we need to take him and the priest present to get those fragments. Arena. How did you know so much in so little time? Issei. I do my research and figured out the possible hideouts of the people involved in the actions of the theft. Arena. So what now? Issei. We will head there during nighttime, that is when they would be the least active, plus since most of us are devils we do have a slight advantage during the night. Kaneko. I see, so what do we need to do? Issei. So here is the plan. Kaneko can sense the presence of the priests, Kiba can fight with one of them on par, while the exorcists can assist him in taking down the exorcist, while I and Saji go after the priests, sounds good. Everyone nods. Zenobia. Kiba, Issei, I need you tell you somethings. Both. Go ahead. Zenobia. The one responsible for the Holy Sword project is Valper, the Archbishop of Annihilation, he is the one that murdered those children all those years ago. Kiba. That memory is still as fresh as it is in my mind, I still remember how those people used to experiment on us, we were not even treated as people anymore. Yet we still believed in God, believed that we were chosen for some reason, but in the end none of us succeeded in wielding the Excalibur. Day by day some children died one by one as they were being used, they were experimented in order to wield the Excalibur, until there was only a handful of us remaining. When the project was considered a failure, they decided to abandon the project and destroy any evidence related to it, they decided to kill us by toxic gas. Run. Save yourself. Don't worry about us. Just keep running. Eventually they realized that I had escaped and they decided to hunt me down, they tried looking for me, but failed. I thought I survived, but in the end the toxic gas was too much for me to handle, and I passed out coughing blood. That was when I saw her, Rias Gremory. Rias. I won't let you die, you have great potential, live for me. Rias saw the hate in his eyes, she was determined to help him no matter what. After Kiba recited his story, Saji was in tears, the church duo looked down in shame, as knowing what their faction did was inhumane and immoral, that even the other factions wouldn't dare to do. Raynare was disgusted at the church, while Issei kept his hand on his friend-turned-brother to make sure that he is not alone, he will always be there to support him and have his back no matter what. Zenobia. Because of that the man responsible was excommunicated because of that reason alone. Issei. Wow, excommunication, is that all you church people do when someone does such an heinous act? Not even imprisonment. This is what pisses me off. Instead of arresting him or even killing him for what he did, all you do is kick him out and make sure he never comes again. Honestly, this is why I do not believe in God anymore. Zenobia keeps quiet knowing that he is not wrong. Irina wanted to say something, but does not because she knows that he makes some valid points. Even she wanted him dead after what he did to those kids. Issei. But I am not here to bring up past mistakes. What is done. There is nothing you can do about it, so let's just go and deal with that bastard once and for all, right guys? Saji. Initially I was not that interested, but now I am in, listening to Kiba's stories. Guys, let's take him down, so that no one has to suffer such an incident ever again. Kiba was happy with the overwhelming support this time. He knew that this timeline was much better than the previous one and knew that he would be getting all the help like he was not able to do last time. Kiba. So is everyone in? Everyone? Yeah. Meeting point, PM. Issei. Well, I got these exorcist clothes to allow us to infiltrate the church so that no one will easily detect us. Raynare. How ironic that devils and fallen angels are wearing church clothes, must be interesting. Zenobia. There are 2 churches that are present. We will be splitting into 2 groups. Kiba, Issei, Raynare and Kaneko will be in one group, while the other group will consist of the rest, that is me, Irina and Saji. Alright. Issei. Cool, alright everyone, let's rock. They then decide to split up with the groups heading towards different directions and heading towards the church. They each had a phone through which they can contact each other as the exorcists are found. The group lead by Issei then head towards a dome-shaped church where they saw none other than Fried Selzen, the stray exorcist who was guarding the dome. Fried. Yahoo, I thought this was just some exorcists to play with, but they are nothing but devils and fallen in disguise. Such a shame. Kiba. Fried. Ah, so you remember me. Glad to see I left an impression on you, devil scum. So shall we begin? Kiba. With pleasure. Issei and Kiba begun fighting with Raynare assisting from behind, trying to use light spears and her wings to an advantage, but Fried was somehow able to take on all 3 of them without any problem, although he was getting pushed back. Meanwhile, Kaneko had informed the other group of their location, who told them that they would be heading there as soon as possible. Fried. Hey, aren't you that fallen who refused to side with the others? Raynare. Yeah. Fried. What a waste, you would have been so useful to my master, such a beautiful body gone down the drain. Raynare shudders at his comment. Issei, on noticing him, gets infuriated and punches him square in the face, breaking his nose. Fried. You bitch, you will pay for that. Fried was holding his nose that was bleeding, but he was caught off guard by Kiba appearing before him and slashing him with his sword, causing him to have stab wounds. Fried. This is not good, I have to escape before they kill me. Fried tries to use his flash bomb to escape, but Appendage holds him back. Saji and the others had appeared to assist them and was able to keep Fried from going on anywhere. Saji. Oh, you ain't going nowhere, you freak. Fried. God damn it, this thing. Fried tries to slash at the thing, but it does not budge. These devils and their stupid tricks, trying to make my job much more harder, damn them. Saji. My gear is called Absorption Line, it prevents anyone, even God, from escaping its grasp. You are now stuck here, Fried. Fried. Damn you, devil scum. Relax, Fried, there is a way to break the trap, listen to me carefully. An old man comes out of the church wearing priest robes, as well as a church cap to hide his baldness. He had a smile on his face, but he was quite devious in nature, knowing that they will not be able to do anything. Fried. Ah, old man Valper, so you decided to show up as well. Kiba. Valper Galilei. Kiba looked at the man in pure and utter hatred. He hated this man into the very core of his body, he wanted to kill him right now. Valper. Try fusing the elements of the new Excalibur into the sword, Fried, that is the only way for escaping this trap. Fried. Fusing the elements, got it. Suddenly the sword on his hand glows and he slashes at the appendage, knocking Saji back. As a result, he gets pushed back. Issei. Let's take him on together. Kiba. No, I am taking him now. Issei. No, Kiba, no. Kiba rushes towards Valper, but is knocked back by a force field. Issei then sees burn marks on his body, implying that the damage was done by holy magic. He wanted to punish Valper, but he had to tend to his friend first. Valper. You fool, light is harmful for devils, and going into a church and going against a light barrier is even foolish. Issei. You will pay for this, Valper. Valper. Oh, am I? Valper has a sadistic grin on his face, but Issei seems unfazed. He glared at the former priest, even terrifying him. Valper decided now would be the best time to flee. Valper. Fried, it is best if we leave from here before more reinforcements arrive. Fried. You may be right. Fried throws a flash grenade, stunning everyone except the exorcists. Irina. I saw where he was going. Zenobia. Let us handle this is after all a church matter. They both leave to follow the rogue priest and exorcist, leaving the others to swallow in defeat for failing to deal with the exorcists. Saji. So what now? Issei. Let's leave the rest of the exorcists and go back home, besides your masters would be worried for you. Kaneko. He is right, let's go home, I will take Udo back to the president, I think he should recover by the time we reach home. Issei. Alright then let's go. After the battle Issei tells the rest of his team to go to their respective houses, they manage to understand that they at the very least slowed whatever those exorcists were planning to do next. Issei cheered them up, saying that despite their losses against the exorcists, they still did well and managed to slow down them before they could have initiated their plan before. He also told them that the two exorcists are giving chase to the rest before it is too late. So they will be on the run and will contact us before it is too late. Issei and Raynare then head home, only to find a worried Chara, Asia and Sona waiting for the duo third. Sona. How did it go? Issei. We only managed to slow them down. Raynare. It was going well until the stray priest Valper Galilei joined the fight and managed to flee before they could get caught. Asia. But should you not have the advantage? Issei. We did, but being the cowards that they are they fled. Sona. I see, so what now? Issei. They will begin the plan sooner or later, so we can relax for a while. Speaking of relaxing, I told the others to take rest, thankfully none of us were injured, so we all made it out in one piece. Chara. We need to be careful on what they are planning, we cannot let our guard down especially with him around. Issei. You got that right lil sis, but for now let us sleep. All agree to Issei, and they head towards their respective rooms to go to sleep. Scene break. The next day, the gang then head towards the school, where they could see the Kendo club chazzing around Mitsuda and Motohama, since they were both peeking at the girls changing like the time or something. Everyone then looks at Sona and she responds. Sona. Sigh, I will deal with those once again, I know that a lot of students are perverted, but these two are truly the worst, even after getting beaten up they still will go and peek at the girls once again, they pretty much are as determined as you. 2 points at Issei and Chara. Issei could only be dazed at her claims with Chara chuckling at her brother's pity, she knew that those two would never dare to peek at her, since she knows how to scare people. Raynare could only wonder what pushes them so far to get some views on girls, if it is trying to get a girlfriend, then they are certainly going about it the wrong way. Asia on the other hand was unamused since she knew of their antics in the past timeline as well. After which they then head towards the classes where Mitsuda and Motohama try to talk to Issei, but he only ignores them, given that aside from perverted things they do not have anything else to talk only. He knows that Mitsuda has the brawn of a jock, while Motohama is a nerd that has earned a lot of marks, yet they use their strengths in such useful things, such wasted talent. Issei then suggested the duo that maybe if they stopped peeking, they might get a girlfriend just like him. Mitsuda. No, we will never give up on looking at woman. Motohama. Op-I is life, op-I is everything. We will never give up that even if you are my friend. Issei. Alright then, well I have done all I could do. Issei then leaves the duo knowing that this is a lot harder than he first thought, he after all had to head towards his biology class, where he would be dissecting a frog today as a practical, as annoying as it is he knew that if he needed to get a good college, this is the least he should be doing. Issei then catches up with the others, although the girls except Chara were terrified of normal frogs, they knew that this must be done. Biology teacher. Alright guys, is everyone ready for the practicals? Fret not ladies, it is a fake frog not a real one. All the girls in the class breathe a sigh of relief. Biology teacher. Alright then, who wants to go first? Issei raises his hand up and begins the practical. Issei. Fingertips only. Greg. You can do it, partner. Issei then manages to successfully dissect the frog at the given location, with precise surgical motion and perfect hand control, he was able to dissect the frog perfectly. The teacher in charge was shocked at his perfect control of his hands and manages to do it. Biology teacher. Mr. Haidu, wow, talk about perfect control, I mean wow, you get full marks for your practical. Issei. Thank you sir. Issei then heads back to his seat and one by one the others complete the practical, even the low performers had passed the test. Biology teacher. Alright, that's it for the practical, all of you have done surprisingly well this time, so you may go back to the other classes. Everyone. Alright, thank you sir. Everyone bows their head and leaves. Guo Academy, Sona and Tsubaki were walking around the school grounds where Sona's familiar had all of a sudden came to her and informed her of what had happened. Sona. What, are you serious? Alright then you can leave. Tsubaki. What happened president? Sona. Tsubaki, call Issei, Raynare, Asia, Chara, Rias and her peerage, and my peerage right away. Tsubaki on seeing the seriousness of the situation, decided to call them without asking any more questions. Sona and Tsubaki then head towards the location where on the ground was a wounded Arena. By the time two magic circles open up, one is where Rias and her team come up and the other opens up revealing Issei and his friends, along with Sona's peerage. Issei. Sona, what just happened to Rina? Sona. Thank Lucifer you guys came at the right time, my guess is someone attacked at the right time. Irina. Issei. Issei. What happened to Rina? Who did this to you? Irina, barely able to speak. When we were chasing the two exorcists, we were able to corner them, but suddenly he showed up and attacked us. Issei. What about Zenobia? Where is she? Irina. She escaped, albeit a little wounded, she was forced to abandon me. Issei. I see. Yahoo, you like the present. Everyone got alerted to the voice, it seemed familiar, out of the shadows a silvered-haired priest stepped out, everyone knew who this man was. Fried Selzen. Sona told Tsubaki to take Irina to the mansion so that she can get treatment for her injuries. They then proceed to get ready for the battle against Fried. Fried. Oh, I am not here to fight you, I am only here to deliver a message to the two heirs. Rias. A message for us. Fried. Yeah, look up, there he is. A man is then seen hovering above the gang, everyone recognizes this man as Kokabiel, one of the fallen angel cadre of Grigori, he was flying there looking down upon the group. Kokabiel. Ah, if it is not the two heirs, what a pleasure to finally meet you two in person. Rias. Well, if it isn't the angel who has fallen, Kokabiel, how may I help you? Kokabiel. Crimson-haired princess of destruction Rias Gremory, you have hair just like your brother Serzich's, it is sickening. Rias. So what are you doing here, Kokabiel? Kokabiel. Well, I was bored with all this peace and stuff, so I decided to bring about a war. I tried to steal the Excaliburs in an attempt to provoke heaven, but all they do is send me two small fry exorcists, honestly it is disappointing. But my guess is that if I managed to hurt you two sisters of Satan's, then surely Serzich's and Serafall would definitely want vengeance, thus it would satisfy my desire for war. Azazel is a fool, he should have pressed the advantage when we were winning, but he chose to go for peace. Issei. Touch them and you are dead. Kokabiel. Ah, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, I haven't forgotten about you, I saw your fights with my subordinates, and those two heirs, your hate form would come in handy for the war when I kill your girlfriend. Issei in response fires a dragon shot which Kokabiel reflects. Issei. Threaten them again and you will be dead. Where you stand. Kokabiel. We will fight, but not here, not now. Kokabiel then flies away along with Fried, they both head towards the Kuo Academy to trigger his final stage of the plan. Sona. He is heading towards the Kuo Academy. Rias. We need to stop them before they trigger that. Saji. What Rias Sama? Sona. They are planning to vaporize the town along with all its residences. Everyone remembers that they have families to protect, they know that if Kokabiel has his way it would result in the death of everyone in this town. Saji and Issei in particular were pissed if they both had their siblings' parents that they needed to protect. They clenched their fists as they decided to stop Kokabiel once and for all. Issei. So what are we waiting for, let's go and stop that warmongering bastard, I am definitely not letting him hurt my parents no matter what. Saji. Issei, you are right, my siblings are counting on me, I promised my parents that I would look after them, so guys let's go. Scene break. Kuo Academy Courtyard, PM. Sona and her peerage had started the creation of a barrier so that at the very least she could prevent the explosion from hurting the residents of the town, they knew that if this blast hits everyone will die. Meanwhile Issei and his friends along with Rias and her peerage had decided to deal with Kokabiel once and for all. They knew that it was now or never, he needed to be stopped before it is too late. Sona. Hey Ice. Issei. Yeah. Sona. Stay safe, make sure you come out of this alive. Issei. You got it. Issei and the others then enter the barrier where they could see Valper trying to fuse the Excaliburs, as well as an amused Kokabiel, waiting for his long-awaited fight. They then saw Fried patiently waiting for the procedure to get ready. Kokabiel. So who is gonna show up, Serafall or Serzich's? Rias. They will come after a while, you will have to deal with us for the time being. Kokabiel. Sigh, you guys are weak as hell, oh well I don't mind waiting for a while. Kokabiel then summons two Cerberus to keep himself entertained, he might as well see their fighting to keep himself entertained to see how far they can go. Issei and his friends decide to deal with one Cerberus, while Rias and her peerage decide to deal with the other one. The first Cerberus attacks Chara, who easily dodges the attack and slashes it with her knife. Her training with a certain royal guard captain is coming in handy as she outmaneuvered and easily was able to give the hell dog a slash towards his face. Raynare assisted them in throwing light spears, which had managed to deal severe damage to the dog. She then used a flash of light to daze him, with Issei using his base strength to smack the dog at a distance. Asia was healing any damage that was done to her allies, while at the same time keeping her distance from the dog's attacks. Chara then decided to use her knife storm ability to deal severe cuts and bruises to damage the Cerberus, limiting its momentum. Chara. This is the end for you, Raynare, big brother do it. Raynare then used a light sword to cut off both of the dog's other heads, the Cerberus screamed in agony as the two heads gets cut. Issei then used Extinction Sphere to eliminate the dog out of his misery, killing the Cerberus. The second Cerberus is dealing with Rias and her peerage. Rias had given an order to deal to stall the Cerberus while she charges up her new move she has been working for a while. Rias knew that this move is going to take a lot out of her, so she needs to use it in a limited amount. Kiba was the first as he was dealing with Cerberus. Kiba kept his distance while dealing damage to the Cerberus. Kaneko on the other hand focused herself on taking the damage while she acted as the bait for the Cerberus. She skillfully dodged his claws while dealing punches directly to his face, shattering some of its teeth. The Cerberus growled in fury as she tried to nab Kaneko, but a holy lightning stopped him courtesy of Kendo. Kendo. Ara bad doggy, you need to be punished. Kendo constantly dealt punishment in the form of holy lightning. She also used holy and lightning bombs to paralyze the dog, as well as daze it. While the dog was recovering, Rias had her new move ready. She called it Extinguished Star. The supernova of pure pod easily hovered towards the Cerberus while sucking it into it like a black hole before being reduced into pure nothing. Kokabiel, on noticing this, was finally a little bit content with the show going on before he began to realize that Issei was holding back, but before he could say anything Valper had completed fusing the Excaliburs into one. Valper. Oh my god, it is finally done, my life's work is complete, the Excalibur has been fused into one. Kokabiel. So as you have seen you have lost, so what will you do now? Issei. We will find a way, like we always used to do. Kokabiel. Oh, is that so, well then. Kokabiel summons multiple portals, and out of which armies of fallen angels appear. They all were fallen that were wanting war instead of peace, they all were wanting to fight. Issei could particularly feel the bloodlust radiating off the angels. Everyone else started to feel dread, especially the devils, given that the amount of fallen angels were surprising. That was when Zenobia had showed up to assist the teams. Outside the barrier, Saji and the other peerage started to get exhausted from maintaining the barrier. Saji. Ugh. Sona. Saji, focus. Saji. Yes, President. Sona. Except for me and Tsubaki, all of us are exhausted. What is going on in there? Issei, Rias. Back with Issei and the others. Chara. Oh shit. Raynare. You could say that again. Chara. Oh shit. Issei. Rias and the peerage take on the left, I and my friends would take on the right. Kiba, stop Valper before it is too late. Rias. Screw you, I will take. Issei. That's the spirit. They then fight fallen angel after fallen angel, with each of them easily killing them, since several of them were low-class fallen angels. The middle-class ones were handled by Rias, Kendo and Issei. They easily dispatched all of them. Kokabiel was shocked that these weakling were able to kill so many angels in a span of mere minutes. Kokabiel finally decided to step in since he saw Issei and Rias as worthy opponents. With Kiba. Kiba was approaching Valper, eyes hellbent on killing the man responsible for so much pain in his life. He approached him with hate-filled eyes bent on taking the man down. Kiba. Do you remember me, Valper, those children you killed back then? Valper. Children, oh you mean the Holy Sword Project, of course I do, I managed to complete the research because of that only. Kiba gritted his teeth. Valper. But do not worry, their lives did not go in vain, I had made this out of the research. I always wanted to hold the Excalibur. Imagine when I found out that I was not worthy for wielding it, it kinda hurt me, so that is why I did all that, to find whether there are other wielders, so hence the beginning of the project. Kiba. So why murder us? Valper. The research was getting us nowhere, so we had to do only what we could. We disposed you, since you meant no use to us. We had to dispose of you people. Everyone who heard Valper's words were horrified at his actions as well as reasoning. They found him to be nothing but a megalomaniac. Chara hated such men, as she remembered at one point there were people that once were power hungry enough to kill other people for their own selfish reasons. Valper then pulls out a blue diamond like crystal. Valper. But I am not done, you can have my research, we have already been able to mass produce better quality of them. Those church fools, they excommunicated me yet they still use my research. Nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Valper then throws that crystal to Kiba. He holds it while still reminiscing whether he should be alive or not, whether those kids had dreams like them, whether he was worthy to be even alive than those children or not. That was when the crystal started to glow as well as something inside his body, his soul. Several ghostly figures had appeared alongside, they all were alongside him, everyone present had tears in their eyes, seeing the scene unfold. Don't lose hope. It is not your fault. You live, so don't waste your life. Life for us. Don't take revenge. Strike the demon down. Kiba's soul started glowing, suddenly his soul which was blocked, now had an orangish glow that was emanating from his body. His soul trait had been finally unlocked as a desire to protect his friends and comrades and to never repeat the same mistake ever again. Chara. Is that the soul of bravery? Issei. Huh, what happened, Chara? Chara. Looks like he finally unlocked his soul trait that was locked for so long because of his desire for vengeance. He was never able to activate his soul trait, but now the Knight of Gremory has achieved his balance breaker, along with his soul trait getting activated. Issei. So along with balance breaker, he finally achieved it, he unlocked his soul trait, good job Kiba. Greg. The knight has finally perked up and broken his chains of hate, truly a remarkable soul. Chara. So that is the first hybrid soul I am seeing, amazing. Kiba. My friends did not desire me to take vengeance, but instead wanted me to strike the man-no demon down in front of me. Valper. But how can this be? Two opposing forces cannot be freed, help me. Freed. I am here, old man. Valper. You should have let yourself been killed, you fool. Kiba. I am not a fool, you are. That was when Zenobia appeared alongside Kiba to help him. Zenobia. So the Knight of Gremory, are we on the same page? Kiba. Yeah, but do you not want to collect that sword? Zenobia. I cannot even call that abomination an Excalibur anymore, it does not even look like one, but I have something powerful than that as well. Zenobia begins chanting, and a portal opens up revealing a sword, this sword known as Durandal. Valper. No, it can't be Durandal, but how are you able to get it? Zenobia. Unlike the enhanced wielders, I am a natural-born wielder, the one and only wielder that existed after a very long time. But even then this son of a gun does not even listen to me, it has a mind of its own. Both then charge at the stray exorcist Fried who easily was overwhelming him. Kiba used his soul trait to easily use the orange guard to protect himself like an armor from Fried's Excalibur-S attack. Eventually they overwhelmed him and defeated him with relative ease. Kiba then turned his attention to Valper. Valper. Both demonic powers and divine powers could mean only one thing, that along with the Satans he is also dead. Valper was then suddenly disintegrated by a spear headed this way, whose thrower was none other than Kokabiel, who easily killed the old man with ease. Kokabiel. Oh Valper, you were a smart man, smart enough to figure that out, the well-hidden secret from the masses. Rias. What are you talking about, Kokabiel? Kokabiel. Oh, when all the 4 Satans were killed in the war, even God had died because of that, in a last-ditch effort to seal the dragons. Everyone was in shock, Asia had fainted who was caught by Raynare, she was also in disbelief that God had died, Zenobia was staggering at the revelation. Rias. You're lying. Kokabiel. Oh my, Gremory, this resulted in pure angels being no longer born as well as a lot of high and ultimate class angels and devils being killed and nowhere to be found, as a result the existence of evil pieces began. But Azazel, instead of pressing the advantage he backed out, it pissed me off after fighting the war for so long, he backs out, how dare he. Zenobia. So how are we getting the love? Kokabiel. Oh, the Archangel Michael has been acting as God's backup for a while, he is the one to keep the system active, as long as the system is there, exorcisms and blessings will work to some extent, but will not be as potent as before, hence why the number of believers have reduced more than before. Issei. Honestly, I don't give a damn whether God is still alive or not, as far as I am concerned I see him in a neutral light, he has made mistakes, and by no means he is a perfect being, so it really pisses me off when some people make him into a saint. He has made some blunders, but what makes him respectable is the fact that despite his mistakes he always tried to correct them, his policy of forgiveness is what made me respect him, but you are nothing but a war freak, you have nothing better to do, not even a hobby, all you can do is fight, that's it, honestly I pity you Kokabiel, you have nothing else to do in your life. Kokabiel got angry at the dragon's statements, he wanted to attack him first, but that was when Kiba and Zenobia intercepted him and attacked, but he swatted them away like flies. Issei then sees a Durandal out of Zenovia's hand. Issei. You thinking what I am thinking, Dreg. Dreg. Picking up the Durandal, go ahead. Issei then picks up the Durandal much to everyone's shock, especially Zenovia's, he then charges at Kokabiel, who blocks it with both his hands. Kokabiel. Such power, you really are worthy for the fight. The others tried to help him, but Issei stopped them. Issei. Guys, no, he is mine. Kokabiel. So may we begin, Red Dragon, speaking of which I never got your name. Issei. My name is Issei Haidu, remember it cause I will strike you down. Kokabiel. Issei Haidu, nice name, our battle will be legendary. They then begin fighting, Kokabiel can be seen summoning spears left, right and center, Issei deflected most of them with ease with Durandal, he then lunges at Kokabiel at speeds only I can see, to which Kokabiel covers his full body with his wings. Issei then used Welsh Dragon Flare to burn his wings. Kokabiel screamed as his wings were being burnt. He immediately in response, used his wings to extinguish the flames before it completely burnt his wings. Issei. So how does fried bird sound? Kokabiel. Damn you. I will kill you. Kokabiel then proceeded to deliver some serious punches and kicks to Issei, who was easily able to counter and evade them with ease. He then proceeded to give him his own punches and kicks, with which Kokabiel was able to fight against Issei. That was until Issei stepped it up to new gear, easily destroying most of Kokabiel's light spears, and then slashing Kokabiel endlessly, without any effort. He was able to easily pierce his armor without any effort. Kokabiel. Yes. Yes. This is the fight I was looking for, the battle I always wanted. Thank you Haidu Issei. I will not disappoint you. Now perish. Issei. Well then I will not hold back then Kokabiel, let's just say I will make your final moments. Absolutely glorious. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei then dons the same red armor which he had used to fight against Riser before, only this time, it was slightly black in design. Issei then charges at Kokabiel and starts beating him down. Kokabiel had a grin like this was the fight of his life. He never felt any more alive ever since the war had gotten over, but now he felt like he has a reason to keep fighting. That was the reason he wanted a war, so that he could feel alive again. Issei then proceeded to slash him with Durandal. He initially managed to stop it with 2 fingers, but Issei increased the pressure a little more, forcing him to use his hands, but was eventually forced to dodge as this sword is capable of killing him. Issei took advantage of this and fired a dragon shot into him, but he used his wings to cover himself so that he does not take any damage. After he opened them he was met with a punch to his face, breaking several of his teeth. Kokabiel gritted his teeth in pain, after which Issei fired 2 precise extinction rays on the legs, reducing his aerodynamic body, preventing the usage of his legs. He then lunged at Kokabiel and delivered a beatdown breaking his hands, completely preventing their usage. Kokabiel. Ah yeah. Issei. What happened crack elf, can't keep up, it seems like I have the advantage. But before Issei could do anything a white light came and a white armored man had shown up to the fight. He broke through the barrier like it was nothing. Issei. So you finally decided to join the party, eh Volley? Volley. Sorry, but Azazel asked me to bring him in, he will not be bothering you guys anymore. As for you Kokabiel, you will be frozen in Cocytus for your crimes. Kokabiel accepted his fate, knowing he had the fight of his life. He was then taken away by Volley. Volley. Issei, can you come with me for a while? Issei. Hey guys, I will be back after a while, okay? Issei and Volley then fly away to an unnamed location, both of them then deactivate their balance breakers. Issei. Hey man, it has been a while since the reset. Volley. Normally I would love to fight you, but for now, points at the unconscious Kokabiel, I will have to deal with this guy. Speaking of which, Lefay and Kuroka miss you. As for Kuroka, we had to use our full power to keep her in check so that she does not go horny on you. Issei sweat drops at this and then chuckles at Volley's pity, given that he saved his butt there. Issei. Speaking of which, are you still part of the Cows Brigade? Volley. Yeah, but as a spy. Issei. Speaking of which, what is his next plan? Volley. He knows that the beast is not there inside its seal, he is now looking for another way to reach the other world. Issei. That should stall him for a while. Dreg. It has been a while Albion. Albion. Indeed Dreg, although I did not expect myself to remember the previous timeline. Dreg. You can thank your partner for that. Albion. Speaking of which, when can we go for Raymond to that place? I miss that Raymond. Issei. Do not worry Albion, your wish will be granted very soon. Albion. Yay. Issei. So did any changes happen to you after the reset? Volley. Not much, I know a lot of changes happened on your side, Azazel told me about it. Speaking of which, I never thought you would get her as your girlfriend this time. Did you tell her about the previous timeline and her action? Issei. Yes. Volley. I take it she did not take it well. Issei. Yeah, how are Arthur and Biku doing? Volley. They are fine, they have been training after the reset. Issei. Figures. Volley. I gotta go, Azazel is waiting for me, he will get annoyed if I don't bring in Kokabiel. Issei. Yeah, see you bro. Both Volley and Issei fist bump as the latter leaves him to Azazel for Kokabiel's punishment. Issei then heads back to them. Issei and his friends check up on him, since he did meet the White Dragon Emperor after all. Issei. Sona, I am fine, Raynare and Asia, nothing has happened to me, he did not do anything. Sona. But isn't he supposed to be your rival? Issei. I will explain everything later, but for now nothing has happened to me, although I am kind of tired of the fighting. Sona. Sigh, no matter what timeline, you two will always be chaotic. Raynare chuckles at Sona's pity while Asia was amused, she knew Volley will not do anything to them, since he is not their enemy. Issei. Well then let's go home, and Kiba, good job in unlocking your soul trait, it is bravery. Kiba. I see that is what the orange armor is for, this can be handy. Rias. I am proud of you, Kiba, you did not give in to your hatred and managed to overcome it, you have become more powerful than you ever were. Chara. The Redeed is right, not a lot of people can overcome their hatred, but you did it, good job indeed. Kiba. Thank you, Chara. Chara had a light blush, Issei on noticing this had some teasing material against his adopted sister. Issei. Alright guys, let's call it a day and head home, get a night's rest. Everyone. Yeah. Issei can be seen with the other who are celebrating their victory over Kokabiel. It was one hell of a battle for the gang, with each and every one of the members being pushed to their limits, given the Kokabiel and not only summoned 2 Cerberus, as well as a whole legion of fallen angels, just waiting to get their hands on them, even though they managed to defeat all of them, it still pushed most of them to their limits. Kiba unlocking his soul trait as well as his balance breaker, and finally the death of God, was too much for some of the characters. Zenovia then wonders how can a heretic use the Durandal not only so efficiently, but also without any drawbacks, if the death of God was not a big shocker for her, and that was when this unexpected thing happens. She also needed to bring the sword back to the church. Zenovia. Hey, can I have Durandal back? Issei. Oh yeah, sure. Zenovia tries to touch the sword, but the sword revolts, and it cuts off Zenovia's hand in response. It was thankfully a minor cut, so it was not an issue. Issei was surprised on as to why is he able to get Durandal this time instead of Ascalon. Zenovia is under so much confusion, she is beginning to contemplate her life choices. She then leaves given that she has nowhere to go now along with the rest of his team back to their houses. Sona. Talk about one hell of a day to finish the week off, right Rias? Rias. Yeah, speaking of which, will I ever get someone that will love me like Issei loves you? Sona. You will just stay positive, and one more thing, do not leave that person under any circumstance. If he loves you unconditionally, you also should do the same. Rias. I will, Sona, I will. Sona. So she is different this time, I guess even I can give her a chance. Issei. So how am I supposed to carry this home? I can't access the dimension Zenovia used to summon the sword. Sona. Try incorporating it into your sacred gear Issei. Issei. Okay. Greg. Just like last time, will it and it should be done. Issei then does the same thing he did while trying to incorporate the Ascalon into his gear. He managed to merge his and the sword's wavelength, thus the sword was incorporated into the boosted gear and can be called whenever Issei wills it. Issei. Alright guys, let's head home and enjoy ourselves, given that we had one hell of a fight. Saji. I was stuck creating a barrier, I did not even have any fun with the Cerberus, plus the white dragon destroyed a barrier I built all day. Issei. Do not worry Saji, you will get your fun later down the line. They all then head home and decide to celebrate. After all, it was indeed a grand victory. Scene break. The next day, PM. Issei and Asia could be seen walking towards the Orc, given that Satan Surzich's Lucifer has called the duo to his office for some information and the talk that Issei wanted to speak to him for. On the way they could see a skeleton leaning on the pole next to one of the houses. Hey, kiddo. The skeleton was wearing a blue hoodie, along with a white shirt and a black and white shorts. He was seen holding a bone in his hand, given that he might have to fight Issei at some point. Issei stays on guard given that he might have to fight this unknown entity, although he does resemble WD Gaster in some way. I am not here to fight you, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei. Who are you and what are your intentions? The name Sans the skeleton, I am part of the monster faction. Issei. Skeleton, are you a part of Hades? Sans. No buddy, I am not wanting to be a part of his faction, I am too lazy for that, plus who would want to be with that walking catacomb? Issei. Oh, you are right about that, Sans, he really does need some sunshine. Sans. After all, he is bone tired from doing all that work. Issei. You are not that bad Sans, nice pun by the way. Sans. You too kiddo, I heard that Red Dragon Emperors often fall into the Juggernaut drive, but you seem different, way different from the others. Issei. I know. Sans. I prefer making friends, after all I befriended your mother as well. Issei stayed silent, Sans knew he fucked up big time by mentioning his mother. Issei then proceeded to kick his balls for that. Sans held his crotch in pain. Issei. I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Asia. Issei, calm down. Sans, while holding his crotch. Kiddo, I believe there is a misunderstanding, I did not mean it that way. At the park, PM. Asia is using her twilight healing to heal his crotch up. Sans felt a little bit better after getting himself healed after that attack. Asia. Here you go, Mr. Sans. Sans. Just call me Sans, kiddo, speaking of which I did not mean it that way Issei. Befriending is just simple friendship, nothing more, nothing less, I do not understand why people take it that way. Issei. I need to also apologize for doing that, kiddo. Sans. No biggie, speaking of which the factions of Devil, Fallen and Angels have decided to do a peace conference after the Kokabiel incident, the monsters have also been invited to that as well. Issei. So who is coming? Sans. Just me and the king of the monsters. Issei. I see. Sans. Speaking of monsters, you met W.D. Gaster, didn't you? Issei. How do you know him? Sans. He was a mentor, you know I am somewhat of a scientist myself, I used to work for him until the incident happened and he was swallowed by his own experiment, he has been stuck in the void for years now. Issei. Yeah, he told me that. Asia. Who is this W.D. Gaster? Sans. I have a story for you then. Sans then proceeds to explain Gaster and his experiments, he being a renowned scientist to being a prisoner in the void. Asia felt bad for the man, who only wanted to fulfill his ambition, became a victim of something unexpected. Asia. I see. Sans. Hey Asia, don't sulk, it doesn't suit ya, well I gotta go, he is waiting for me, but we will meet soon. Issei. Yeah indeed. Sans and Issei then shake hands. That was when a fart sound was heard. Issei was embarrassed, while Asia wondered who did that. Sans started chuckling. Sans. That old whoopee cushion trick always works, well see ya kiddo. Issei waved a silent bye, he wondered how could he fall for that, the dragons were also mentally chuckling. Asia. Well we need to head to the club, the others must be waiting. At the orc room, PM. Rias. Goodness, where is he? Kiba. He will come, wait for some time. Serziches. Kiba is right, don't be impatient Riatan. Rias gets embarrassed by the nickname Serziches calls her by, she knows that he only calls her by the nickname when he is in his big brother mode, but nevertheless it is still humiliating. Serziches. Ah Kiba, since we are waiting, how about you show me your soul trait as well as the sword of betrayer. Kiba. At once my lord. Kiba then activated his soul trait, Serziches asks Grafia to create a small separate dimension to test this out, Kiba then summons his sword of betrayer and charges at him, Serziches then holds the sword with of his fingers and responds. Serziches. Not bad Kiba, initially only finger was enough, but now I need, that is indeed some improvement, also to take my aura head on with your armor is something to be proud of, not all high-class devils can achieve that. I am proud of you Kiba. Kiba. Your words flatter me, Lord Lucifer. Serziches then asks Grafia to nullify the dimension. That was when the doors opened and revealed Issei and Asia showing up. Issei. Hey guys, looks like I missed the show. Rias. Issei, where were you? Kendo. We were waiting for so long. Issei. Sorry guys, I met someone on the way here. Serziches. Not a problem, by the way Issei, I was just testing Kiba's strength and it is safe to say that he is much stronger than some of the high-class devils, I might consider letting him give the middle-class examination to get him promoted to middle class. Asia. That is so nice, congrats Kiba. Kiba. Thanks Asia. Serziches. Speaking of which Issei, what do you want to talk about? Issei. Not here in private, if it is okay with you. Serziches. I see why not, well then let's go. Serziches then teleports to his dimension, where everybody back in the orc wondered why did Issei wanted to speak to him in private, Kiba might have an idea about what exactly he is wanting to talk about. He knew that this might affect Rias and Serziches in the long run. Serziches. What is it Issei? Issei. Well, have you heard of soul traits? Serziches. Yes indeed, so what is yours? Issei then shows a red soul. Both the elderly devils were shocked, given that the soul of determination is extremely rare to find, like there is only every century. Serziches wanted to ask how did Issei activate his soul. Serziches. The soul of determination, one of the rarest souls, do you know what it does? Issei. Yes I do, Lord Lucifer. Serziches. Makes it easier then did you do the true reset? Issei. I did. Serziches and Grafia were shocked, they knew for him to do a true reset, something bad must have happened to him to perform such a reset, they wanted to know more. Serziches. May I know why? Issei. How about I activate your memories of the previous timeline and then explain? Asia. Issei, he may not be able to take it. Issei. It is best if I do it, Asia. Issei then activates the memory activation in both Serziches and Grafia, they come to know everything from the marriage with Riser, Issei falling in love and Rias as well doing the same, the peace conference, the hero faction, Loki, vampire civil war, Tulrizavam and Trahixa attacking, both also viewed Issei as their little brother and their future brother-in-law, they knew that he was not the type to give in to something no matter what. Serziches and Grafia both had tears in their eyes, they never knew that it was Issei, their Issei that always had helped them, they were unable to recognize it him first, they immediately hugged him after that, they missed him. Serziches. Issei, my little brother. Grafia. I missed you, Issei. Issei returns the hug, he then asks Asia to join, which she did. It was a wholesome moment for the four of them. They met after so long. After the reset, they knew that something bad, no terrible must have happened in the past timeline to force him to commit a true reset. Issei. I missed you too, big brother, big sister. Asia. I miss this, the family moment we once had. Serziches. Speaking of this, why did you reset? Issei. I will tell you, but this might tarnish Rias and her peerage's image, except Kiba and Gaster, she did something really bad back then. Serziches. Issei, I have always been a leader first and a big brother second, that is what being a Satan is. Issei. But do not punish them for their actions, what they did back then is long erased, just a bad memory for me. Serziches. I see, I wonder what it could be. Issei. Are you too familiar with Dragon's Fall disease? Serziches. Yes, wait, don't tell me, no it can't be, oh no, she wouldn't. Serziches fell back on the seat, Grafia herself was devastated, they both had connected the dots together, Rias and the other girls had cheated on him with other men, Serziches wanted to punish them for their actions, Grafia herself was leaking aura, she wanted to freeze them for a century for this action. They also knew that Rias was nothing but a psychopath, he in a way was happy that Rias had her personality change due to the reset, with her being more open to the family and her big brother as well. Issei. After I was suffering from Dragon's Fall, Kiba called Azazel and Baraquiel, along with Vali team, my parents as well as Gaster, Roswiis and Asia, they all were there for my final moments. Serziches was intently listening to what Issei had to say, Serziches would love to punish Rias for what she did, but believed that the timeline should just stay as nothing but a bad memory. Issei. After that I was contacted by the Beast, as well as Chara Dreamer, now Haidu, my younger sister. Serziches was confused, the Beast had the intelligence to contact Issei, he always knew that the Beast was being controlled since it was mindless, he wondered whether that was a lie by the Satans, just to keep the devils under check. Serziches. But how? Isn't the Beast supposed to be mindless? Issei. That was a lie, here I will let it speak for itself. Trihixa. Hello Lord Lucifer, Lady Lucifuge. Both jumped out of their seats in a panic, they knew that the Beast was not someone to be taken lightly, but despite that he having a voice was something even they were not expecting. They wanted answers. Trihixa. Allow me to explain, I was once a dragon, but I became stronger as time went by, I was as strong as Office the dragon god, the gods and the Satans feared me just like they feared Great Red and Office, but the former went to the dimension gap, while the latter went into hiding, I was out minding my own business, when these guys attacked me out of fear, in a bid to defend myself, I fought against them, but that old bastard sealed me away, and since then I was here. After which Rizavim used his soul as a last-ditch effort to keep me under control. I wanted to be free, but then Issei and Asia killed Rizavim and freed me from his corruption, since then I went to Issei and met Chara, the rest is history. Greg. I can confirm, the old man really hated serpents, especially dragons. Serziches. I see this a lot to take in, Issei, a lot of powerful beings will come after you, especially the Greek and Hindu gods. Issei. That is why I will stay hidden, like Office did, so that they do not detect me that easily, plus Trihixa does deserve to live a normal life. Serziches. Wow, Ice, you really have matured, speaking of which, what differences happened in this timeline and the previous one? Issei. Well, remember the fallen that it killed me. Grafia. Raynare. Issei. Yeah, her, well she is my girlfriend. Serziches and Grafia did the mother of all spit takes, Issei had an amused look, while Asia's sweat dropped, they knew that this is gonna be common for them now. Serziches. But how did she not kill you? Issei. Not this time, she genuinely fell in love with me and she became my first mate. Grafia. I see. Serziches and Grafia noticed the blush on Issei's cheek, they knew that their brother had fallen in love this time. Rias did not deserve him, not after what she had done, none of the girls who cheated on him did, they made sure to keep Rias away from him, they did not want to lose their little brother again. Issei. So anything else? Serziches. Why forgive Rias, I mean if I were in your place, I would have gotten back at those girls for betraying you. Issei. I wanted to at first, but then I realized that nothing will change, Rias meant a lot to you, Kendo meant a lot to Baraquiel, Kaneko meant a lot to Kuroka, I did not want to hurt them by hurting those cheaters. Hatred only breeds more hate, nothing more, nothing less. I want the cycle of hate and vengeance to end, it is truly pointless, I wonder why people even want to take vengeance, honestly if I do take vengeance, then what is next, what will I gain by doing it, it will only like give me a few seconds of satisfaction, after that the consequences last forever, and then what someone else comes after me with revenge, and the cycle continues. And by not hating and moving on, is when the cycle truly ends. But I will never love your sister or her peerage ever again. Serziches. That is totally understandable Ice, even me nor Graphia would have loved that person who betrays someone in love. Graphia nods in confirmation, she would never accepted Serzich's if he ever betrayed her. Serzich's. You truly are a remarkable soul, you do not hate others even when they hurt or betray you, not all souls are capable of doing that, and you might not only be the best soul of determination, but also the best Red Dragon Emperor in both timelines, Issei Haidu. Issei. You flatter me big brother. Graphia. No Ice, he is right you not only stopped hating Rias and her peerage for their heinous actions, but also gave them a sort of second chance to be better, you truly are a rare gem. Issei. Thank you both of you. Serzich's. So we gotta leave, the others might get worried. Issei. Indeed. They both then leave the time-space, Rias and the others were curious on what happened. Serzich's and Graphia did keep his power a secret, given that if found out by the others especially him, he might use Issei against us this time. Rias. Brother, what happened? Where were you? Serzich's. Oh nothing we were just having a chat, speaking of chats, isn't it your parents' day the next day, that is why we are here. Rias. How did you know? Graphia did you tell him? Graphia was quiet, Serzich's then responded. Serzich's. I have my ways little Rias, speaking of which I never booked a hotel, Issei do you mind if I stay at your place? Issei. I have no issues, but Sona and Raynare may not like it. Serzich's. That will not be a problem. Haidu residence, PM. They then head towards the Haidu residence, Sona and Raynare were shocked that Satan Lucifer is here, amused Chara was standing next to the wall, even the parents were shocked at his presence, but what he did was even more shocking next. Serzich's. I would like to apologize for my sister's actions, Mr. and Mrs. Haidu. Serzich's bows in front of them, he regretted not raising his sister properly, such a thing would have never occurred if he and his father not pampered her enough. Mickey. Does he know? Issei nods in approval, both the parents were confused but nevertheless accepted it. Boru. Please keep your head high, Lord Lucifer, it is not your fault, do not beat yourself up for her mistakes, you did what she did, you did your best in raising her. And besides we are still family even if Ria's actions were unforgiving. Serzich's. You still don't hate us. Miki with a smile. Why would we, Lord Lucifer, you did give my son a new life and a whole lot of friends, we would never hate you, you're like family to us. Serzich's. Thank you Mr. Haidu and Mrs. Haidu. Mickey. Now come on in, we do need to celebrate. After a while they could be truly enjoying themselves, where Issei and Sona were in a room. Sona. Why is he here? Issei. Well he had nowhere to go, besides what is the issue? Sona. Well, never mind. Issei knew why did Sona say that now he is aware that Sona must act like her stoic self, even Raynare is trembling at Lord Lucifer's presence. Issei then held her hand only for it to notice that it was moist, Issei's hand had a calming effect on her, she remembered that her boyfriend will always be there by her side. Raynare. Thanks babe. Issei. Not a problem honey, I will always be there for you. Sona started pouting, Issei on noticing this gave her on the forehead, calming the citriaris down, he then hugged Asia who immediately melted into his hug. That was when Serzich's arrived, he smiled warmly at the scene. Serzich's. Hope I am not interrupting anything. Sona. No Lord Lucifer, nothing is happening. Serzich's. Good to see you too, Sona, looks like Issei is able to bring you back to your usual self, instead of the stoic strict person everyone else sees you as. Sona blushed and stayed quiet. Serzich's. And Raynare I was told by Azazel beforehand only that you are staying with Issei, looks like you really do love him, not like the last time. Raynare. Indeed Lord Lucifer, I will love him no matter what, my past self is nothing but a fool for abandoning Issei, if I ever find her, I will make sure she regrets. Serzich's. Indeed, and Asia thank you for sticking by Issei no matter what, but I am not here for that, I wanted to tell you to inform Rias that she can release her bishop, she is strong enough to handle him. Issei. Gaster. Serzich's. Indeed Issei, he was sealed away because Rias could not control him back then, but now she can, but aside from that I need to talk to Issei, so I will be borrowing him for the night. All three girls. You can't. Serzich's. Ladies it is just for one night, it should not be a problem. All the three girls then relent and leave, but not before Issei, Serzich's side as he will always get girls no matter how hard he tries. Haidu residence, Am. Issei was wide awake, he was unable to sleep because of a lot of changes that have happened. Serzich's. Can't sleep can you? Issei. A lot of changes, a lot of differences, an encounter with Gaster. Serzich's. Did you say Gaster? Issei. Yeah, I met him once in the void. Serzich's then gets up. Serzich's. How did he end up there? Issei. An experiment gone wrong. Serzich's. I see. Issei. Speaking of which how did you know about him? Serzich's. We were good friends back in the day. He was an ambitious man. He also had 2 students, they went by the name Sans and Papyrus. But he still cared for his foundation employees like their own children. He truly was a man with a noble heart. I and Ajuka used to chat with him about the science, he was from a different era entirely. Issei. He seemed like a nice guy, he still had hope that one day he would get out of the void. Serziches. Knowing him, he would. Issei. Well, let's go to sleep, it is a big day tomorrow, and I guess the meeting will be happening soon, right? Serziches. Yeah, and are you planning to reveal about your powers to everyone there? Issei. Yeah, but one person will not like it, or one faction specifically. Serziches. The angel's right. Issei. Yeah, alright then, good night big brother. Serziches. Good night Ice. They both then go to sleep. Scene break. The next day, Serziches. Alright Ice, I will be heading to school, I do have to watch over Rias today. Issei. Yeah, see you too, big brother, big sister. After Grafy and Serziches leave to head towards the school, they also then get ready to head towards the school, since it was parents' day for them as well. Issei. Well, what are we waiting for, it is our parents' day as well. Chara. I am unfamiliar with this new thing in schools. Issei. Just see, you might enjoy it. Guo Academy, Issei's classroom, Serafall. Alright everyone, let us make clay designs, since it is parents' day, do your best. Issei. Alright, this time, what should I do? Mickey. Go Chara, Asia, I know you can do it. Boru. Try your best son, I know you can do it, try not to make the same thing as last time. Issei and the other 2 could see them holding a camera and see them recording. Issei sighed at his parents' antics, while Asia and Chara chuckled at them. They would never change no matter the timeline. Issei then imagines something, however this time he imagines a dragon, a specific Welsh dragon, in fact, and after a while. Serafall. Issei, did you do this? Issei. Huh, Ms. Levi. He then looks at his clay model, only to realize it was a life-size model of Drag, the Welsh dragon, whom he made just by imagining. This was new even for him. The Welsh dragon was so proud that he was crying tears, just like a certain MHA hero. He was happy that Issei did not make a life-size model of Rias this time. Student, wow, I do, that is some excellent craftsmanship. Student, even I could not be this precise, that is something only skilled people can do. Female student, since you stopped being a pervert, you really have changed. Female student, I will give you yen for this model. Matsuda. I will give you yen. Student, I will give you yen. Chara. Wow, I never knew that parents' day can be so lively. Asia. It usually isn't. Mickey. Looks like our son is even gaining popularity now. Boru. Change does attract people. Student council, PM. Sona. Well done, Ice, it really looks like him. Issei. Thanks Sona. Tsubaki. Speaking of which, can you make a model of Kiba? Issei. Why? Tsubaki stammers. No reason. Issei pretended to not know, but knew that she had a crush on Kiba. Sona. What is the commotion? Student, it is a magical girl shootout, us students from the photography club can't miss a chance of a professor dressed as one. Sona. Oh god no, not this again. Issei. Welp, let's go, and stop her before it is too late. Gym room, PM. Photos were being clicked of a certain familiar magical girl, students were enjoying clicking photos of the Serafall Leviathan dresses in a magical girl's costume. She did not even mind posing for the boys since she enjoyed getting the attention of them. The students were continuing their clicking, but that was when Saji came and drove them all away. The students grumbled at how annoying the student council was with them intervening the shoot, and that was when Saji turned his attention to Serafall. Saji. Serafall Sama, you cannot pose like this as a magical girl, you may get fired for being inappropriate. Serafall. But Saji, this is who I am, a milky girl spiral. Serafall then poses like a magical, causing Sona a major embarrassment, while the others sweat drop at Serafall's antics. Sona. Big sister, I cannot have you pose like this, like a magical girl in front of the students, considering the fact that you are a teacher in this school. Serafall. Sona-chan, not you too, Issei-chan, please help me. Both the girls were glaring at Issei, who practically had no idea what to say. He knew that both are right and wrong to some extent. Issei needed to sort this out, but before he could say anything, Sona said something. Sona. Big sister, I cannot let you pose like this, I gave you one pass, that was it. Serafall kept hovering around Sona, begging her to let her do this. That was when Sona has had enough. Sona, crying. No, I can't take this anymore. Sona runs away as Serafall chases after her. Serafall. Sotan, wait for me. Sona. No, stay away from me. Issei. Sigh, welp, I gotta go after them. Saji, take care of the mess she had created, I will handle Sona, just leave it to me. Chara. Alright, take care, big brother. Issei then went after them. He knew that this is going to be a long day, with him chazzing and cheering up Sona while he is handling the Satan Leviathan. That was when he comes across his parents in Asia. Mickey. Hey son, why are you in a hurry? Issei. Well, something happened and Serafall made Sona cry, hence why I am chazzing after her. Boru. I see, we just met Ria's mother Vanelena, who just so happens to be the principal. She apologized for her daughter's actions and informed us about the change in your behavior. You have certainly gained a following. Issei. I know, Dad. Boru. Oh, and one more thing, we have invited Ria's brother as well as Sona's sister to a party we are keeping up tonight. Issei. Oh no, oh okay. Issei needed to head towards the duo. He luckily found them chatting with Rias and Kendo. They felt pity, given that Ria's brother is also a Siskin when he is in his brother mode. Sona. Oh hey Issei, what's up? Issei. Where is Serafall? Sona. I lost her, thank Lucifer for that. Issei. Well, there is bad news for you. Sona. Oh god, don't tell me that she is going to come to your house as a party guest. Issei nodded silently. She knew that she was gonna be embarrassed. She could only yell at the top of her voice. Sona. An. Imagine Rias as Palpatine. Sona. I am as good as a goner. Rias. Well, at least I am saved from an embarrassment. Rias was informed beforehand that her brother would be going to Issei's house for the party. Scene break. Haidu residence, PM. The Haidu couple along with the Lucifer couple and Serafall Leviathan were watching videos on their kids. First showed the kids, Asia, Chara and Issei. They were all kinda happy that their parents did not dote on them. The couple was proud of how their kids performed at the parents' day. The next up was Serzich's showing off Rias and her performance with her constantly telling her brother to stop recording the footage. And last but not the least was Serafall constantly telling how her sister performed in front of the whole world. Sona could not take it and went to home. She felt like this was heaven for the devils, an endless amount of embarrassment and mental torture for her. Issei had followed her into the room where he could see her huddling herself in a corner. Issei. Hey, wanna go inside my room? Sona nodded. Issei opened the room and she went inside the bed to lie down flat on her face. Issei could only watch in pity as she was silent because of everything that had happened. Sona. Hey Ice. Issei. Yes Sona. Sona. Are you glad that you met me? Issei. Yes I am. I mean, you taught me a lot of things. You made me allow to love every side of you, even your flaws. You are perfect in your own way. I thought you would be happy with your sister getting along with my parents. Sona. Yes I am, but. Issei. Do not get me wrong, but that is her way of showing that your sister loves you more than anything else. You mean the world to her and she would not be able to live without you, so please try to get along with her. Sona. I will try Ice. Sona then approaches Issei and she asks him. Issei also envelopes himself in a and responds back with a passionate of his own. That was when the lights turned on, revealing a menacing smiling Raynare as well as a jealous Asia. Raynare. Ah, so this is why you went after Sona, darling. Asia. Not fair Sona. Sona, embarrassed. This is not what it looks like, guys. Serafall. Ah, this house is lively as usual. Sona. Big sister, I have something to say. Serafall. Go ahead. Sona. I am sorry for ignoring you. I am sorry for not trying to understand you. I am sorry. Serafall. Shhhh. It is okay Sona, I forgive you. You are my younger sister. I will always be by your side till the very end. I have never seen you this happy. It is all thanks to Issei. He made you much more open than you ever were. I am happy for you, and I always will be. Sona. Thank you, big sister. Serafall leaves that to themselves. She then watches Sona as she is laughing and enjoying herself with Issei and the others. She then looks down as she always wanted something, but she never got it in the past years. Serafall. My sister is happy with the man she loves. I should also be happy, but then why does it hurt my heart so much? Serafall's mansion, Serafall has entered her mansion after the party that has happened in Issei's house. She felt a growing sense of sadness, like she never felt before. Serafall. Why is this happening to me? Serafall then paces around. Serafall. Am I falling in love with him? No, I must not. He is my brother-in-law. I cannot fall in love with him. Serafall then remembers about the shoot for her show. She then thinks that maybe this might get her out of her mind. Scene break. The next day, occult research club room, Issei was seen among Rias and the other club members. He and his friends were called by Rias to introduce someone. They wondered who could that be, only to see a blue-haired girl enter the clubroom in school uniform. Zenobia. Greeting everyone, my name is Zenobia Quarta, the Knight of Rias Gremory. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zenobia then did her own style greeting, unsurprising Issei, Asia and Chara. They knew that this thing had happened in the timeline before. They in response greeted him as well. Issei knew that this is the time where Zenobia becomes a better person, or at least thought she would. He wondered whether she would be the same this time around or will history repeats itself, but no matter what he is not going to fall in love with her. Issei. So she is the reason why you called us for. Rias. No, there is another reason. Issei. I guess it is Gaster then. I see Rias, so even who is going to come then? Rias. My brother had asked me to release my second bishop. He knew that I was now strong enough to handle him. He knew that now I was ready for him then. He goes by the name Gaster Vladi. He is a half-vampire, and my bishop of the peerage, he is kind of a recluse. Issei. So he has not changed much ever since the betrayal. Rias and the others then head towards the door where Gaster was sealed away, due to him being much stronger than Rias. Rias then unseals the barrier where Gaster was. He could be seen huddling in a corner, not wanting to come out given his fear. He then notices Issei and approaches him, wanting to meet his brother. He wanted to hug him, but realized that she was there. Rias, the one that betrayed her brother. He controlled himself. Rias. This is Gaster Vladi, my bishop and my family. Rias hugs the half-breed who only jolted away from her in disgust. He remembered what she did and decided to stay away from her. Gaster. Gremory Sama, please do not touch me and stay away from me. Gaster recoiled away from her. Rias was wondering why certain people hated her. First Kiba, then Issei, then Chara and now Gaster. They all hated her, but she wanted to know why. When asked from both Kiba and Gaster, they both refused to tell her what she did to deserve such hatred. She bit her lips and teared up. Issei, on noticing this, asked Rias and the orc, except Kiba, to leave. Issei. Hey Gaspy, did you miss us? Gaster, on seeing that the orc are not around her, immediately hugged Issei. He wanted to meet him ever since the reset, but couldn't because of him being sealed away in this room. He immediately cried on Issei. Gaster, crying, Yue, big brother Issei, where were you? I missed you so much. Issei. I missed you too, Gaster. Asia. Hey Gaster, do you remember me? Gaster. Of course, big sister Asia. Gaster immediately hugged Asia, who returned the hug. He has always been like the little brother she always wanted, a little brother. Issei was more of a lover. Asia. I missed you too, Gaster. Gaster then noticed Raynare and Chara. He wondered who those two were. Gaster. Hey Issei, who are they? Issei. Oh, points to Raynare, she is my first girlfriend, and points to Chara, my adoptive little sister. Chara. A pleasure to meet you, my name is Chara Haidu, Issei's younger sister. Raynare. My name is Raynare, Issei's girlfriend. Gaster. Are you the same Raynare that once killed my big brother? Raynare looked down. Issei, on noticing this, said. Issei. No, they are not the same, and before you ask, she, Sona, Serziches and Grafia all remember the previous timeline as well. Raynare is the one who is my first girlfriend as well. Gasper's jaw dropped. Issei chuckled at this. Gaster. How did this happen? Are there any more changes? Issei. Oh, then buckle up, little brother, there is a lot of changes. Issei then explains how Chara became his little sister, how he had his relationship with Raynare, his encounter with an enigmatic entity named W.D. Gaster, how he got Sona as his fiancée, him training the orc, his raiding game with Riser, his deception, Iron Lava kidnapping Sona, his fight with both Riser and Iron Lava, him nearly succumbing to hate, Sona getting him out of it, the Holy Sword Project, Kiba unlocking his soul trait with his balance breaker, and finally his fight with Kokabiel. Asper. Wow, this is a lot to take in. Just one reset shows how many possible changes can happen in a timeline. Asper's eyes start glowing. He was pretty interested in the changes, like a child learning something new. Issei smiled at his curious nature. Issei. There would be more changes in the future. Asper. Speaking of which, I heard that you are getting along with Rias. Issei. Honestly, I might give her a chance, since she is improving herself with time. She is trying her best to change herself for the better and be a better person. Gaster. So even she is becoming better then. Issei nodded. Gaster had a bit of smile. After all, Rias had given him a second chance at living, plus he always was one of the few to believe that people change with time, for the better or for the worse. Issei. Alright, let's go, the others must be waiting. Gaster nods. He wanted to meet his parents as well as Azazel and Baraquiel as well as Rasuis. It has been so long since he met them. Scene break. Rias. Alright guys, let us head towards the familiar forest. Since it is full moon, we can go that area. Since Sona went last week to get hers, we are gonna go this week, since most of you do not have a familiar. Issei. Maybe I will get a good familiar this time. Asia. I hope I get the sprite dragon this time. Issei. Well then let us go. Rias, lead the way. Rias then opens up a portal, where the familiar master can be seen waiting for them. He was a low-class devil by the name of Zatauji. He used to stay in the familiar forest and wait for devils to come here and get familiars. Zatauji. Arias Gremory, what brings you here? Rias. I need to get familiars, if not multiple familiars. Zatauji. Ah, follow me then. Asia then spots a dragon, the same sprite dragon she had obtained last time, and managed to bond with it. Asia. Rasse. Asia then approaches the sprite dragon, who on seeing her immediately approaches her like he knew her from another timeline. He immediately snuggles to her, as he knew her once. Asia holds the sprite dragon like a mother does to her son. The sprite dragon enjoyed being close to Asia. Asia. Oh, how I missed you. Issei. It has been a while, I saw this jerk. Greg. I remember him burning your slime, back when you were a pervert. Issei. At least I am not anymore, speaking of which, is she still here? Greg. You mean Tiamat? Yeah, she is. Don't tell me you are trying to recruit her. Issei. I may make her my familiar this time. Greg. I see. Greg had a sad face. Issei on seeing this asked him what the issue is. Greg told him a story on how he once loved a female dragon, but she had rejected her for her treasures. The dragon was saddened, but eventually found an interest in something else. He became stronger, he found a new passion. That was when he met Albion, a dragon who had been bored since he never could face a worthy opponent. He then wanted to borrow some treasures as a way of payback for rejecting him, and knew that if he lost them, he can still defeat her. Since he was much stronger than her, he was having the time of his life. That was when the three factions intervened and sealed them away. Ever since that day, the female dragon has been hunting down several of his hosts because of that. Issei. Is that dragon Tiamat? Drake nods silently. Both Trihixa and Issei felt bad for Drake. He found love and was rejected by her. At the very least he could comfort him. Issei. We will always be there for you, bro. Trihixa. Issei is right, we are friends after all. Drake. Thank you guys, thank you so much. Issei then looked at the sprite dragon, who in response zapped him. However, Issei was unfazed. The sprite dragon was shocked. He was unfazed by his strongest attack. Issei then approached him. The sprite dragon felt a little fear, but Issei kept his hand on the baby dragon. Issei. Easy little guy, I mean you no harm. That attack was strong indeed. You can be stronger if you want to protect Asia. The sprite dragon cooed in response to Issei's petting. Asia felt happy that Rasse had accepted him. Zataoji, the familiar master, was shocked by the dragon choosing a master. Zataoji. Usually sprite dragons usually avoid people, but this one sensed your pure heart and choose you. Will you choose it as your master? Asia. Indeed I will. That was when Chara noticed a flower, a familiar looking flower. Chara. Could it be? Chara approaches the flower, then turns around. Could it be? The flower then turns around to see a familiar face, along with another soul of determination following her. Looks like that is the new soul of determination. Maybe it could be a new start for me. Chara, is that you? Chara. Flowey. I missed you. Flowey. I missed you too, Chara. They both hug each other since the last time they saw each other was years ago. Flowey, formerly known as Asriel, the son of the monster king and queen, had shown up. That was when Issei, who followed Chara, had showed up. Flowey. Chara, who is he? Chara. Oh, that is Issei, my adoptive older brother. I go by the name Chara Haidu now. Flowey. I see. Flowey had his head down. He remembered his actions. He knew that Chara might have moved on. That was when Chara embraced him. Chara. Like ice, you will always be my brother Asriel, just like they were also my parents. Flowey. Thank you, Chara. Issei. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Asriel. Chara told me a lot about you, even you being a crybaby. Flowey. That was supposed to be a secret, Chara. Chara. Sorry Ozzy, he knows. Chara winks at Asriel, who already had an embarrassed face. He knew that was his well-kept secret, and she exposed him to his possible older brother. Issei. Do not worry, Asriel, your secret is safe with me. Speaking of which, what are you doing at the familiar forest? Flowey. Oh, I had come here to get some peace, given I have nobody and nowhere to go. Issei. I see, so do you want to come with me? Flowey. Why? Issei. Well, you can be with your sister and if possible father as well, given that he is coming here for peace negotiations as well. Flowey. Dad is here. Issei. Yes. Flowey. He may not accept me, not like this. Issei. He will. I was once a pervert, and when I was exposed to be a dragon to my parents, they still loved me and accepted me. Chara told me a lot about Mr. Dreamer, and he seemed like one of the best dads. Ever knowing him, he would be happy to have his son, his Asriel, back. Flowey was thinking about it. He was traveling for years trying to feel anything, but thanks to his different soul traits comprising his body, he just might feel something. Flowey. Alright, I am in. Issei. Great, welcome to the family, Asriel. May I call you that? Flowey. You may. Can I call you Ice? Issei. We are family, so of course. Flowey then uses his wines to attach on his right hand and climb up on his shoulder, just like Pikachu on a trainer's shoulder. Flowey felt comfortable getting closer to Issei. Issei. Alright then, let's go. Both. Yeah. Zataoji. Ah Flowey, so you've finally chosen a master. Issei. Yeah, I will be taking him, Mr. Zataoji. Zataoji. Alright then, so what is next? Issei. Well, we will be going back, since everyone has gotten their familiar. Raynare. Welcome to the family, Flowey. Flowey. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you, Raynare. Rias. I will be opening the portal, so then let's get ready. That was when a blast hit everyone, thankfully Issei sensed it and used a barrier to prevent the blast from injuring anyone. Greg. Greg. Oh no, that is her. Issei got on his guard, he recognized her, she was Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, the one that had hurt his brother once, the one that killed so many wielders. The others were shocked by her presence, Zataoji did not expect her to show up, why was she here, she never came out of the cave, she was there for a reason, and that was to kill the host of the current Welsh dragon. Issei. What do you want, Tiamat? Drake and Trahixa were glaring at her, they remember on how she destroyed Drake's heart once. Tiamat on the other hand was visibly furious. She was mad that the host of Drake had come here to meet her at her domain. The others were shocked that Issei not only knew the strongest dragon king, but also was familiar with her. He seemed angry at her, he knew something what she did to his partner, so he decided to deal with her before she tried to hurt Drake and his partner. Issei. Everyone go back to the portal, I will be coming in a while, Flowey go with Chara for the time being, I have a score to settle with her. Flowey. Okay Ice. Rias. Alright Issei, stay safe. Raynare. Hey Ice. Raynare and Asia him on his cheek. Raynare. Kick her ass honey. Issei. You got it babe. The portal closes, leaving Issei alone with Tiamat and Zataoji with him. Issei then looks at the Dragon King, eye filled with anger towards her calm yet furious sapphire eyes. Her bluish-white hair was shining in the dark familiar forest, her horns were glowing with power, she was hovering over the duo, Zataoji was wondering what he should do next, whether he should call Serziches or someone to deal with the situation, that was when Issei called out for him. Issei. Mr. Zataoji, try to evacuate the familiars to the safe location for the time being, contact Serziches before it is too late, this battle is going to get ugly, you also need to get out of here, this is going to be far worse than what you think. Zataoji. Oh okay. Zataoji teleports out of there. An. Play this during the fight, this song belongs to Sherax. Issei. So where were we Tiamat? Tiamat. You dare to come in my land, Drake, how dare you lose my treasure and then show yourself here. Drake. Quiet Tiamat, you have no right to ask me that, you rejected me, you hunted down so many innocent people just to get back at me, only for a piece of metal. Tiamat. You will pay for this Drake and your host will suffer. Issei. I would like to see you try, treasure freak. But if I win you will be my second familiar, what do you say? Tiamat roared in laughter when she saw his win reward, she thought she never would have been hearing such a stupid request from him, she thought that she would easily win this without any sweat. Tiamat. Your host is a fool, Drake I pity you. Drake. I would not be so sure about that Tiamat, he fought beings way powerful than you, and even managed to defeat them, he is more powerful than he ever was. Maybe if you had not been so harsh to me that maybe we would have a better relationship, but what did my hosts do why they had to perish, just because they wielded me, why they had to suffer for my mistakes, why go after them, some only wanted to use my power to better, but you had to kill them for no reason. Besides you are a fool to underestimate my current host, I never knew the strongest dragon king is an idiot. Tiamat on hearing that she was a fool attacked Issei, she wanted to rip him apart for being another host of Drake, Issei easily sidestepped giving her a fist to her stomach, she was sent flying. Issei then summoned Durandal. Blade. Issei used Durandal and charged at Tiamat, who was struggling against the blade, Issei decided to not hold back and began using his blade in a manner similar to fighting a beast, he used Durandal's high side to prevent her from striking his vulnerable body parts, while when she would falter, he would use it to deal damage to her, over time Tiamat was unable to keep up with the strikes and knew she had to finish him off quickly. Issei on the other hand decided to keep Trahixa's powers a secret since she did not know what his full power was. Issei's main intention was to stall Tiamat so that Zataoji can evacuate the familiars so that they do not get affected by their fight. Zataoji. All clear, Issei, they have all been located to safe place. Issei. Good Mr. Zataoji, now it is time to head to the next level, looks at Tiamat who was getting angry, you want to fight, you got it. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei then donned his red armor ready to fight Tiamat, he knew that she is the strongest opponent he faced so far, he needed to defeat her before she goes on a rampage trying to attack everyone. Issei then came forward and dished out a very heavy gut punch to her stomach, he used his playing field to the advantage and attacked Tiamat, dealing a severe damage to her. Tiamat coughed up and tried to attack back, but Issei dodged and gave her a fist to the face, he had taken it to the next level. Issei prevented her from going to the next level, with constantly giving her a barrage of punches. Tiamat tried to block them, but the ferocity of those punches was too much, for she eventually took some damage in the form of some blows. She then evaded the attack only for Issei to fire a well-timed dragon shot, which she barely could deflect. Tiamat. He is not trying to give me space to think or attack. Those hosts were easy pickings, given that most did not unlock their balance breaker, but this one might be the strongest one I encountered so far. No, the strongest Welsh dragon host. I need to kill him before it is too late. Tiamat tries to go on the offensive to try to attack Issei, but he only held her attack with one hand. I do not own this image. Issei had a bit of a smirk underneath his armor, he then proceeded to uppercut her while she was trying to free her hand. Filled with rage, Tiamat tried using her magic blast to hit Issei, but he used divide to divide it out of nothingness. Tiamat was shocked, confused and angry on how Issei got access to Albion's power. Tiamat. How did you get access to his power? Issei. I took it by myself into the body, amazing results won't you say? Tiamat. Impossible, this should not happen. Greg. Tiamat, if I learned anything from my partner, it is if a fool wishes for something to be possible, even the impossible can't seem possible. Tiamat could not take it anymore, she lunged at Issei using her full strength. That was when Issei then summoned several wyverns, all made up from parts of the dividing gear, which he had stolen in the previous timeline from Vali, in order to use his ability. Dividing Wyvern Fairy. Those wyverns started to drain Tiamat's magical power and strength and incorporate into themselves, which Issei had stolen to use his power to charge up two cannons that had appeared on his back. Drake constantly boosted his power, allowing him to use it for himself. Tiamat tried to dodge it, but those wyverns were trying to siphon her power and strength away from her, preventing her to dodge. Longina Smasher. Tiamat could be seen flying, unable to handle the impact of the blast, coupled with the strength and magic draining abilities of the wyverns. Her body was sent flying across the fields. Issei then used Durandal to cut off her legs. Tiamat. Aya. Tiamat screamed as her legs were cut off by the sword. She did not know what she had to do, she was helpless in her fight against Issei. She glared at the Red Dragon Emperor in fury and hate. Tiamat. Damn you Drag. Damn you Issei. Issei. So it looks like you have been defeated then. Tiamat. No, I will not accept this, I will not lose to you of all people, not to a host of Drag. Tiamat in her fury transforms into her dragon form, she was determined to kill this host of Drag, no matter the cost. She then transforms into a pale blue western dragon with celestial blue scales. Issei. So that is her dragon form. Trihixa. Partner, let us also take it to the next level. Issei. You got it. Trihixa and Drag. Balance breaker. Trihixa mode. Issei then transforms into his new form. It had wings, 2 draconic and 2 fallen, a blackish armor, it had a jet black tail, 2 visors on his chest, draconic as talons, as well as a tail with a trident on it. The armor was radiating power akin to that of a dragon god. This form was wielded by Issei for the very first time, but since it is the first time using this power, he was not used to it. He was overtaken by strain. Issei. Bro, how long do I have before deactivation? Trihixa. About 3 hours. Issei. More than enough to beat her to submission. Greg. All the best, partner. Issei then charged using his armor towards the Dragon King. She used Chaos Fire to damage him. Greg. Be careful, that fire can burn gods as well. Issei. I know, I won't let it hit me. Issei skillfully dodged her fire and gave a fierce punch to the dragon's jaw, breaking a few teeth of it. He then uses Extinction Ray to damage Tiamat, who dodged it out of instinct. Issei then appeared in front of Tiamat and dealt a severe blow to her head. Tiamat's head was heavily damaged after that. Tiamat then had enough and decided to use her ultimate attack. Chaos Bomb. She began charging the bomb and in an attempt to defeat Issei. Greg. Partner, be careful, this blast is capable of leveling countries and continents. This power of hers made her into one of the strongest dragon kings. We need to stop her before it is too late. She will destroy the familiar forest if she fires that blast. Issei. You got it, we need to stop her. Tiamat is charging her sphere. That was when Issei directed the wyverns to absorb the power. However, this was too much even for them, and they started getting destroyed, but were managing to weaken the sphere. Some of them also transferred the sphere's power to Issei. Issei. Looks like it is about time to end this. Extinction Storm. A storm of pure destructive energy enveloped the dragon. It had managed to destroy the bomb and severely damage. Tiamat roared in pain as the pure destructive energy had pierced her body, dealing massive damage to her, enough to get her out of her dragon form and to bring her to a regular human form without any horns or scales. Tiamat. Ugh. Issei then approached Tiamat, who had a look of fear in her eyes. She was now helpless against him. Issei was the first host to successfully not only defeat her, but also dominate her as well. Issei. Looks like I win, so before I do anything, may I know why or what drove you so far to murder every single host of Drag? Tiamat. He stole my treasure so I had to destroy him and his hosts. Issei. But that is not a reason enough to show no mercy to them, right? Tiamat looked down. She knew that she was blinded by hatred because she once loved him, she loved Drag, she loved him with all her heart, she feared other dragons might attack him, given that she was a beautiful dragon, so she rejected him, she feared him being killed. But when she saw that he moved on, she was devastated, she felt like he forgot her, although when he asked for her treasure, she gave it to him because she loved him, but when he lost her treasure and perished, she felt like he abandoned her, she began suffering from Dragon's Fall. If it was not for Azazel curing her, she would have died. She started to hate Drag for not only discarding her treasure, but also for leaving her. Tiamat then told everything to Issei. Issei and the other two dragons were shocked. Drag, on the other hand, was devastated that she always loved him, but feared losing him, hence she rejected him. If he knew this was the reason, he would have never left her to become strong. He would have never given up. He knew how devastating the disease was, given that his partner had also suffered. Issei stayed quiet given that he had no words. He was also once afraid of woman due to Raynare stabbing him in the past timeline. He knew if there was anyone to fix Tiamat's heart, it was Drag and vice versa. Issei then cheered the duo up by saying if they forgive each other and give them a second chance and forgive them for their actions, then maybe they could fall for each other once again, just like all those years ago. And maybe he could give her children, like Tiamat always wished. Issei. Wow, Tiamat, I did not know you suffered. Drag got anything to say. Drag. I never knew you loved me, Tia. I thought you rejected me because I was weak. I then found a new hobby, Albion. My current rival pushed me to become strong. I started to train myself to reach the point of power where I am. I asked for your treasure cause I wanted to fight on an even plane. But the three factions killed us, as a result your treasures got lost. Do you still love me even after all these years? Tiamat. Yes, you fool. I always loved you. I feared your death. I thought you abandoned me. I thought you gave up on me. I loved you, Drag, I always did. Tiamat started crying. She wanted love, but after Drag died she started hating him because she thought he abandoned and gave up on her. Drag. If you may, can we start over in our relationship? Tiamat looked at Drag. She wanted a second chance, and now she got it. She immediately hugged Issei. Given that Drag can also experience it, Drag cherished the hug. He felt like he found love once again, after all these years. Tiamat. I would love to, Drag. Thank you, Issei. Issei. Not a problem, Tia, can I call you that? Tiamat. Indeed, Issei, my master. Issei. Just call me Ice, Tia. Tiamat. Very well, Ice. That was when a crest appeared and a portal opened up revealing Serzich's Lucifer and his wife Graphia. Serzich's. Looks like I missed the show. Issei. You came late to the party, big brother. Serzich's. So what did I miss? Issei. Nothing but my toughest battle so far as well as a heartfelt moment between two dragons. Serzich's. Tiamat, I did not know you loved Drag. Tiamat. Indeed I did, Lord Lucifer. Serzich's. Cut the Lord, I am not a man of formalities, so seems like you got a powerful familiar Ice. Issei. Indeed I did, in fact I got two. Serzich's. That is a surprise, Ice, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one indeed. Issei then begins the chant, and Tiamat becomes his second familiar. Flowey became his first. They then open the portal revealing a worried group. The three girls then embraced Issei, but were shocked when Tiamat came out of the portal. Tiamat. Hello. Sona. Ice, how did you? Issei. Oh honey, she is my new familiar, my second one, first is Flowey. All were shocked that Issei managed to tame Tiamat, a dragon king as his familiar. Even those that remembered the past timeline knew that this feat was impossible for Issei, but he managed to complete it. Issei. Oh boy, do I have a story to tell you all. Rias. Well, we have all day, so what did we miss? Issei then tells the full story to the group. Initially they felt pity for the Dragon King, but then were happy that the relationship was restarted. They then headed back home to prepare for the peace conference that was scheduled 2 days later. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Raynare for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.